Chapter 1. The New Avatar. It was nighttime in the village of Konoha, and everything looked peaceful. At least from a bird's-eye point of view. Down on the ground a blonde-haired boy dressed in dirty clothes, and was no more than 7 years old was running through the streets of the village, as a whole mob of villagers were chasing after him with blunt objects. "Get back here, demon!" a villager shouted. "Tonight's the night you get what you deserve," another shouted, as he tried throwing a broke glass bottle at the boy, but missed. The boy panted as he ran, but looked ready to pass out. He thought to himself, if I can just hold on I can get to my apartment, and barricade myself in there for the rest of the night. He made a turn and realized he ran right into a dead end. "No!" he cried, before turning around and saw the mob cornering him. Well, we finally caught our demon," a villager said, sounding drunk. "Nowhere to run now, demon," another villager mocked him, as they mob closed in. "What are you gonna do now?" He laughed, causing the others to laugh as well. The boy went from looking scared to angry, and muttered, "Stop it." "Huh," one of the mob members asked, hearing him faintly. "Stop it," the boy repeated himself before screaming, "Stop calling me demon." He stomped his right foot to the ground and suddenly a fissure was sent from his standing point all the way to a villager's standing point. Emerging from the spot he was standing was a rock pillar that got him in the jaw, sending him up into the air before falling to the ground. "What the hell just happened?" a villager asked. "Did the brat just use Earth style?" another wondered. "But he didn't use any hand signs," a villager noted. "Let's get him before he can pull another stunt like that," another called, as they were about to charge him. The child looked worried and threw his arm out trying to shield himself. "Get away." Suddenly shooting from his palm was a blast of fire, that got caught on a villager's shirt. "Fire! I'm on fire!" the villager cried, as he dropped to the ground and rolled around to put it out. Now he used fire style without using hand signs. "He really is a monster," another villager declared. Suddenly smoke bombs were thrown around the mob, and the villagers were caught in the smokescreen, and when it cleared, they were on the ground unconscious. Appearing before them was a group of Anbu. The one in the dog mask turned to the others. "Take these fools to Ibiki," they nodded and took the mob away. The one Anbu looked to the boy, "Naruto, sorry we didn't get here sooner." "Inu, something happened. I shot fire from my hand, but it wasn't ninjutsu." The boy identified as Naruto explained in worry. "You what?" "Yeah, and when I stomped my foot on the ground this rock popped out." He mimed how it happened. Behind the mask, the one identified as Inu was curious. "I better inform this to Hokage-sama." "What do I do, Inu? Is something wrong with me?" Naruto asked in worry. Inu got down to the boy's level and laid a hand on his shoulder comforting him. "It's okay, Naruto. There's nothing wrong with you. Let's go to the Hokage and clear things up." "Okay," Naruto answered, as Inu left with him. Later on inside the village administration building, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat at his desk until he heard a knock at his door. Enter. Entering the room was Inu and Naruto. "Hey, Gigi." Naruto greeted the old man. "Naruto, Kakashi," the old man wondered, before turning to the Anbu he referred to as Kakashi, again. "I'm afraid so, sir," Kakashi answered, "but something different happened this time." "Different?" Hiruzen asked puzzled. "Yes." Naruto made the earth move with his foot and shot fire from his hand without using ninjutsu. The shinobi explained. Hiruzen looked surprised before turning to Naruto. "Naruto, is this true?" "Yes, Gigi, but I swear I didn't mean to. It just happened," Naruto pleaded. Hiruzen got up and walked over to the boy, Biofre calming him. "It's okay, Naruto. I'm not mad." "You aren't." The old man shook his head. "Then how did I do it?" The old man continued, "Everything will be explained to you, Naruto. But for now I think it's best you get some sleep. And tomorrow you will get the answers you seek." Naruto nodded, before Kakashi escorted him off. When Hiruzen was left alone in his office again, he thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. Naruto is the one. I best send word of this right away." He quickly started writing up a message before rolling it up. He left the office and went into a room containing messenger birds. He placed his message inside one of the bird's cases around its neck, and spoke. "To the Southern Air Temple, at once," he ordered, as the bird took off. The bird flew that night traveling south, before reaching a temple located atop a tall mountain past the clouds. It flew into the temple, and perched on a statue before an old woman with grayish hair, an upside-down arrow tattooed on her forehead, and was wearing a monk's outfit. She was in a lotus position meditating, until she saw the bird. She stood up and spoke. Well, awfully late for a message. She checked the scroll and saw a leaf symbol on it, a message from the village of Konoha. She unraveled the scroll and read its contents to herself before letting out a faint gasp. So it's finally happened. The avatar has been reborn. The very next morning back in Konoha, Naruto was at his apartment looking at his hand thinking about what happened last night. I can make fire and move the ground, and it's not ninjutsu. He pondered to himself, until he heard a knock at his door. He walked over cautiously, fearing it was someone looking to give him a hard time. He looked through the peephole and saw it was Kakashi. He sighed in relief. Before opening the door, "Inu?" he asked. "Naruto, the Hokage requests your presence immediately." Naruto, feeling he was going to get the answers he was promised, answered, "Then let's go." Inu nodded, as they headed off. When they arrived at the building, they walked down the hall before reaching the Hokage's office. Kakashi knocked on the door, and they heard the Hokage from inside, "Come in." So Kakashi opened the door, and he and Naruto stepped inside. When they entered, Naruto noticed the Hokage and an old woman with him. The Hokage greeted them, "Good morning, Naruto. I have someone who's come a long way just to meet you." Naruto was puzzled, as he saw the elder woman approach. "So this is Naruto. Aren't you a sweet child?" She smiled. Naruto was still confused and bluntly asked, "Who are you, Oba-san?" Hiruzen looked shocked. "Naruto, show some respect to our guest." The woman chuckled, "Oh, it's quite all right, Hiruzen. He reminds me of my brother when we were children." Hiruzen nodded, and cleared his throat. "Naruto, may I introduce you to Master Jinora, Master Airbender from the Southern Air Temple." "Airbender, Southern Air Temple?" Naruto asked, puzzled. Jinora nodded, "Yes, I've come all this way from the south to meet you." "But why?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen answered, "You wanted an answer as to how you were able to control fire and earth without using hand signs for ninjutsu. Well, Naruto, the answers can be found by Jinora here." Naruto looked to Jinora, who answered, "You, Naruto, are the avatar." The boy looked confused before asking, "Avatar? What's an avatar?" Jinora explained, "The avatar, Naruto, is the bridge between our world and the spirit world. At least that's how it was before our worlds learned to live together." "I'm confused here," Naruto answered, still not getting any of it. Hiruzen spoke to the old woman, "You should start from the beginning." "Quite right," Jinora agreed, as the Hokage closed the windows and dropped the drapes. After sealing the door shut with a seal, Jinora started setting up a bowl in the center of the room while spreading a circle of salt around it. She placed some petals and herbs in the bowl, before Hiruzen used a fire jutsu into the bowl. Jinora, utilizing wind with the flames, suddenly created a spiritual-looking vision above them showing a land. "What is that?" "That was the world 10,000 years ago," Jinora began. "During that time there were the humans and the spirits. The spirits lived out in the wild, while the humans lived in villages. For to be precise, each village was protected by a lion turtle, a creature that could bestow upon a human the power of fire, air, water, and earth." Naruto looked at the vision, seeing each lion turtle bestowing upon certain people said abilities, but took them back when the humans were done with using them. Jinora continued, "The abilities were mostly used to protect them for whenever they set out of their villages and into the wild for food and sustenance. Until one day, a young man managed to permanently acquire the fire from the lion turtle for good." Naruto saw appearing in the vision was a young man wearing red garb and had brown hair sticking up. "Behold Wan, the man who would become the first avatar." "Him?" Naruto asked Jinora, who nodded and continued on. "Wan lived in poverty like many others in his village while under the reign of the Cho family. Because of this he would steal from said family in order to feed his two closest friends. Then one day he devised a plan that would be able to help him in standing up to the Chos. He volunteered to join a group of hunters who needed to go into the wild for food. After receiving the element of fire from the lion turtle, he chickened out and requested to return home. The hunters allowed him but told him to return the fire he received back to the lion turtle. He did not, however. With the power of fire at his command, he rallied his fellow poverty-stricken neighbors into raiding the Cho family. However, their attempts were unsuccessful and Wan was banished from his home. However, to protect himself, the lion turtle granted Wan's last request and was allowed to keep the fire. Whoa, Naruto gasped, as he watched the memory play. Wan had traveled the spirit wilds alone with only his fire for protection. With little food and barely time to sleep, he struggled through the treacherous lands. Then one day he happened upon a spirit oasis and tried to get it, only to be rejected by the spirit who did not allow humans into it. Wan left determined to find somewhere else to call home, until he happened upon the very hunters attempting to capture a cat deer. He fought the hunters and with the help from the spirit of the oasis drove them off. The spirit, touched by Wan's act of selflessness, decided to let him stay. Naruto watched as the months passed. Wan grew to form a bond with the spirits and even training until his firebending skill became an extension of his own body. 2 years after Wan's banishment, he set out into the world determined to find the other lion turtle cities. Little did he know that his travels would lead him to the two greatest spirits that have existed since the beginning of time itself. Who were they? Naruto asked. The light spirit Rava and the dark spirit Vadu, Jinora answered, as Naruto saw the flashback play between the two spirits and Wan. Wan pleaded for them to stop their destruction, but Rava insisted Wan that their business did not concern him. Vadu, however, took advantage of Wan's goodness and tricked him into severing him from Rava. Vadu took off, leaving Rava to explain to him the result of what his action done. And that was, Vadu and Rava were in constant struggle with each other so that Vadu could not spread his darkness and corruption across the land. Naruto listened in for more, Wan realizing the error his action offered to help, but Rava rejected his offer and took off on her own to find Vadu. When they would meet again, Wan had arrived at another lion turtle city that resided nomad people with the ability to manipulate the air or airbending. Vadu had found his way there and turned the good spirits of their city into dark spirits, allowing him to grow stronger and Rava weaker. Rava, seeing there was no other way given her weakening state, allowed Wan to help her. With help from the lion turtle of the air city, Wan was granted the ability to bend the air around him, so long as Rava would hold onto it for him. For no human could hold onto more than one element at once. Naruto watched as Wan and Rava traveled to the other two lion turtle cities, where Wan acquired the ability to bend water and earth. In order for Wan to use another element, Rava had to fuse with him to do so, but worried that the pressure would destroy him. But Wan would not give up in stopping Vadu from corrupting the world with darkness. Eventually Wan happened upon his friends from his former home and the spirits he learned to live with. Both sides were at war, and Wan tried to reason with them, but the negative and hostile energies from the humans caused Wan's spirit friends to become dark spirits, which Vadu continued to feed off of. Wan and Rava fused to try and stop him but were unsuccessful, and Wan's friends lost their lives and Rava was on the verge of ceasing to exist. But Wan wasn't going to have it. He carried Rava in a simple teapot he took with him upon leaving his home. They traveled to the spirit world where they would face Vadu in a final showdown. Naruto saw Wan and Rava fuse together and become one, allowing him to fight Vadu on an even field. Vadu was defeated and sealed inside of a tree. Jinora continued, after Vadu's imprisonment, Wan had the spirits retreat into the spirit world and seal off the link between both our world and theirs. Since then, Wan tried to maintain balance in the world, trying to encourage the 4 groups of people from the 4 different cities to coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, the 4 groups of benders were not so easily persuaded to coexist and waged war time after time. When Wan was at the end of his life, he felt he failed Rava in trying to bring peace to the world. But Rava promised him they would always be together and that this mission of achieving peace will continue on for the rest of his next lives. That is how the Avatar cycle began. The vision vanished, as Hiruzen pulled up the shades to shine some light. Naruto was amazed. Wow. So Wan tried to bring order and balance to the world, but was unable to accomplish it. I'm afraid so. And since then Rava and Wan's spirit was reincarnated into another bender where it would be their mission to carry on where Wan left off at and following from then on. How does anyone know who the next Avatar is? Naruto asked. Jinora explained, the Avatar is the only existing being in the world that can master all 4 elements. But to determine who it is they must also follow the cycle. Wan started off as a firebender, and learned airbending, waterbending, and earthbending. And this has been going on for at least 10,000 years. Naruto wondered. Correct. And now the cycle of the avatar has begun anew with you. Jinora concluded. So what bender am I naturally born as? Naruto inquired. Our last avatar was a waterbender, which would make you an earthbender by blood. The old woman explained. An earthbender by blood, Naruto asked, then my parents had to be earthbenders or something, right? Hiruzen looked guilty, but also determined. Naruto, it's time I told you the truth about your parents. He walked to his desk and opened a drawer. He popped open a hidden compartment underneath it and pulled out some documents. He stood before Naruto, before crouching down and handed the documents to him. What are these? Naruto asked puzzled. These are the files I was requested to dispose of, but I could not. I would just be dishonoring the ones who gave their lives the most to protect our village. He explained. Naruto saw a picture of a red-haired woman dressed as a Konoha shinobi. He looked at the name above and gasped, Kushina Uzumaki. Gigi, this woman, is she? Hiruzen nodded, yes, Naruto. This woman is your mother. Naruto looked at the picture of the beautiful woman. As a tear was forming in his eye, Mom, he started getting sadder, but had to put on a brave face. What more can you tell me of my mom? Hiruzen explained, well, Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki was an earthbender born into the Uzumaki clan. They once hailed in another village, until it was wiped out by other nations. Many members fled to safety but others weren't so lucky. Back then both our villages had an alliance, which was strengthened by the fact the first Hokage was married to an Uzumaki. He was? Naruto asked curiously. Yes. In fact the spirals you find on most of our village's shinobi's vests is the trademark symbol of Uzushio. Now then, your mother was a very loving and caring woman, but was also hot-headed and loud. Kinda like you are, he chuckled, while Naruto pouted in embarrassment. She grew into a loyal shinobi and eventually married a man she knew since they were kids. A man who would grow up to become a hero of our village. Naruto listened to his words and remembered one shinobi brought up in many conversations between ninja alike in Konoha who was considered a hero. Gigi, do you mean the Yondaime Hokage? Hiruzen without a second thought nodded in confirmation, but if he was married to my mom, then that would mean. Hiruzen answered, yes, Naruto. Our Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is your father. Naruto's eyes were suddenly filling up with more tears. As he spoke, the Yondaime, my idol, is my father. Jinora could tell how troubling it was for Naruto to process all that was told to him, until the boy spoke up, why wasn't I told about this? The old man came clean with him, I wanted to tell you the moment you first asked me who your parents were, Naruto. Really I did. Unfortunately my former teammates and shall we say others objected against my wish and wanted all knowledge of your parents kept from you. Why? Because for one thing if you carried your father's last name it would attract the attention of certain rivals in the other nations who would come to take you away, he began, but another wanted all information withheld from you so he could try and use you to his advantage. Who, and why? Hiruzen sighed knowing Naruto wouldn't like this. Danzo Shimura, an old acquaintance of mine who works on my council. He wanted all information withheld from you so that he could try and turn you into a living weapon for the village. A living weapon? How could I be used as a weapon? Naruto pondered, did he know I could have been the Avatar? No, and thank goodness he didn't know or even suspect anything back then. The old man sighed in relief, he wanted to make a weapon out of you, by using what you have inside you. Naruto was once again confused, inside me? Gigi, is there something else I should know? Yes, you know the events that happened in the village 7 years ago when you were born. Yeah. The village was invaded by the nine-tailed fox spirit, until the Yondaime defeated it. Or is there more to that story than what we were told? He asked suspiciously. Sadly yes, your father did not merely defeat the nine tails, rather he sealed it away inside another at the cost of his own life. Sealed inside, Naruto pondered, until he realized, he sealed it inside me, didn't he? Yes, Naruto, Hiruzen answered in shame of himself. Naruto looked down. Now I know why they all call me demon. Hiruzen didn't want Naruto to let the villagers' words ignite a spark of hatred any more than they already did to him. Do not believe their words, Naruto. Believe me when I say your father wanted you to be remembered as a hero, but the villagers here are too blinded by their own hate for the demon and sorrow for the loss of their loved ones who died that day to see that you are just the cell and not the jailer inside it. I even made a law that forbade everyone from mentioning about what you house inside you. That doesn't make it any easier for me. Naruto cried. I know. I blame myself, Hiruzen said. I should have been the one to perform the ritual, but your father insisted it'd be him. I'm not sure why he wanted it to be you, but he had to have chosen you for a very special reason. Well, I haven't seen it, Naruto said dryly. Jinora laid a hand on his shoulder. I believe one day you will discover the truth as to why he did what he did, Naruto. Naruto sighed, if you say so. Now back to this whole avatar thing, what's going to happen now? Hiruzen began, as the new avatar it is supposed to be your mission to maintain order in the world just as the avatars that came before you. Sounds like a big job. Even bigger than being Hokage. Naruto replied in worry. It is, Jinora confirmed, but before that you must learn to master all 4 elements before you can be fully recognized as the avatar. How can I master the elements? By training with those who have already mastered each of the 4 elements. For example, I am a master airbender. She demonstrated by creating miniature typhoon in her palm. Cool, Naruto gasped in excitement. Hiruzen spoke up, but to master these elements, I'm afraid you will have to do it somewhere outside the village. Why outside the village? Naruto asked in confusion. It would not be wise if everyone in the village found out we were housing the next avatar. As you've seen how they can be just by knowing what you hold inside you, imagine their reactions if they suddenly found out you were meant to be the next hope for the world. Naruto processed it and realized if anyone found out about him being the avatar at this point he would be hated even more so. He answered, I see your point. So where would I go? Jinora spoke, you would come to me to the Southern Air Temple, where you will learn about each of the 4 elements and everything else you need to know about being the avatar. Hiruzen added, but this will not come to you so easily. You will be required to remain away from the village during your training for who knows how long. Naruto pondered on it, before reaching an answer. Hey, in the words of Wan to the II spirit, I've had enough of villagers. The 2 old ones couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's words. Jinora cleared our throat, if that's your decision, then we shall leave at once. Really, shouldn't I pack anything? Naruto asked. The woman answered, not to worry. Everything you need will be provided for you there. There is something you can take with you. Hiruzen spoke up. What's that? Naruto wondered, until the Hokage picked up a few scrolls and handed them to Naruto. Inside those scrolls contain jutsu for you to learn, some of which are standard taijutsu and ninjutsu and other styles being more advanced for when you grow. Some also contain elemental ninjutsu as well. Think of them as extensions of helping you learn how to use the 4 elements. Thanks, Gigi. Naruto smiled happily. We best leave at once, Jinora said, as Hiruzen showed her and Naruto out of his office. When they stood on top of the building rooftop, Naruto was confused, so how do we get to the Southern Air Temple? Jinora held out a whistle shaped like a bison, with this. She blew into it. Naruto was confused since he heard nothing, only for a big white fury bison to float down and land on the roof startling him. What the hell is that thing? Naruto cried in shock. Naruto, say hello to Pepper. Jinora introduced them, as the creature named Pepper let out a happy grunt. What is this? Naruto asked her. This, Naruto, is a sky bison. Sky bison? Yes, they were commonly used by the air nomads in the past when they needed to venture out into the world. In fact, sky bison were considered the first type of airbenders. The mark on my forehead and many other masters that came before me modeled them after the marking you see on Pepper or any other sky bison. Way cool, Naruto said in excitement. Jinora nodded, as she used airbending to help herself jump onto Pepper's head. Hiruzen lifted Naruto up and placed him in the saddle. Naruto spoke to the old man sadly, I guess this is it, huh, Gigi? Don't worry, Naruto, it's not goodbye after all. Hiruzen comforted him. Naruto smiled with hope, yeah, I'll come back one day. I know it. Jinora spoke to Hiruzen, we'll be sure to give you letters on Naruto's progress from time to time. And in return I shall also inform you and Naruto of the status here in the village. The Hokage added. Jinora nodded, and motioned to Naruto, hang on tight, Naruto. Naruto nodded and took a seat while hanging on. Jinora cracked the reins, Pepper, yip yip. And with that, the sky bison hovered off the ground for a moment before flying off into the sky, as Hiruzen watched them depart. Good luck, Naruto, he thought to himself. As Pepper flew across the sky, Jinora looked back seeing Naruto looking out into the distance of the sky and down below seeing how high up they were. Jinora smiled at seeing Naruto's excited look and thought to herself, Korra, I know somewhere deep inside you will be watching over Naruto. And I know you will come to his aid when he needs you the most. Chapter 2. The Southern Air Temple. After a long flight to the south, Jinora's sky bison, Pepper landed outside the temple. Jinora used airbending on herself and Naruto to bring them safely onto the ground. Jinora spoke to the boy, Welcome, Naruto, to the Southern Air Temple. Naruto looked all around in amaze, Wow. It's like the whole temple's in the sky. Jinora chuckled, Well, these temples were built up to this high altitude to keep intruders from trying to reach them. I wanna see more of this place. Naruto jumped up in excitement. Take it easy, Naruto. You will see more of the temple, but for now follow me. Jinora led Naruto into the temple. As they walked, Naruto saw multiple people dressed in monk garments similar to Jinora. They had bald heads and were practicing airbending. Naruto watched in awe at how they were able to move the air around them like Jinora could. Jinora, a voice called. The two looked up ahead and saw an old man about Jinora's age approaching them. He had dark skin and arrow tattoo on his forehead like Jinora, and grayish hair. Kai, Jinora smiled, as the two embraced and kissed, much to Naruto's repulse at watching old people kiss each other. The man named Kai asked, So how did it go? We have our avatar, Kai. Jinora answered, and turned around, Naruto, come here. Naruto approached, as Jinora continued, Naruto, this is my husband and fellow airbender, Kai. Kai, this is Naruto Uzumaki. The old man shook Naruto's hand, and spoke, Well, it's very nice to meet you, Naruto. Likewise, sir. He replied. Kai and I have been living here at the Southern Air Temple training new generations of airbenders. Jinora explained. And it looks like we got ourselves a new pupil. Kai joked. I guess so. So when I do start training? Naruto asked. Before we get into any training, Naruto, Kai and I would like to educate you on the last few avatars. There is much about them you should know. Sure, Naruto said, as he followed the elder couple into the temple. The three entered a room loaded with statues. Naruto looked at them all and wondered, what's with these statues? Jinora explained, these statues are memorials for past avatars. There are so many. Naruto gasped. Kai nodded, that's right. 10,000 years worth of avatars. Jinora motioned Naruto to look at one statue of Wan and Rava, see there. This is in memory of Wan and Rava. Take a look at some of them. She insisted. Naruto walked up to some of the statues and looked up at them, squinting at them, so all of these guys were my past lives. Kai answered, precisely. Aside from such avatars as Wan, there was also Avatar Yangchen, Avatar Karuk, Avatar Kyoshi, Avatar Roku, Avatar Aang, and finally. Naruto answered as he was looking up at a statue, Korra. The elder couple saw Naruto was standing before the last of the statues which depicted the last known avatar, Korra. Jinora smiled, though you've never met Korra, you remember her because she was your past life. So how is it I wasn't able to remember the others' names? Naruto wondered. Because the old connection to the past avatars was destroyed. Jinora answered. Destroyed, how? Jinora continued, before we get into it, let me tell you a story known as the 100-Year War. The three sat down, as Naruto asked, 100-Year War? Yes, this all started a long time ago. During the time of Avatar Roku, his friend, Fire Lord Sozin sought to spread his homeland, the Fire Nation, worldwide. The other nations weren't willing to let the Fire Lord take their nations, and so that set the stage for the 100-Year War. When Roku's time came to an end, the Avatar was reborn as an air nomad by the name of Aang, who would one day be known as my grandfather. Aang was a happy boy who learned everything under the guidance of Monk Gyatso. Then one day, Gyatso and the rest of the Air Temple sages revealed to Aang that he was the Avatar and was needed due to the war that had been going on. This news was very nerve-wracking to Aang, and if not worse, his own fellow airbenders started rejecting him, feeling as if him being the Avatar was an unfair advantage in their airbending games. I know how that feels. Naruto sighed. Jinora continued, the pressures the sages put on Aang with his training and responsibilities was unbearable to him, but Monk Gyatso tried to make sure Aang had a balanced life that still included fun. However, The other sages thought Gyatso was being too soft on him and planned to move Aang to another air temple away from Gyatso. Unfortunately, Aang overheard their plans and could no longer stay. One night he ran away with his sky bison Appa, and the two ended up caught in a very bad storm. The two ended up falling into the ocean and almost drowned. However, Aang was able to activate the avatar state and used waterbending to freeze himself and Appa in solid ice, preserving themselves. Whoa, the blonde gasped. Then 100 years later, my grandmother Katara and granduncle Sokka from the Southern Water Tribe found Aang and he was released. That day the two ventured with Aang across the world, helping him search for masters to train him the other three bending arts so he would be able to take on Fire Lord Sozin's successor Fire Lord Ozai, who wiped out a other airbender in the world while Aang was on ice. It was a long and perilous journey, but Aang with the help of his friends and allies were able to defeat Fire Lord Ozai and bring peace to the four nations. Aang would go on since then, accomplishing many more great things. Aang sounded like an amazing avatar. Jinora nodded, that he was. He had a title of being known as the last airbender, since the airbender genocide. So if he was the last airbender, how did the air nomads become populated again? Naruto inquired. Well, Aang and Katara settled down and started a family composed of my uncle Bumi, Aunt Kya who was born a waterbender, and finally my father Tenzin who would be the first new airbender in 100 years. My father took it as his responsibility to his culture and his father to carry on the air nomad legacy. Eventually he met a woman named Pema who would one day become a mother to four. Yes, there was myself, and my siblings Ikki, Milo, and Rohan. All four of us were born airbenders and could help our father in restarting the air nomads. Kai spoke up, but during Korra's time she performed an act that awoken airbending in several normal people. Me included. So you weren't always an airbender? Naruto asked. No. I was once a normal boy, a thief to be precise. You were a thief? Yes, I would always play a tricky con by smuggling and stealing anything valuable until I met Korra, Jinora, and their friends. They brought me to the Northern Air Temple where I first learned the basics of airbending. Since then and over the years I eventually became a master airbender. He motioned to his tattoo. Wow, Naruto gasped, so what can you tell me about Korra? Jinora explained. Korra was born in the Southern Water Tribe. My gran helped teach her the ways of her native bending style with water, and as the years followed she learned how to use earth and fire bending from masters of the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation. When it was time for her to learn airbending, she came all the way to Republic City to train with my father. Republic City, the boy wondered. Kai explained, after the events of the 100-Year War, Aang and his friend Zuko founded this metropolis as a haven for immigrants of all four nations, bender and non-bender. Sounds like a paradise, Naruto smiled. Well, not always, Jinora admitted, much to Naruto's confusion. Republic City was also famous for its rising crimes and gangs. One of the worst types of gangs was a cult known as Equalists. What's an Equalist? The Equalists was a cult for non-benders to stand up to benders that made them feel oppressed. Jinora explained, their leader was a man known as Amon, who wanted to lead a revolution against all the benders of Republic City which would lead to a city war. But Korra put a stop to him and exposed him as a fraud, thus ending the Equalists. Neat, Naruto smiled. Kai spoke, we'll be happy to tell you more about the life of Korra and many other stories, but you must be hungry after that long fly. I'm starving, Naruto admitted. Then follow us, Jinora said, as the old couple got up and led Naruto off. Soon they were having a healthy dinner of vegetable dishes, while Naruto looked at all the leafy greens with a disturbed look, is this all there is here? Sorry, Naruto, but here at the air temples, the monks are vegetarians, Kai explained, as Naruto looked dismal at the thought of not being able to eat ramen. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. He chuckled to the boy. Naruto spoke, so what type of bending will I be learning first, air, fire, water? Jinora chuckled, slow down, Naruto. Don't get ahead of yourself. Before you begin learning any of those forms, you must first learn earthbending, your birth bending from your mother. Okay, but who can I learn from since you're all airbenders here? Jinora smiled, Kai and I have some old friends who I know would be more than willing to teach you. Who? Naruto asked excitedly. Kai answered, the last team Avatar. Chapter 3, Avatar's Instructors. As the sun rose over the temple, its light shined into the window of a room Naruto was set up in. He groaned as the light shined on his face, and tried to block it out with his pillow. He then heard the door to his bedroom open up, and stepping in was Kai. "Rise and shine, Naruto." He greeted the boy, who responded with a groan before opening his eyes and replying, "Mr. Kai, I'm not a morning person." "Well, neither was I or any of the new airbenders Master Tenzin taught, but we got used to it," Kai answered. "Come on, breakfast will be ready soon." Naruto sat up and spoke, "You drive a hard bargain." He got up and made his bed. He followed Kai to the dining hall where Jinora and many airbenders and acolytes were already enjoying a nutritious meal. Jinora saw the two, and greeted the boy, "Naruto, good morning." "Good morning, Master Jinora." He greeted her back. "I trust you slept well." "About the best sleep I've ever had. The bed in that room is comfier than my one back home." "I'm glad to hear it. Now eat up and get ready. You got a full day of learning earthbending, and we have guests coming today," she instructed. "Yes, ma'am," Naruto said as he ate his breakfast with the others. About an hour later, after Naruto took a shower, he got changed into a pair of gray shorts and a green shirt. He waited patiently with Jinora and Kai outside the temple. "How much longer?" he asked, getting impatient. "Any moment now, Naruto." Kai calmed him. Jinora looked up and smiled. "There they are." Naruto looked up and saw another sky bison descend to the ground. Using airbending to come down were three airbenders, both looking old like Jinora and Kai. One was a woman with two buns in her hair, the second was a man with gray hair and a small goatee, and the third was another man a bit younger and not as old but still nearing the end of his prime. Like Jinora and Kai, all they bore the airbending master arrow tattoos. Following them were three more figures who looked even older than the airbenders. They were two old men, with one carrying a fire ferret on his shoulder, another wearing a red scarf around his neck, and two old women. "Milo, Ikki, Rohan," Jinora called, as the woman embraced the four airbenders. Kai spoke to the other three, Mako, Asami, Opal, Bolin. He hugged them. "Hey, Kai, good to see you." The one known as Mako greeted him. "How are things up here?" Asami asked. "Couldn't be better. It's been a while since we last saw each other." "How's retirement from Future Industries going?" Kai asked. "Oh, such a relief. I'm still up to date with the news Ayumi sends me." The man Milo spoke up. "Okay, sis, where is he?" Ikki spoke. "Yeah, where is the guest of honor?" Jinora smiled and looked over. "Naruto, come over here, please." Naruto walked over and looked up at all the old people looking curious. Kai spoke up. "Naruto, we'd like to introduce you to Milo, Rohan, Ikki, Mako, Bolin, Opal, and Asami." Jinora finished. "Guys, meet Naruto Uzumaki, our new avatar." The group gathered around and lowered themselves down to his level. Mako spoke up first. "Nice to meet ya, kid." He extended his hand. Naruto, looking at him, felt this feeling he could trust him, and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you too, I guess," Naruto replied, until the fire ferret jumped from Bolin's shoulder and onto Naruto's head. "Hey." Bolin laughed. "Don't worry. Pabu the Third is harmless." "Pabu the Third?" Naruto asked, as the fire ferret crawled onto his shoulder. "Yeah, I used to have a fire ferret named Pabu who ended up becoming a dad, and well, one of his kids had a litter of his own," Bolin explained. Naruto chuckled, as Pabu the Third started licking his face. "Hey, come on, that tickles." Ikki spoke. "So this is Korra's legacy?" Naruto, hearing that name, asked, "You know Korra?" Milo answered, "You bet, kid. We knew her when we were around your age." Jinora explained, as she held her sibs close, "These are my three siblings, Naruto." "So you're airbenders too?" Naruto asked. Rohan answered, "Uh-huh. As we got older we each were stationed at a certain air temple to train more airbenders. Jinora and Kai occupy the temple here in the south. When the Northern Air Temple was rebuilt years ago, Ikki was stationed there. I was stationed at the Western Air Temple, and Milo was stationed at the East." "Wow," Naruto was amazed. Mako spoke up. "Bolin, Asami, and I were Korra's closest friends when she moved to Republic City. We were the new team Avatar carrying on the legacy of Avatar Aang and his team." Bolin put in. "We helped Korra face a lot of dangers during her Avatar days." Asami added. "Those were the good old days," Mako admitted. "Bro, don't say it like that, you make me feel old," Bolin moaned. Naruto spoke, but you are old. The group laughed at Naruto's blunt reminder. As Jinora spoke, I brought them here because Mako and Bolin can help train you to become the Avatar. How? The boy wondered. Bolin answered, I happen to be an earthbender, Naruto. And Mako's a firebender. Mako continued, since Korra was our best friend who helped me and Bolin out of more jams than we've ever been in our lives. We owe it to her to teach the new Avatar how to use the bending we're naturals at. Naruto nodded in understanding before looking at Opal and Asami. Then is one of you a waterbender? Actually, I'm an airbender, Opal admitted. And I'm not a bender, Asami added. Jinora laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, Naruto. Until you learn to master earth, fire, and air, you won't have to learn about waterbending. But don't worry, we know someone who can teach you. But until then just focus on learning the other 3 elements. If you say so. Bolin spoke up, so if it's true, you're a born earthbender. Apparently so. Then I'll be the one to teach you your native bending first. He smiled. Right here? Naruto asked, as he looked around. I don't think so, Jinora replied, we don't need rocks getting thrown around the temple. So where can we do it? Naruto asked. Opal spoke, don't worry, we'll take you someplace to train. She and Bolin led Naruto to the sky bison they came on. They climbed on board, as Opal took the reins, Juicy, yip yip. And so the bison took off. Juicy landed in a rock quarry down the mountain of the air temple. Bolin examined the quarry. This seems like an appropriate spot. Yes, we'll start your earthbending here. All right, Naruto cheered, as he got ready. Bolin continued, first off, watch and see how I do earthbending. Bolin took a stand and performed some earthbending move with pebbles and boulders. Naruto watched in amaze at how the old man was controlling the earth around him. When Bolin finished, he saw Naruto applaud. You like that, huh? That was amazing. I'm glad you think so. With the right training you'll be able to do that and possibly more. Really? With training and practice, Bolin replied. Well, let's get started. Naruto jumped up, while getting pumped. Okay, first we need to get you into the right stance, Bolin said, as he helped Naruto stand in the proper earthbending stance. That's it. Now you must concentrate. Be the earth. Be the earth, Naruto asked puzzled. Yes, to earthbend you must feel one with the earth you stand on. Okay, I'll try. He tried concentrating, but so far nothing happened. He sighed, I got nothing. Bolin wasn't going to let him give up, nor was he gonna give up on him. Jinora did mention you told her you earthbended before. Yeah, but it had to be a fluke that I got it, right? Not quite. How were you feeling when you first did it? Bolin inquired. Well, I was mad and upset when a villager was insulting me. Bolin nodded. You triggered your earthbending through strong emotions. Most beginning benders are able to first trigger their abilities with their emotions. But we'll need to train you to grasp it so that you can use it no matter what you're feeling. Okay, let's try again, Naruto said, as he got back into the stance. So Bolin continued to teach Naruto. Though it took a few tries, Naruto was starting to get the hang of it. He eventually was able to lift a few medium-sized boulders up from the ground. When he tried launching them at a target he was off by a lot. Almost hit Bolin by accident. Eventually they decided to take a break, and were having lunch that Opal packed beforehand. As they ate, Naruto spoke up, so could you tell me some stories from your past? Like how did you ended up becoming friends with Korra? Bolin smiled. Well, this was many years ago, when Mako and I were teenagers. Back then we were pro-bending players. Pro-bending? Naruto asked. Opal answered, a sport developed for benders. It's really popular in Republic City. Bolin continued, Mako, I, along with another were known as the Fire Ferrets, and it was our dream to make it to the finals. Though we were good, we weren't exactly the best. Korra, who came to Republic City to train with Master Tenzin, snuck away from him to come watch a bending match, which we were playing in. I was glad to have met her, but Mako at the time was indifferent. But the next night, our third teammate was a no-show. We were almost disqualified, until Korra stepped in and we could compete. Though Korra was off to a rocky start as a pro bender, she managed to win us the game. Since then she trained with us as we were on our way to the finals. She even saved me when I was captured by a bunch of creeps. Wow, Naruto gasped. Yeah, But despite all the tough times and negative people Korra attracted, Mako and I always stuck by her side and faced the dangers together. You guys sounded really close. Naruto smiled. Yeah, we were like a family. Bolin replied, feeling nostalgic. Family, Naruto repeated, as he started getting emotional. Bolin continued, Mako and I can relate to you, Naruto. What? He and I lost our parents when we were kids, Bolin explained, much to Naruto's surprise. We spent time on the streets doing what we could to survive. We even got involved with a bad crowd. Really? Yeah, those were days I don't miss. Naruto, deciding to change the subject, asked, so how did you and Opal meet? Opal answered, well, this was a long time ago, when we were still young. I was in a city known as Zaofu, home to the Metal Clan. Metal Clan, Naruto wondered. I'll get to that. Bolin at the time was traveling around with Korra looking for new airbenders. And I happened to be one of them. You might say I fell in love with Bolin's goofy and funny personality. Bolin smiled. She continued, I almost wasn't sure if I was going to even go to the air temple to learn, because I was afraid of disappointing my mother if I left home. But I learned from her it was time I started going my own way and not try so hard to please her. Eventually we settled down and started a family. We've got a son who coaches a junior pro bending team in Republic City. Cool. Opal smiled, and decided to share some more history. You know, I happen to be related to the earthbender who taught Avatar Aang during his time. You do? Naruto asked in interest. Opal nodded. My grandmother, Toph Beifong. Could you tell me the story about her, please? Naruto pleaded. Opal chuckled. Okay. Grandma Toph was born blind, and her parents sheltered her thinking her blindness made her fragile and helpless. They had high expectations of her, expecting her to be well-mannered and behaved due to their noble status in the Earth Kingdom. One day Toph ran away from home and into a cave of some blind badger moles who were said to be the first creature to master earthbending and taught it to humans. She learned how to use earthbending by mimicking their movements. After training she learned how to see by sensing the vibrations that pass through the ground. That's cool, Naruto admitted. Opal continued, as she got older she decided to use her earthbending as part of a fighting tournament which she would sneak off behind her parents' backs to attend. That's where she first met Avatar Aang, Sokka, and Katara. Aang automatically wanted her to teach him to earthbend, but she declined. She gained a stubborn streak and independent personality while being isolated from the outside world. But after putting up with her parents' worries and constant overprotectiveness she left home and traveled with Aang teaching him how to earthbend, while also discovering a new form of earthbending. A new form? Naruto wondered. Yes, it was called metalbending. Metalbending. Bolin answered, it's when an earthbender has the ability to bend metal objects. Though not every earthbender can do it. I should know, he admitted sheepishly. Not so good I take it? Naruto asked. Nope, but I did learn a second form of earthbending. It's called lavabending. Lavabending? Sounds awesome, Naruto gasped. It sure is, Bolin nodded. Opal continued on, although Grandma Toph wasn't exactly the best person to get along with, especially for Ms. Katara, she proved that she would always come through for her friends in the end. I also heard she had a crush on Sokka. She chuckled. Really? Naruto gasped. Yes, but Sokka was already into someone else. Anyway, after the 100-Year War she became head of the law enforcement in Republic City as police chief. She and various trained officers trained in metalbending would try to keep peace and uphold the law in the city. She eventually got married twice and had 2 daughters from each husband, my mother Sue and my Aunt Lin. Naruto listened well, as Opal continued, Grandma felt her daughters deserved a better life than the one she had when she was raised. So she gave my mom and aunt more freedom than she did, hoping it would help them find their own paths. It didn't go as well as she hoped. My Aunt Lin, wanting to make my grandma proud, became a cop like her, while my mom was sort of a rebel. A rebel? Naruto asked. Yeah, surprised me when I found out, Opal admitted. Anyway, there was a moment where our family nearly fell apart. You see, Aunt Lin caught my mother who was involved in theft and brought her in. Grandma Toph, torn between what to do, made a hard decision. She destroyed the report and told my mother she had to leave the city and live with her grandparents. Aunt Lin, however, was furious that she let my mother get away with it. My grandma retired from the force a year later, and reconciled with my mom, though my Aunt Lin wanted no part in it. Sounds like your aunt gained your grandma's stubbornness. Naruto noted. You have no idea, Opal laughed. Eventually my grandma left the city and traveled the world in search of enlightenment, until she finally decided to live in the foggy swamp. Wow, so did your mom and aunt ever reconcile? Yes, when Korra and her friends came to see us, Aunt Lin was also there too. I will admit, it wasn't such a good meeting to her for me, or reunion for my mother. But my mother and aunt eventually worked out their differences and made peace. Naruto smiled, good for them. When they finished their lunch, Bolin spoke up, all right, Naruto. Time to get back to work. Ready. Ready, Naruto answered, as he began practicing with Bolin some more. Opal watched with Pabu the third as the boy trained with her husband. As she looked at Naruto she could see a bit of Korra within him. She thought to herself, he reminds me of you, Korra. And with all of us training him I know he'll be a great avatar like you one day. Chapter 4, Fire That Burns. In Konoha, a month had passed since Naruto had left with Jinora to the Southern Air Temple, and Hiruzen was reading the latest letter from the Airbending Master about Naruto's progress with earthbending and that he was ready to start learning firebending. The old man smiled, as he pocketed the letter, and suddenly heard a knock at his door. Enter, he ordered. Walking into the room was Hiruzen's former teammates Homura and Kaharu, and his old rival since childhood Danzo. To this day they are part of his council. He greeted them, well, to what do I owe this unexpected visit? Hiruzen, we need to talk. Danzo began. And what is the matter of us suddenly needing to talk? The Hokage inquired. The whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki. Homura answered. Hiruzen, expecting this sooner or later, answered, why would you want to know his whereabouts? Kaharu spoke, Hiruzen, Naruto Uzumaki has not been seen for many weeks. And how would you know that? There have been no mob outbreaks among the villagers. Danzo replied. Hiruzen's eyes firmed, that's how you keep tabs on him. We came here to see if you knew where he might have gone. Danzo continued, ignoring his question. You three have taken no interest in Naruto's well-being, and now that you have not seen him you're all of a sudden concerned. The Hokage asked, containing his anger towards them. Homura spoke, you know it is dangerous to let a Jinchuriki out of his respective village. Especially for one so young. Kaharu put in. Danzo added, if something were to happen out there to stir up the nine tails, whatever consequences would happen would be on your head. Hiruzen stood up, that's enough out of the three of you. Homura and Kaharu backed down a bit, while Danzo didn't flinch. Naruto may not be in the village now, but he is in good hands. So you do know where he is? Danzo questioned him. Yes, but I refuse to tell you three anything. What? His teammates gasped. You keeping secrets to yourself is an act of treason, you know. Danzo inquired smugly. Don't talk to me about treason, Danzo. Hiruzen warned him to back off. Besides, Naruto may be a Jinchuriki to you. But you'll soon find out he's much more than any of us had ever imagined he'd be. What do you mean by that? Homura inquired. Like I said, the day will come when you realize it, he answered, now leave me. The three took their leave, while Danzo still looked at the Hokage suspiciously. When they were gone, the Hokage sighed in relief. Meanwhile, around the Southern Air Temple below the mountain, Naruto, after successfully learning earthbending from Bolin, was now learning firebending from his older brother Mako. He was first learning all the basic started moves before actually learning how to firebend. Mako, who was demonstrating the movements, spoke. You got the right form, Naruto. Just keep it up. Yes, sensei, Naruto answered, as he followed his teacher's moves. So is it true that firebending was once fueled by rage and anger? That's right. Long after the time of Avatar 1, the Fire Nation twisted its original teaching of being fueled by overpowering force tempered by the unflinching will to accomplish tasks and desires. Mako explained, from the stories I read, Avatar Aang and Fire Lord Zuko had to travel to the land of the Sun Warriors to learn the original art of fueling firebending. They learned it represented energy and life. Since then Zuko found the true way to use firebending rather than rely on his old instincts of anger and hate. How much do you know about Fire Lord Zuko's history? Naruto asked, and Mako stopped. Well, I could tell you the story. Maybe it'll help inspire you. Bolin did say hearing about Chief Beifong's past helped inspire you. All right, Naruto said, as the two sat down, start from the beginning. Well, a long time ago, Zuko was born the first child of Fire Lord Ozai and his wife Princess Ursa. He lived in his father's shadow even at a young age. Fire Lord Ozai felt Zuko lacked that spark to use firebending, and was eventually planning to cast him out. But with the help from Ursa and the Fire Sages, Zuko was given a chance, and succeeded in firebending. But even when he proved his worth to his father, things still weren't at peace. And Zuko's younger sister Azula made it no better. Zuko had a sister, Naruto asked. Yeah, but she was a crazy one, Mako explained. She was born already gifted with the ability to firebend and their father praised her, while she boasted on and on making Zuko feel more inferior. But despite the negativity thrown at Zuko, his mother was always there for him as a pillar of strength. But one night she disappeared, and was labeled dead. Yikes, Naruto gasped. It turned out Fire Lord Ozai at the time was ordered by the current Fire Lord Azulan to kill his firstborn as a way to get Ozai to realize the pain of losing your own child, especially when he requested to be made Fire Lord instead of his older brother Iroh, who was meant to be Fire Lord, but was too caught up in sorrow after losing his son in a battle. So what happened? Ursa had learned of this plan by Azula and spoke with Ozai and concocted a plan to spare Zuko and get Ozai the throne. What did they do? Ursa created a poison for Ozai to use however he pleased. Ozai accepted it, but in return requested Ursa leave the land for fearing he may end up getting a taste of poison himself. She wanted to take Zuko and Azula, but he promised they would be safe with him, and if she tried to take them would hunt her down. So Ozai poisoned his own father and gained the title of Fire Lord, and Zuko's life was spared. That's a relief. Yeah, well, the story of Zuko isn't going to get better so soon, Mako continued. When Zuko was only 13 he wanted to sit in the war room to listen about the plans for war. When he questioned a general's plan to sacrifice many of their own, he was forced to partake in an Agni Kai. Agni Kai. A firebending duel, with one's honor as the prize. Anyway, when Zuko was brought to the arena, he was surprised to discover he was meant to duel his own father and not the general he questioned. Why's that? Questioning a single general was questioning the Fire Lord himself, Mako spoke. Zuko refused to fight his father, and that ended up costing him the duel, his honor, and in the end was left with a burnt scar on his face's left side. Ouch, Naruto cringed at the thought. To further add salt to the wound, he was banished from his home and stripped of his birthright. The only way he could redeem himself was by finding the Avatar who had long since disappeared. The only ones he had was a single ship and crew, and his uncle Iroh. That guy sounded like he had a rough life. Naruto gasped, starting to sympathize with him. Mako nodded. For 2 years, Zuko had been out at sea on what seemed like a meaningless quest. During the time Iroh had tried to help teach Zuko more firebending, and teach him about the other good things in life. When Aang had returned, Zuko spent a very long time trying to catch him, hoping to restore his honor. But after some things happened, Zuko realized it was his destiny to help Avatar Aang defeat his father. After a very unsteady beginning, the members of Team Avatar welcomed Zuko into their group, where Zuko was able to teach Aang firebending, and partook in the final battle against Fire Lord Ozai. After the war ended, Zuko took his rightful place as Fire Lord, and with Aang's help accomplished many more tasks, like building Republic City, and finding his long-lost mother. Awesome, Naruto smiled. Mako nodded, but still, during Zuko's early years as Fire Lord was still a challenge to him, especially with the reputation his family's legacy had. But he still had friends to help him through his troubling times. Just as Korra had me, Bolin, Asami, everyone. He smiled. Naruto smiled, and asked, so is it true you and Korra were an item? Mako looked at him, and asked, where did you hear that from? Naruto smirked, your brother. Mako groaned, Bolin, I'll have to have a word with him later. So did you? Naruto asked, eagerly to know. It was very long ago. When I first met Korra I didn't really think much about her. Bolin did mention you were quite a stiff. Naruto chuckled, as Mako felt more embarrassed. Anyway, after she helped us out in a pro-bending match I grew to respect her. At first I thought of her only as a friend, especially since I started dating Asami, whose father helped us out of our debt problem. But even as I was dating Asami, a part of me continued to grow closer and closer to Korra. I ended up ending it with Asami, and chose to be with Korra. Wow, so how was it dating the Avatar? Naruto inquired. A wave of issues, he answered, while we cared about each other. I was put into a lot of pressures about supporting her. There were times when she turned to me for support on certain matters regarding her position of Avatar or Tenzin's teachings. When I try reasoning with her or supporting her, she'd take it as if I was taking others' sides and not hers. Eventually, she was willing to try and do something drastic to stop a civil war between the North and South Poles behind President Reiko's back, until I stepped in and stopped it. We broke up because of that. Whoa, Naruto gasped. I once tried going back with Asami, but it didn't last any longer. So you just remained single afterward? Naruto asked. For a long time, yes. But enough about me, let's get back to your training, Mako instructed, as the two got up and began practicing some more. A few days later, Naruto and Mako were still practicing, and Naruto was finally using firebending. He launched his fists forward, sending 2 fireballs at 2 training dummies, lighting them on fire. Mako, who was watching him, spoke up. Your aim is improving, Naruto. Just keep concentrating. Right, Naruto answered, as he concentrated and started firebending more and more targets. As Naruto continued to train, Bolin, Asami, and Opal arrived. I see he's coming along with his firebending. Bolin noticed. No doubt because he has a great teacher. Asami smiled, and Mako chuckled. Ahem, Bolin cleared his throat. Not that you're not a great teacher too, Bolin. Asami changed her choice of words. Mako spoke, watching him train like this is just like watching Korra. I know, Bolin admitted. The three watched while remembering all the good times with their old Avatar friend. That night in the temple statue room, Naruto stood before the statue of Avatar Korra, looking up at it. He gazed into the eyes of the statue, almost as if he was expecting something to happen. A voice snapped him out of it. Naruto, what are you doing in here? Naruto looked back and saw Jinora. Oh, Master Jinora, don't sneak up on me like that, he said in relief. Sorry, so what brings you in here when you should be in bed? I thought if I stood before Korra's statue maybe I can communicate with her or something. You know, like how she was able to talk to Aang and Wan? Naruto asked. Jinora smiled, trying to make a connection to a past life doesn't always come easy to the Avatar, especially for one starting out. Korra wasn't able to fully talk to Aang or Wan so easily, until she was able to tap into the Avatar state. But the training my sibs and I have for you to undergo when you're ready to learn airbending will be able to help you with that. Until then, you still have more firebending lessons to learn from Mako. She held him close. I understand, he answered. Good, now come along, time for bed. She escorted him out, before he took one last glance at Korra's statue. Chapter 5, Mastering Air and Enemies from Before. Naruto was once again training with Mako in learning firebending, but this time was practicing to use lightning. So far he wasn't managing so well, which was starting to irritate him. Man, why can't I do it? Naruto grumbled. Mako chuckled. Easy, Naruto. Not every trick can come to a bender just yet, especially one of your age. Even if you are the Avatar. That's for sure, came a voice. The two looked and saw Milo approaching. How has Naruto's firebending training been going, Mako? Very well, Milo, although his ability to channel lightning is coming along slow. The older man answered. Well, perhaps he needs some time off from learning firebending. Milo suggested. Naruto, it's time me and my siblings taught you some airbending. Naruto gasped. All right. Follow me, please, Milo ordered, and Naruto did before looking back. Thanks, Mako-sensei, I'll see you later. Good luck, Naruto, Mako replied, as he watched the two leave. Later on, Milo and Naruto stood before some rotating gates. The old man explained, this will be your first exercise in learning how to airbend. What do I got to do? Naruto asked. Airbending is all about spiral movements. When you meet resistance, you must be able to switch direction at a moment's notice, Milo began. You are to maneuver through the gates without touching them. But the catch is you must do it while they spin. How can I do that? Naruto asked, seeing it looked impossible. Milo smirked, as he held a single leaf in his hand. He used his airbending to start the gates spinning. You must be the leaf, Naruto. Flow with the air. He released the leaf, as it was drawn into the spinning gates and moved through them without touching before reaching the end. Be the leaf, Naruto repeated. Okay. Milo used another gust of wind to restart the gates. Begin. Naruto ran for the gates and started maneuvering through them, or rather was dodging for his life. He ended up smacking into one gate followed by more until he fell out through the other end groaning. Ouch, he groaned. Milo stood above him. Do not be discouraged. Korra wasn't able to master this exercise right away herself. You just have to be patient, as said multiple times by my father. All right, let's try again, Naruto said, as he took a position back by the starting point. Milo watched as Naruto went through the exercise again, managing to avoid conflict from the gates, but eventually got nailed and stumbled out of the gates. But that wasn't stopping Naruto, as he continued multiple times. The more times he tried, the less times he was getting hit. After his 15th try, Naruto panted, as Milo spoke, "What say we take a break?" "Yeah, I could use one of those." Naruto panted in exhaustion. So the two were relaxing, as Naruto waited to be back at full strength so he could go for another go at the exercise. Milo spoke, "While you've yet to complete the first exercise with ease, you're still progressing well. Especially since you're so determined. I'm not going to stop until I get that exercise down," Naruto assured the old man. Milo smiled. You know, Korra herself was also struggling how to use airbending when she first came to Republic City. But she was determined to master it, especially when dealing with Amon. Who's Amon? Naruto asked curiously. The very first enemy Korra had encountered when her days as the Avatar started. Milo explained. Could you tell me the story? Naruto pleaded. Milo smiled. Well, why not? Naruto got comfy, as Milo began. Well, to understand Amon I need to tell you how it started long before my time. It was during the adult years of my grandfather Aang. Him and Chief Beifong had apprehended a crime boss known as Yakone. He was a danger to Republic City because of his unique ability to bloodbend at will. Bloodbend? What's that? Naruto asked. A form of waterbending. Bloodbending allows the user to manipulate the fluids inside of a person's body and control them like a puppet master. That doesn't sound pleasant. But why did you say, at will? The catch to this dangerous form of bending is that it can only be used on a full moon. At least that's how it normally was. Grandma Katara, after being tricked into learning waterbending from a former of the Southern Water Tribe, used bloodbending and was scarred from it. After the 100-Year War, Gran outlawed that form of bending. Whoa, Naruto gasped. Now back to Yakone, he could do it at will. That's right, after Yakone was convicted, he used his bloodbending to try and escape, but my grandfather removed his ability to bend, and Yakone was put behind bars. That was supposed to be the end of him, but Korra found some hidden secrets about Yakone she got from a reliable source. What? Yakone had managed to escape from prison and fled Republic City. He altered his face and took on a new identity. He moved to the Northern Water Tribe and fell in love with a woman who would eventually become his wife. Together they had 2 children, the oldest Notak and the youngest Tarlok. They lived a happy life together, until Yakone discovered both his sons were born with waterbending. At that point, he taught them to master their bending abilities while being fueled for his hatred of the Avatar and his bending stripping power. Then one night he took them on what was supposed to be a hunting trip, but he instead told his sons the truth about himself, and that they also have the ability to bloodbend. He started taking them on hunting trips on full moons to train them in the art of bloodbending. Tarlok was a slow learner and lacked the motivation. Notak on the other hand had mastered it when he was 14. Then to further push them past their limits, Yakone ordered his boys to bloodbend each other. Tarlok refused to do it, and Yakone was furious at his youngest son's weakness. Before he could harm his boy, Notak bloodbended him to protect his brother. Notak decided to run away and start anew and offered the same chance to his younger brother. But Tarlok refused, and Notak left on his own. Eventually Yakone passed away, as did his wife. Whoa, so does this Notak have connections to Amon? Naruto asked. Milo answered, Notak was Amon. What? Naruto gasped. That's right, over time, Notak discovered he could use his unlimited bloodbending ability to strip a bender of their ability to bend permanently. He eventually adopted the alias of Amon and formed together a cult known as the Equalists. I've heard about that from Genora. What are the Equalists? Amon's followers, non-benders who were led to believe all benders oppress those who cannot. Amon, using a false story about how his family were farmer folk and were killed by a firebender and that his ability to take away bending was a gift bestowed upon him, was able to persuade non-benders to follow his lead. Yikes! Naruto gasped. During Korra's arrival at Republic City, Amon was doing all he can to stir up the conflict between the benders and the non-benders. And all those who tried to fight him ended up getting captured and stripped of their bending. Every chance he struck, he was always a step ahead of everyone. He even made Korra shake in fear. What a jerk! Naruto frowned. Well, Amon wasn't the only one stirring up trouble in the city. Who else was there? Tarlok. Wait, Notak's brother. Milo nodded. Him and his father believed Notak had died out there when he left them. Tarlok went on to become part of the Republic City Council, using various shady and risky methods to obtain his position and for power. The actions he sought to enact and the criticism he had put on Korra was only making things worse in the city from both sides. When he started arresting civilians who weren't equalists, Korra tried to stop him, but Tarlok revealed his bloodbending ability and captured Korra to keep her out of his way. Eventually Amon discovered this and removed Tarlok's bending and taken him hostage. Korra found her way back to us, and after discovering Tarlok told her the truth about his past and Notak's. Wow! When Korra and the rest of her friends went in to fight Amon and the Equalists, Korra exposed Amon for the fraud he really was, turning his followers against him. Notak fled the city and reunited with Tarlok. We had thought they had gotten away, but sometime afterward a destroyed boat and 2 bodies were found, both being Tarlok's and Notak's. What happened? We assumed that Tarlok had taken both his and his brother's lives for the sake of all. Milo answered. Whoa! Naruto gasped in shock. Once Amon was defeated, the Equalists were disbanded, but still there would always be someone who felt as if benders would oppress non-benders. Just not on the same level of dangerous as Amon was. I can't believe that Notak felt that benders were evil. Well, in a sense he was right. There are benders out there who use their ability to hurt innocent people. Fire Lord Ozai was the same. Amon may have wanted equality for all, but his ideals blinded him too much. He chose a path that led him down into darkness. Naruto looked moved by Milo's story, before standing up. Let's continue. Milo wondered. If people like that existed out in Republic City, then I can assume there are people like Amon who exist in the ninja lands as well. If I want to be the Avatar, I need to know all 4 elements so that if someone like him comes along I can be there to stop them. So let's get back to airbending. Milo smiled, seeing Naruto's confidence and determination has jumped back up. So he brought Naruto back to the gates and started the exercise again. After trying it twice with only crashing fewer times, Naruto stood ready to give it one final try. Be the leaf, Naruto thought to himself, as he envisioned himself as a leaf, and ran into the gates. Milo watched as Naruto moved through the gates perfectly without touching them. He smiled, seeing the lesson was finally sinking in. When Naruto came out from the other side, Milo approached. Well done, Naruto. I did it, I actually did it, Naruto cheered, as he jumped around in excitement. Milo laughed. I remember how spirited I was when I was about your age. Let's go for another few rounds, Naruto pleaded, as he continued to go through the course more times to make sure his first success at it wasn't a fluke. That night as Naruto slept in his quarters, he could hear a female voice echo in his thoughts, Naruto. Naruto. Naruto started looking stressed as the voice continued to call out to him. He eventually woke up gasping. He looked around his room, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. What was that? I must be working too hard, I'm starting to hear things. He fell back asleep. The next day he was practicing producing puffs of air from Ikki. When Ikki saw Naruto was slowly getting the hang of it, she started teaching him more airbending techniques such as air funnels, air blasts, and air punches kicks. The old woman watched as Naruto was using those techniques on dummies and targets. When Naruto finished the last dummy set up, Ikki clapped. Very impressive, Naruto. I see Milo wasn't joking when he told me of your progress. Thank you, Master Ikki. Naruto bowed his head in respect. Why don't you take a break? I'll tell you a story about how Korra first truly changed the world. She offered. Okay, Naruto said, as he took a position by his second airbending instructor. Before I do, Jinora did tell you about the story of Avatar 1 and Rava, correct? She did. Good, then I won't have to go over those details. What's this story going to be about? How Korra was able to reunite the spirit and the humans, Ikki began. After the events of the Equalists, Korra and her friends attended a Southern Water Tribe spirit festival which was originally meant to honor the spirits. Okay, Naruto listened closely. Among the guests was Chief Unalaq of the Northern Water Tribe, and Korra's uncle. Korra's uncle? Naruto asked, as Ikki nodded. Unalaq and Korra's father Tonrak both lived up in the north, until Unalaq got Tonrak banished. Banished? How and why? Naruto asked in confusion. Unalaq had always been interested in spirits. He learned about the legend of Wan and Rava and their battle against Vadu. He was believed it was a mistake for Wan to close the portal to the spirit world and leave the spirits there, creating imbalance. So he devised a plan to reopen the portals in the north and south poles where he would release Vadu from his imprisonment. Whoa, Naruto gasped. Before that he needed power and authority. Ikki began. With him being youngest, it was his brother who would be next in line for position as chief. So he devised a plan to hire barbarians to attack the north. They fled into a forest sacred to spirits. When Tonrak brought his men to attack the barbarians on sacred grounds, it stirred up the spirits dwelling them, turning them into dark spirits. Dark spirits? Yes, spirits feed off the energy of those around them. Negativity and hatred corrupt them and they turn into dark spirits. Views of this the spirits attacked, and Unalaq, using a form of spirit bending known to waterbenders, guided them back to the forest. Because of Korra's father's reckless choice and for endangering their city, was banished from the north. With him gone, Unalaq was given the title of chief. Creep, Naruto grumbled. Since then he waited patiently, until the new avatar would arise. To his surprise, it was Korra, the daughter of his own brother. He offered to train Korra in the spiritual sense rather than my father, but he and Tonrak implored Korra to not follow him. But Unalaq played Korra by revealing that the reason why Korra was sheltered and kept hidden away in the south wasn't the word of Avatar Aang, but their choice. Why would they lie to her? Naruto asked in confusion. You'll find out down the road, Ikki continued. With Korra furious about all the lies told to her by her father and Tenzin, she went with Unalaq, who told her to begin she would need to open the first portal located in the south. She was successful, but afterward things only got harder. How? When northerners came to the south, they started setting up blockades for the southerners, who started protesting on Unalaq's idea of opening the portals. Tensions started rising among both sides, and Korra was powerless to do anything about it. But Unalaq told her she needed to focus more on opening the portal in the north. However, various southerners started leading secret revolts to take down Unalaq and were all captured, even Korra's parents, for being under suspicion. So then what happened? After Korra discovered what happened between Unalaq and her dad years ago, she and her friends broke her father and the other southerners out of jail and took them someplace safe. But the civil war between the sides was still going on. Korra tried various times to get people to help her, but none of them came to her aid. Now I see what Mako-sensei meant, why he and Korra broke up. Naruto realized. Ikki nodded. Korra tried to enlist the help of the Fire Nation but was attacked by a dark spirit and gained amnesia. After looking deep inside herself and discovered the truth about Avatar Wan and Rava, she caught on to Unalaq's true motivation. What was that? Unalaq didn't just want the spirits to return. He wanted to set Vadu free so they could fuse together and become the Dark Avatar. Dark Avatar? Naruto gasped, not liking the sound of that. Yes, with Vadu's power, Unalaq would bring about a new age for the humans and spirits. He managed to succeed and threatened Republic City. He even dealt a lot of damage to Korra by not only severing her link to all her past lives including Wan and my grandpa, but ripped Rava out of her and destroyed her. But how did Korra become the Avatar again if Rava was gone? Naruto questioned. Ikki explained, Rava and Vadu represented light and darkness. One cannot exist without the other, and even if one were destroyed they would return again differently. How's that? Well, if Rava were to actually destroy Vadu, the little bit of darkness that exists in Rava would grow until Vadu was reborn again, starting the battle once again. Darkness in light? Naruto asked. Yes, in every light there is always a shadow of darkness, but in the deepest darkness there is always a ray of light, Ikki explained. Naruto listened to this, started putting two and two together. Korra looked deep into Vadu and pulled out what little light he had in him to bring Rava back. After refusing, Korra was able to use her spirit bending on Unavatu, vanquishing them both. Awesome, Naruto smiled. Ikki nodded, though the events of harmonic convergence when both portals were opened stayed opened by Korra's decision. She agreed that it was time the spirits did return and that a new age where both spirits and humans lived together. So spirits do live among us? Naruto asked. Yes, all over the land spirits had begun living among the humans. So how come I've never seen spirits in the ninja land, or anyone ever reporting them? Ikki answered, because your ninja lands are a breeding ground of hatred. And the spirits don't like feeding off hatred. You understand? Yeah, I do, Naruto admitted, recalling all the times he talked with Hiruzen about constant conflict between each of the nations, be it for power and authority, so the spirits and the humans conversed easily afterward. Not that easily, Ikki replied. After the events there were still some issues to work with. Like after the spirits returned, spirit vines started to grow throughout Republic City. And many of the citizens weren't so fond of them, especially the president. But change is never easy, and over time the spirits and the humans continued to learn and adapt with change despite setbacks and struggles. I see, Naruto answered, and thought on about the concept of change. Sometime later, Naruto was meditating with Jinora for a while in the temple, until both let out a breath. That was good meditation, Naruto. Thank you, Master Jinora, Naruto thanked her, before speaking, Master. Yes. When I learned about harmonic convergence from your sister, it changed the world, uniting the spirits and the humans. But there was more than that to come from it, wasn't there? Jinora, seeing he was starting to figure things out, answered, yes. The effects of harmonic convergence not only brought back the spirits, but also awakened airbending form many ordinary people, like Kai and my uncle Bumi. So that's how the airbenders were reborn. It was a start to bring back balance among the nations, Jinora admitted. Korra, myself, and our friends ventured throughout the Earth Kingdom in search of airbenders. Kai being one of them. But we found out the Earth Queen at the time had been taking airbenders prisoner to train them for an army she was building. Sounds like a greedy woman. Naruto scowled. You have no idea, Jinora replied. So did you rescue them? Yes, my father, my siblings, and I taught the new recruits airbending. Though it was difficult at first since they had no idea what being an airbender was all about, and my father getting his hopes up too high. But eventually we pulled together and trained a new age of airbenders. However, another person was granted the ability to airbend, someone who, like Unalaq, almost destroyed Korra. Who was that? Zaire, Jinora answered. Zaire, Naruto asked. Yes, he was part of an organization known as the Red Lotus. Red Lotus? That's right. When Korra was just a child, after she was discovered to be the Avatar, Zaire and others including Unalaq were set to capture Korra. Only for Zaire and his closest comrades to be betrayed by Unalaq. They were sentenced to special prisons to negate their certain bending abilities. Is this really why Korra was sheltered? Yes, to protect her from any other member of the Red Lotus that might still be at large, Jinora confirmed. Anyway, 13 years the Red Lotus were interrogated about their motives, but none of them cracked. So, this one guy Zaire became an airbender? Naruto asked. Yes, during his lockup he began studying on-air nomad culture, preferably the legend of Guru Legima. After he used his newfound bending to escape his prison, he went to collect 3 of his closest allies. Gazan, a lavabender, Minghua, a waterbender who used water for arms being armless, and Pali, a combustion bender. So I guess they sought Korra like they did before. They did. They infiltrated Zaofu and tried to take her, but were unsuccessful. Still, Korra was determined to find them. She ended up meditating into the spirit world and found Zaire. Zaire came clean and told Korra everything about the Red Lotus. Unalaq's plan to use Korra to free Vadu and fuse with him was not part of their plan. Rather, they themselves wanted to train Korra and make her see their ways. Their ways? As I said before, Zaire studied the air nomad teachings very hard, and developed a strong belief in airbending's representation of freedom. He believed that the world should not have leaders, and that mankind should be in charge of themselves with no rules and laws. That is the ultimate freedom in his eyes. I don't know anything about laws and rules on a ruler's level, but aren't they what keep things in order and not chaotic? Naruto asked. That is true, but Zaire believed chaos was the only true order. He wanted to usher in a new era and leave behind the old one. Starting with the genocide of every ruler in the nations. Whoa, Naruto started getting worried. He began by killing the Earth Queen, and all of the Ba Sing Se was thrown into chaos. He and his friends even took over the Northern Air Temple and captured the airbenders, my mother, everyone. Zaire forced Korra to give herself up for their safety. And she did. Zaire then captured Korra after an enticing battle and wanted to end the Avatar cycle by killing her while in the Avatar state. With the Avatar gone, man would be allied only with himself and loved ones and in natural order without borders nor an Avatar. The poison he used seeped into Korra and drove her insane. She escaped, but through her blind rage for thinking Zaire had murdered her father mercilessly attacked him. Oh, man, Naruto gasped. Thankfully they were able to stop Korra and apprehend Zaire. Sue bended the metallic poison out of Korra so she regained herself, but she was still messed up afterward physically and emotionally. This Zaire sounded like an absolute psycho, Naruto said, after listening to the story. Yes, he also had certain good intentions, but he became too blinded by his beliefs he nearly threw the world out of balance. But he was a very special airbender. How so? He unlocked the ability of flight. Flight, but can't you guys do that already? Only with the use of gliders or wing suits, Jinora corrected him. Zaire was able to fly without using either. How's that possible? Remember how I said he studied the teachings of Guru Lagima? Naruto nodded. That guru was the first to discover the secret to weightlessness and unlocked the airbending ability of flight. By relinquishing his earthly attachments, Lagima achieved flight and was able to live the last portion of his life untethered from the earth. Whoa, and Zaire did the same. He did. After watching the death of his loved one Pali, he let go of his last earthly tether and unlocked the ability of flight. That would be so cool if it wasn't used by a madman. Naruto said. I know. He was the second airbender to have unlocked it, Jinora explained. Even with Zaire locked up once again, and the airbenders freed, there was still the matter of the crisis in the Earth Kingdom. With Korra in rehab, we all had to work together in restoring balance. Awesome. Jinora smiled, and looked serious. Remember, Naruto, while you are not born an airbender like Korra, it is important you use the teachings of the air nomads wisely, unlike Zaire who violated the air nomads' laws of taking lives. While it's true the Avatar is meant to take action, you must always remember the possibilities of peaceful negotiating before violence. I'll remember, Naruto promised, as the two smiled and decided to get another hour of meditation in. The very next day, Naruto was using what airbending he learned to create an air scooter to ride on top of the same way Aang and the other airbenders have used. Supervising him were Kai and Rohan. Naruto laughed as he rode around on his ball of air. This is so awesome. He cheered, as he continued to ride around. Oh, to be that young and spirited. Rohan said. Yeah, Kai agreed. Naruto pulled to a halt and jumped off his spherical ball of air that dispersed. Oh, Master Rohan, your grandfather was a certified genius to make up something like this. I know, Rohan nodded. You're doing well for airbending, but there's still more for you to learn if you aim to be a master. Kai explained. Yes, Master Kai, Naruto bowed his head. So I was wondering, do you two know of the story that happened with Korra after the events of the Red Lotus? Kai spoke. I know it the most. Could you tell me about it? I want to know more about Korra. The boy pleaded. Kai and Rohan looked at each other, before smiling, and Kai answered, very well. The three sat down, as Kai told Naruto the story. Since you know of what happened after Zaire was brought back to prison, I'll continue from there. Korra was brought back to the south for rehab with Master Katara. While me and the new airbenders vowed to restore balance in the Earth Kingdom. However, our attempts to restore balance to the Earth Kingdom was constantly conflicted by another who sought to restore the Earth Kingdom in her own way. Who was that? Naruto asked. Kuvira. The two old men answered together. Who's Kuvira? Kai answered. Kuvira was captain of Zaofu's guard who aided in our mission to rescue the airbenders from the Red Lotus. After we brought them to justice, we all sought to restore the Earth Kingdom, but Kuvira had other intentions. She grew up under Su Beifong's supervision after her parents abandoned her as a child. During that time she became heavily influenced by Su's progressive ideology of modernization and self-fulfillment. She was able to stabilize Ba Sing Se and was appointed as the nation's provisional leader. She set out to reunite the rest of the kingdom and earned the title of Great Uniter. But it didn't stop there. Rohan spoke up. According to my siblings, Kuvira tried to convince President Reiko, Su, and Tenzin to help her reunite the Earth Kingdom. Su, however, felt Kuvira's actions would make them appear as conquerors and would bring about war. Kuvira, unable to persuade her, left Zaofu with Su's oldest son Badar Jr. Kai continued, Kuvira since then, traveled to states overrun by bandits and bargained with their leaders, offering protection and supplies in return for their allegiance to her. However, once the towns were stabilized, she forced the citizens into slave labor in order to serve her war effort and sent off those who would not cooperate to re-education camps. This Kuvira is starting to sound like a dictator. Naruto started. Exactly, Rohan confirmed, as Naruto listened to Kai. 3 years after the Red Lotus incident, Kuvira stepped up her mark by seizing control over the Earth Kingdom and turned it into an Earth Empire. She even threatened the other world leaders to not stand in her way or she would retaliate without mercy. This woman is starting to scare me. Naruto shivered. The two nodded. She continued from there, taking back more cities belonging to the Earth Kingdom including Zaofu. When Su and her family tried to stop Kuvira herself, she had them arrested and brought in. Korra, after coming out of her funk, tried to stop her, but couldn't bring herself to bring her down. Then Kuvira wanted to take Republic City by using a giant mecha suit powered by harvest spirit vines from Foggy Swamp. Opal, Bolin, Toph, and Lin managed to break Su and her family out and get them back to the city to warn us of the threat. When Kuvira arrived with her giant mecha suit and her army, they nearly tore apart the city with her spirit cannon, Kai continued, until Mako and Bolin got inside the suit to disable it from within. When the mecha suit shut down, Kuvira still tried to take Korra down with her spirit cannon. Korra managed to energy bend the beam and as a result opened up a new portal into the spirit world. Kuvira, realizing she lost, stood down, and the two returned to the human world where Kuvira was taken into custody. Did Kuvira ever manage to make peace with Su and the others? Naruto asked. It took a few years, but Su and her family eventually forgave her. Especially Baatar Jr. after she tried to sacrifice him just to get Republic City. Korra really did deal with a lot of crazies driven by powerful beliefs. Naruto realized. Rohan nodded, yes, they each may have had good intentions. Aemon wanting equality for all, Unalak bringing back the spirits, Zaire believing in freedom, and Kuvira wanting to unite all. But they took their ideologies too far and were threatening to throw the world out of balance. If Korra was not there to stop them, there wouldn't be a world today. Kai finished. And will I be facing people like that down the road? Naruto asked. We cannot be certain, but as long as war exists there will always be people like those guys, Kai answered, but as long as the Avatar exists to help maintain balance in the world, then there will always be hope for the people of nations and lands. Naruto nodded, as he continued to process everything. That night in the Temple of Past Avatars, Naruto once again stood before Korra's statue looking up at it. Korra, I don't know if you can really hear me, but I want you to know I'm learning all I can about you. You were amazing with all you've done and accomplished. I hope one day I can be a great avatar just like you. Mako, Bolin, Jinora, Ikki, Milo, Rohan, and Kai will make sure of it. I don't know what lies ahead for me in the future. The obstacles I'll face, the people I'll meet, but I know no matter what I'll face them head on and won't run from them. So I hope you'll watch over me when I do. He bowed his head to the statue before leaving the room to head for bed, unaware of the eyes of Korra's statue glowing before fading. Chapter 6. Republic City. One morning in the sky, Naruto was riding on Pepper with Jinora steering and Asami riding with them. Naruto spoke to Jinora, how much further until we get to Republic City? Jinora smiled, we're already here, Naruto. Naruto looked down and gasped upon seeing the metropolis known as Republic City, wow. He gasped. Pepper got down lower as they flew past the statue of Avatar Aang, Avatar Aang. Jinora nodded, as Pepper touched down on Jinora's former home, welcome, Naruto, to Air Temple Island. Jinora welcomed him. Naruto climbed off with Asami and looked around, wow. So you and your siblings grew up here on this island? Naruto asked the Master Airbender. That's right, it was like the safest place there was, but now we use it as a second headquarters in case anything were to happen at one of the air temples. Asami spoke up, and after harmonic convergence a lot of spirit vines overflowed the city. I had to spend time here until the city and the spirit learned to live together. Why don't we get settled in? Jinora suggested, and after we'll give you a tour of the city. Awesome, Naruto said in excitement. So after the three got settled in, they took a boat ride all the way to the city. Naruto looked around in wonder as the whole city was part forest due to the spirit vines and part electrical with moving transportation devices he learned were called satomobiles, developed by Asami's family company. What really astounded him was all the little spirit creatures that were flying around or roaming the city alongside various citizens. So this is Republic City? Naruto asked in wonder. That's right, a lot of wonderful things happened in this very city. Jinora explained. Naruto looked over seeing a pillar of light shooting into the sky. What's that? That's the spirit portal Korra opened up during her battle with Kuvira, Asami explained. It connects both our world and the spirit world. So there's more than just the portals in the north and south? Naruto asked. Correct, Jinora confirmed. Can anybody use this portal to go to the spirit world? Naruto inquired. At first it was open to all, but over time to ensure no unwanted force were to enter it we had guards block it off and only those with authorization can get in. Jinora explained. I guess there were still others willing to cause problems in the spirit world even after Korra defeated Kuvira? Naruto asked. Unfortunately, Jinora replied. They continued walking until they made it to the park. Asami spoke. This is Avatar Korra Park. It was named after Korra sometime after her fight with Zaire. Amazing, Naruto said, as he saw a statue of Korra. He smiled at the statue and noticed Asami looking at the statue closely while smiling with a single tear in her eye. Naruto was confused, until Jinora spoke up. Asami, come on, we need to introduce Naruto to his new waterbending master. Oh, right, Asami snapped out of it as the two old ladies escorted Naruto off. Soon enough they arrived at Future Industries, which since Asami's younger years had grown and expanded just as the city did. Welcome to Future Industries, Naruto, Asami began. My company makes some of the best technologies and automotives in the world. Konoha's got nothing on this stuff, Naruto said, in wonder. They went inside the factory as Naruto looked at all the machinery building devices from vehicles to other electronic devices. Jinora spoke to Asami. Looks like Akiza's got the place under control as always. Yes, she sure does. Asami agreed. Who's Akiza? Naruto asked, until they heard a voice in the distance. And how are our sales looking in the Fire Nation? Sales are up by 20%. A voice said. They looked ahead and saw a woman in her 40s dressed in a business suit with dark skin, long black hair, and blue eyes. She was surrounded by workers giving her the latest in their sales. Excellent, and how are they in the Earth Kingdom? The woman asked. Up by 15%, another worker answered. Splendid. Akiza, a voice called, as the woman known as Akiza saw Asami and Jinora. Could you all excuse me? She asked, as she slipped out of her crowd of workers and went over to the two older ladies. Mom. Jinora, she hugged the two. It's so good to see you. Jinora greeted her. Naruto looked up realizing the woman addressed Asami as Mom. Mom. He asked. Akiza noticed the boy. Is this him? She asked Asami. That's right, Akiza. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Korra's legacy. Akiza smiled and she lowered herself to Naruto's level. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Akiza. I'm Asami and Avatar Korra's child. Child? Naruto asked in confusion. Adopted, actually, Asami cleared the air, but yes. Our child. Naruto was beyond confused, until Akiza spoke up. So Jinora told me you need someone to teach you about waterbending, right? Yes, ma'am, Naruto nodded. Well, you're in luck. I learned all my waterbending from Mama Korra, and I can teach you the same way she taught me. I'd appreciate that, Naruto replied. Come on, we can go to my place. Akiza offered. Are you sure you should be leaving now? Jinora wondered. Things are all in order here. They can manage the rest of the day without me. Plus I want to get home to see my family. Well, let's get going, Asami said, as Akiza left with the three. They arrived at the Sato mansion, with Naruto looking up at the building. Wow. You live here? He asked Akiza. Yes. At first it was owned by Mom and Grandpa Hiroshi, Akiza motioned to Asami, but when Mother retired from Future Industries and I took over I inherited this place with my new family. She showed them inside. When Naruto entered he looked in awe at how luxurious the mansion was, almost as if it were built for a king. Wow. He gasped. Walking in was a man roughly the same age as Akiza. He had short brown hair and wore glasses over his green eyes. Akiza, welcome home, The man greeted her. Thank you, Coke. She hugged the man and spoke to Naruto. Naruto, this is my husband Coke. Nice to meet you, sir. Naruto greeted him. So this is the new avatar. A pleasure to meet you. Coke shook Naruto's hand. Mommy, Grandma Asami, a voice cried, as they saw a girl about Naruto's age come down the stairs. She had dark skin like Akiza, short hair tied into a small upward ponytail like Korra used to have when she was a child, and wore water tribe boots, blue baggy pants, and a black sleeveless shirt. Ming, Akiza hugged the girl with Asami. Have you been a good girl? Asami asked. The best, Ming answered brightly. That's my granddaughter. Ming noticed Naruto and looked curious. Hey, who's that? Akiza smiled. Someone who will be with us for a while. This is Naruto Uzumaki. Ming approached and smiled. Nice to meet you. She noticed the marks on his cheeks. I love your cute birthmarks. They look like little whiskers. Naruto blushed sheepishly. This is my daughter Ming Ming. Akiza introduced Naruto. That's me, but please call me Ming. The girl added. Okay, Naruto nodded. Naruto's going to be learning how to waterbend, just like you. Akiza explained. Ming looked excited. Really, then does that mean I have an underclassman? That's right. Cool, Ming cheered, as she brought Naruto over. You're gonna be learning waterbending by not only my mom, but me as well. Can't wait, Naruto replied, while feeling flustered at how close Ming was to him. Why don't you take Naruto around back and show him some of the basics? Akiza suggested. I'll be along with you shortly. Okay, mommy, come on, Naruto. Ming dragged Naruto along, as he tried to keep up with her. Ming took Naruto out back to a beautiful garden complete with a large pool. They stood before it. As Ming spoke, we can use this to help you practice. Then let's get started. Watch what I do. Ming held her hands out to the water and started moving her hands back and forth. Naruto watched and saw the water was moving in small wave motions like at the beach. He watched Ming practice. Before she stopped. Now you try it. Okay, so how do I do it? Naruto asked. Just stand right here like me, Ming instructed, as Naruto followed her move. She continued, now you must feel the flow of the water. Be one with it. She mimed the hand movements that Naruto mimicked. As Naruto did so, he noticed the water wasn't moving like it did with Ming. It's not working. It's okay, even the basic steps don't come to first-timers so easy. Ming explained, as she continued to practice with Naruto. 20 minutes in, Akiza came in and saw the two children practicing. And how's everything going? Akiza asked. Going great, Naruto's finally getting the hang of it. Ming explained. No doubt from having such a good senior student. Akiza ruffled Ming's head, as she giggled. So now I'm gonna be learning from you? Naruto asked the older woman. Correct, and since you got the basic exercise down, we can pick it up from there, Akiza explained. Ming's also learning from me as well. So both of you can learn together. Then let's get this started. Naruto cheered, as Ming giggled. You're funny, you know that, she teased. I am not, Naruto argued. Or two. Not. Akiza rolled her eyes knowing this was gonna be a challenge. A few hours later, Akiza was watching Naruto and Ming were waterbending the water in the pool, creating two swirling pillars of water. The two made the pillars disperse and Akiza clapped. Well done, both of you. We did it, Naruto cheered with Ming as they danced around happily, before giving each other their personal space while feeling flustered. Why don't we break for lunch? Akiza offered. Sounds good to me, Naruto admitted. Soon they were in the dining hall as a chef brought in some delicious food. Naruto salivated in joy. Yes. Real food, he cheered. Still not used to the vegetarian diet at the Air Temple? Asami asked. Are you kidding me? I've been eating so many greens I feel like I'm nothing but skin and bones. Naruto replied, as Ming giggled. Well, eat up, Akiza said, as the three ate. As Naruto ate, he decided to ask Akiza a question. Ms. Akiza, can I ask you something? Sure. How are you the adopted daughter of Korra and Asami Basen? Akiza could tell how curious he was, and answered, well, my parents were originally from the Southern Water Tribe. When I was born, we moved to Republic City to have a new life. Then when I was about 6 years old, my parents were killed by a firebender working for one of the remaining crime gangs in the city. He was caught and brought to face justice, but I was left without a home. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. Akiza nodded, and my parents told me they were going to teach me how to waterbend. But that didn't happen. Eventually I was brought to Republic City Orphanage. I tried to teach myself how to waterbend, but all I did was cause a mess. I got into trouble because of it. I can relate to getting into trouble, Naruto admitted. Akiza continued, I'd watched time after time kids getting adopted while I was always ignored. Then one day Avatar Korra and Asami came to the orphanage looking to adopt. They were shown multiple children to choose from, but when Korra saw me she could see it in my eyes I was the one for her and Asami. Really? Korra could tell I had a kind heart and that I just wanted to be loved. She also could tell I had been through traumatizing experiences. So they adopted me and raised me like their own. When I was 9 Korra taught me how to waterbend, and Mother Asami had shown me the wonders of future industries. I became infatuated with all the ideas and projects the company was working on and voiced some of my own ideas and thoughts. Asami, seeing how smart I was, decided to teach me everything about the company, business dealings, and everything else. It would one day be my place in life to lead future industries into the new age when Mother Asami stepped down as head of the company. Wow, Naruto gasped. I eventually settled down with Koku, who was a pro-bending coach at the time, and months later we had Ming. Naruto smiled, as he listened to Akiza, but was still curious about Asami and her relationship with Korra. He needed to get some answers out of her as well. When it was nighttime, Asami was on a balcony looking out into the city, until Naruto approached. Asami-basan. Oh, evening, Naruto, she greeted him. Akiza said you had a good first day of practice. Yeah, but I'm still trying to work on how to turn water into ice. Naruto admitted. You'll get it eventually, Asami replied. Asami-basan, can I ask you something personal? Asami looked down at the boy, wondering what he had to ask. What was Korra to you? Asami was taken aback, but decided to be honest with him. Well, Naruto, I first met Korra through Mako. You probably heard how we first met. You ran over him with a bike. He chuckled, and Asami looked sheepish. Yeah, since then Mako and I started seeing each other, while I helped Korra in whatever way I could in protecting Republic City. Especially after I found out my dad was part of the Equalists. When I found out Mako really loved Korra, we broke up and I decided to focus on my company. After I heard Mako broke up with Korra during the incident with the civil war in the North and South Poles, I tried to help him through his stress, but we decided it was best we didn't get back together. I see, Naruto replied. Korra, despite also being my love rival for Mako, turned out to be one of the greatest friends I could have ever hoped for. We've been through tough times, especially when we captured by the Earth Queen during the Red Lotus incident. She chuckled, and I was there to comfort her after she started recovering from the incident with Zaire. When I heard she went disappearing after 3 years of being away, I was worried for her. Then when she came back I was so relieved. It took all of us, including my reformed father, to bring down Kuvira's giant mecha. Unfortunately my father lost his life, and Korra was there in the end to give me comfort just as I gave her comfort after Zaire's defeat. So then what happened? Naruto asked. Well, after the wedding between Varrick and Zhu Li, Korra and I decided to take a vacation to the spirit world, just the two of us. During our stay there we realized how important our friendship really meant to each other. In fact, there was more than friendship between us since then. More than friendship? Naruto asked in confusion. Asami smiled. Yes, it was love. Naruto's eyes widened and he gasped, whoa, you two were. Asami nodded. I will tell you this, Naruto. Korra was the most loyal and caring friend I ever had. I will always love her. She smiled while looking up at the moon. Naruto looked at the old woman's face, seeing she really did love Korra in a deep way. He had no objection to say, knowing it wasn't his place, so he answered, well, you and Korra raised Akiza well. I'm sure she'd be proud to see her teaching her legacy. Oh, believe me, Akiza feels more than proud to teach you. Asami assured him. I know, Naruto yawned, I'm going to bed, good night. He walked back inside. Asami watched him leave and answered, good night, Naruto. She then looked back out into the city and started reminiscing about a special moment between her and Korra during their vacation in the spirit world years ago. A few days had passed since Korra and Asami ventured into the spirit world. Korra had introduced Asami to many of the spirits she met courtesy of Old Man Iroh, whom she also introduced Asami to. One night in the spirit world, Korra and Asami during her much younger years stood before a beautiful creek with a waterfall and was surrounded by trees and flowers. The two beautiful young ladies stripped down until both were bare naked in all their glory. Come on. Korra dragged Asami along, as she laughed. The two jumped into the water and poked their heads out of the water laughing. Wow, this water is nice, Asami said, as she felt the warmth of the water wash over her naked body. I know, the spirit world is changing depending on the emotions of who is there. It's especially shifting in changes when I'm around. I know, you and Iroh told me, Asami reminded her. Also, there's something else I learned about here, Korra said, as she brought Asami down under the water. Asami held her breath, while Korra did not, nor was she using a waterbending bubble to give herself air to breath. Korra spoke perfectly with no gurgle in her voice. The laws of our world don't always apply here. If you just believe you can breathe under the water, it can happen. Go on, try it. Korra beckoned. Asami took her friend's advice and relaxed before opening her mouth and realized she wasn't suffocating. She gasped and spoke, "This is incredible." I know, right? Korra asked, as the two laughed and swam around under the water as if they were mermaids. They swam up to each other and held onto each other's hands as they floated under the water. The two surfaced and laughed. That was so much fun, Korra. Asami said. Yeah, it sure was, Korra agreed. Asami, I'm really glad we could come here and get away from everything back home. I know, and I'm glad I could come here with you. You've shown me a world I never thought I would ever see personally. Thank you, Korra. Asami smiled at her. You're welcome. After all that's happened, I'm glad I could be here with you, Asami. I love you, she confessed. Asami smiled, and blushed. I love you too. Korra spoke. You know, when I first came here, Iroh told me the spirit world is very mysterious. But so is love. Asami giggled. Iroh sure wasn't kidding about that. Yeah, Asami, let's make the most of tonight. Korra began, as the two gazed lovingly into each other's eyes. Slowly but surely they started leaning closer, until their lips met into a passionate kiss. As they kissed, Korra wrapped her arms around Asami's neck, as she stroked her long beautiful hair, while Asami wrapped her own arms around Korra's waist. Both were extremely comfortable, especially when their breasts pressed into each other's. As the two continued to express their love, the spirit world started responding to Korra's feelings. The sky above glowed like the aurora borealis, the unopened flowers bloomed releasing firefly spirits that flew above the two in a circle forming a heart. When the two ladies parted, they gazed happily at each other before embracing. It cut back to the present as elder Asami shed a tear remembering how much Korra meant to her, before heading inside. Chapter 7. World of Spirits. One morning in Republic City at the Sato Mansion, in the backyard, Naruto was showing Ming a jutsu he learned from one of the scrolls Hiruzen gave him to learn from. Naruto formed a hand sign, shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly in a poof of smoke stood 5 more Narutos next to the original. Wow, Ming gasped in awe. What do you think? Naruto and the clones asked. That's amazing, Ming said, as she looked at all the clones, and they're solid clones. That's right, Naruto confirmed, as he dispelled them. Naruto, came Jinora's voice. The two kids saw Jinora, Asami, and Akiza approach. Mom, look at what Naruto can do. Ming cheered, as she brought her mother over to see Naruto. Come on, Naruto, do it again. Okay. Naruto laughed before he did the same technique as before and summoned 5 shadow clones. The 3 women were amazed. Well done, Naruto. It's nice to see your bending isn't the only thing you've been working on. Jinora said. Well, Gigi gave me that scroll of jutsu for a reason. Naruto reminded her. Anyway, I've come to tell you I want to take to meet another old friend of Korra's and Aang's. Jinora said. Really, who? Naruto asked. Well, he's not here per se, but he's not that far of a travel. Where is he? In the spirit world, she answered. The spirit world? Naruto asked. That's right, since you've still got ways to go about learning the spiritual side of bending, you and I will be taking the portal here in Republic City. Wow, Naruto gasped. Can I go too? Can I? Ming pleaded. Sorry, Ming, but this is something Naruto needs to do. Akiza replied. Yeah, avatar stuff, ya know. Naruto asked Ming with a smirk, as the girl puffed her cheeks. So Jinora took Naruto to the wrecked section of Republic City where the portal was. Naruto looked around the wreckage, and spoke, so instead of rebuilding this section, it was decided to be expanded on. That's correct. This part of the city is mostly where the spirits have created their own living areas, while some still live in the expanded sections of Republic City. Jinora explained, as they finally arrived at the spirit portal beacon. So once we go through there, we'll be in the spirit world? Naruto asked. Yes, take my hand, Jinora said, as Naruto did so. Both of them approached the beacon and were enveloped into its light before disappearing. Suddenly the two reappeared in a beautiful forest area. Whoa, that was freaky. Naruto gasped. You'll get used to it. Jinora giggled. Naruto looked around seeing the forest. Is this the spirit world? It is, or part of it at least. Jinora admitted. This is so cool. Naruto cheered, as the flower buds on the ground started blooming. Jinora spoke. I know, Naruto, but I should also warn you about the spirit world. Your emotions become your reality, especially to the avatar. Whatever you're feeling, the spirit world will reflect your current emotions. So you must remember to keep a clear head and not let sadness or anger cloud your mind. Naruto committed her instructions to memory. Sure thing. Good, now come along, the friend I spoke of shouldn't be far from here. Jinora said, as she led Naruto along. As they walked, Naruto took notice of many spirits. Some kind he recognized from back in Republic City, and some also new. So many spirits, Naruto gasped. That's the spirit world for you. Jinora replied. Are all the spirits here as kind as the ones in Republic City? Jinora answered, well, not all spirits are cooperative with humans. Like who? Well, my dad, aunt, and uncle has a run-in with an angry spider spirit. Ouch, Naruto cringed. Well, that's nothing compared to two other spirits. Jinora replied. What two? Well, there's Ko the Face Stealer. Face Stealer? Naruto asked in worry. Yes, a spirit that can steal one's face. Avatar Karuk lost his wife to the spirit as punishment for his old reckless ways. My grandfather had met Ko in the spirit world and used him to find the location of the moon spirit. Grandpa Aang had to show no emotion while talking to Ko or risk losing his own face. Whoa, Naruto gasped, and who's the second spirit to be weary of? Wan Shi Tong, Jinora explained, an owl spirit who watches over a library containing just about all the knowledge in both the human world and spirit world. He brought his library into the mortal world in the hopes of bettering mankind with wisdom. With the use of spirit foxes he seeks out valuable sources of knowledge to add to his library. The library used to be located in the Siwang Desert, and was open to anyone who wished to use it, until mortals like Admiral Zhao of the Fire Nation used the knowledge contained there for warfare purposes. Wan Shi Tong also didn't like the idea of Grandpa Aang and his friends using the knowledge to help them in the war despite them wanting to end it for the right reasons. Wan Shi Tong ended up burying the library beneath the sand, making it impossible for humans to find. The library was brought back to the spirit world, and when Korra and I went there to try and stop Unalaq, I found my way into the library. After reasoning with Wan Shi Tong, he let me explore, only to find out he had been siding with Unalaq, claiming he was a true friend to spirits unlike the Avatar. She finished bitterly. Naruto frowned. How could he side with a jerk like Unalaq? Takes a jerk to understand another, I guess. Jinora replied, as they found their way out of the forest. Hey, what's that? Naruto looked ahead, seeing a tea shop, with many different spirits going in and out of. That's where we'll find the friend I've come to introduce you to. Jinora answered, as they continued on. When they reached the tea shop, they went inside, seeing the place was busy. Wow, and I thought Ichiraku was busy. Naruto said to himself. Jinora looked over, seeing a spirit that looked like a human-sized monkey, Zangwa. She called to the spirit, who jumped over to her, surprising Naruto. Lady Jinora, what a pleasant surprise to see you, the spirit greeted her, and saw Naruto. And who's this young man? This is Naruto. Naruto, meet Zangwa, one of the shop's workers. Jinora introduced him. Well, it's nice to meet ya, Naruto. Zangwa shook Naruto's hand. Likewise, I guess, the boy replied. Zangwa, is the boss in? Jinora asked. Of course, he's been expecting you after all. Zangwa answered. Excellent, Jinora replied. Come right this way. Zengwa showed the two through the shop before going into the back room. They entered an office, as Zengwa spoke to someone in an armchair that wasn't facing them. "Sir, your guests have arrived." The chair spun around to reveal Iroh. "Excellent, Zengwa. Thank you for letting them in." "You're welcome, sir," Zengwa answered, and took his leave. "Iroh." Jinora greeted him warmly, as she embraced the old man warmly. "Jinora, nice of you to come to the spirit world hole." Iroh greeted her. Jinora looked over at Naruto, who was in shock at seeing the old man. "Naruto, I'd like to introduce to you Zuko's uncle Iroh." Iroh approached Naruto and got down to his level while smiling. "So this is Naruto. I'm pleased to finally meet you." "Wow, you're the Iroh, Zuko's uncle, and friend of the Avatar?" Naruto asked in shock. "That's right, Jinora and the others have taught you well about history," Iroh said. "But how are you here?" Naruto asked. Iroh answered, "Well, after setting all my affairs in the mortal world, I decided to leave my body behind and live here amongst the spirits." "You must have been here for a very long time," Naruto noted. "Yes, and during my stay here I've made many friends, and even opened up a new tea shop here. Speaking of which," he showed them a full pot of tea with 3 cups, "why don't you all join me for a cup?" "That'd be wonderful, Iroh," Jinora replied, and Naruto nodded. So the 3 sat down and enjoyed a cup of tea. As Naruto spoke, "So how did you know about me?" "When Jinora found out you were the Avatar, she'd meet me in the spirit world through meditation to tell me everything. It's amazing to see that the new Avatar was not born in any of the cities and places here, but out in the elemental nations. If there's any place that has imbalance, it's out there." "Have you ever been to the elemental nations?" Naruto asked. "Quite a few times during my early years in the Fire Nation army," Iroh admitted. "Now Jinora's been telling me how well your bending has been coming since you first started training." "She has." Naruto looked at her, as the woman smiled. "Yes, she says you've been coming along very well, but your talent on the spiritual side is still lacking." "That's what I keep hearing." Naruto pouted. "It's nothing to be ashamed of, Naruto." Jinora patted his head. "Remember, Korra wasn't able to connect to the spiritual side so easy herself." "Jinora is right," Iroh agreed. "Such things take time. But being here in the spirit world could help your progress." "It can?" Naruto asked hopefully. "You are the bridge between both the human and spirit world. Even though Korra left the link opened, you are still the symbol of what truly connects us all," Iroh explained. "With spiritual energy stronger in here than in the human world, you may be able to connect more spiritually here," Jinora put in. "Cool," Naruto said in excitement. "I'm gonna go find a quiet spot outside and see if I can do it." He got up. "Don't go too far, Naruto," Jinora warned him. "I won't," Naruto replied, as he left the room. Iroh chuckled. "Oh, to be that young and spirited again." "I know," Jinora chuckled with him. Naruto was outside the tea shop and found a open space not too far from it. He got into a lotus position and started meditating. He breathed in and breathed out, while making sure he was relaxed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw he was in a dark place with water on the floor, and before him was a giant cage with a seal tag on it. "Huh, now where am I?" Naruto asked, as he stood up and heard a snicker coming from all around. "Hello, is someone there?" he asked, feeling nervous. He saw a red glow coming from the cage, and appearing at the bars was a giant fox. "Hello, boy." The creature greeted him mischievously. "Wait a minute," Naruto got a closer look. "You're the Nine Tails." "You guessed it, kid," the creature answered. "But if that is you, then I must be deep in your subconscious. I always wondered when you'd finally be able to come into contact with me. Truth be told, I wasn't expecting a visit from you until you were much older." Naruto scowled at the demon's levity. "So this is a big joke to you, huh? Well, I'm not laughing. Because of you the entire village I was born it looks at me like I'm a plague." "So what do you want me to do about it?" the fox asked rhetorically. "I don't know, but do you even realize what your very existence has caused me and everyone in my whole village?" Naruto called the fox out. The demon fox growled. "You're starting to sound like I should never have been born." "Maybe I am saying that," Naruto replied. "You annoying little." The fox was cut off until a light shined from above. "That's enough, both of you," a majestic female voice boomed. The two looked up, and hovering down was a giant spirit that looked crown-shaped, and had long tendrils. Its body was white with blue markings all around its front and a diamond shape in the center. Whoa, Naruto gasped. HMPH. The fox huffed. The spirit looked down and both, until Naruto spoke up, "It's you. It's really you. You're Rava." Rava the spirit of light answered, "That is correct, Naruto Uzumaki. I am the light spirit Rava and the one responsible for creating the avatar." "I can't believe you're actually here," Naruto said in nostalgia. "I have always been inside of you ever since the day you were born. You have no idea how happy seeing you makes me feel," Naruto said with a smile. "So she gets the warm greeting and all I get is grief?" The fox asked, irritated. "Kurama, you cannot fault the boy for how he feels, especially since he doesn't know the side of the story only you know," Rava replied. "Kurama, is that your name?" Naruto asked the fox. "If you must know, then yes," Kurama answered. Rava looked at Naruto, "And you, Naruto, must also know that what happened in the past was not entirely Kurama's fault." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked in confusion. Rava turned to Kurama. Even though the spirit didn't have an actual face, Kurama could tell she was glaring at him to speak up. The fox sighed, "The truth is, Naruto, I didn't just appear out of nowhere in your village and blindly attacked it." "You didn't?" Naruto asked. Kurama continued, "No, for you see you weren't the only one I was sealed inside of. The last one before you was your own mother Kushina Uzumaki." "Mom," he gasped. "Yes, for many years since the time of your first Hokage, the village of Konoha has kept me sealed away inside another. Before that it was Hashirama's wife Mito, but when her time eventually came to an end I was removed and sealed inside little Kushina. Then the night you were born the seal which had kept me locked away had started weakening and I was desperate to get out. Your father would have succeeded in keeping me at bay, but then some strange figure captured your mother and extracted me from her." Whoa, Naruto was surprised. "I would have just gone and went elsewhere to be alone, but the one who released me put me under some hypnosis and forced me to attack your village. By the time I was freed from the mind control I was already in the process of being sealed away once again. This time inside of you. I never would have guessed," Naruto gasped, realizing that Kurama wasn't all to blame. "You will do well to remember, Naruto, that while Kurama may be a manifestation of large chakra to you in the village he is very much a living creature like you, the humans, even as spirits," Rava told Naruto. "Okay, but how do you two know so much about each other?" "This isn't our first time meeting," Rava replied, "we met thousands of years ago during the time I was still bonded to Wan." "Whoa, seriously?" "Yes, and during that time Kurama was also sealed inside the body of another." "Rava," Kurama warned her. "Kurama, as a Jinchuriki he has the right to know." "Know what?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Kurama was once a much more powerful tailed beast when he and his 8 brethren were combined." 8 brethren? There's more than just Kurama." "Correct, starting at Kurama's number of tails and going down until the best with only 1 tail," Rava continued. "This was a long time ago even before the ninja nations existed." "Rava," Kurama called her out. "I will not be silent, Kurama. The boy has to know." "And I agree," Kurama answered, taking the boy in spirit by surprise, "but if he's going to find out, let me tell him my backstory." "As you wish," Rava replied, and let Kurama continue. "As she said, thousands of years ago, I and 8 other tailed beasts were once one single creature, until we were subdued by a man named Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who would one day be known as the Sage of 6 Paths." "Sage of 6 Paths?" Naruto wondered, as Kurama continued. "Yes, he sealed the single demon into his very body to protect the world from its destruction. Like your avatar, Hagoromo also sought to bring peace and balance to the world. The sage inspired by his youngest son developed the idea of separating the single demon he held inside him into 9 separate creatures that would be known as the tailed beasts, like myself. Once that was done he gave us all names. Mine became Kurama. Sometime after this Hagoromo met with us and told us his time was coming to an end and that despite us being separated we are still linked, and one day we would come together again under the lead of one who would show us what true power was all about. That was the last we ever saw of the old man," he finished forlornly. Naruto looked at Kurama and thought he could see a small tear in his eye. He didn't say anything, but was starting to feel bad for him. Rava spoke up to the fox, Hagoromo did say eventually the one would lead you and your brethren together. That was a long time ago, and I hardly doubt there's a human out there that fits the old man's bill. Kurama doubted. Don't be so sure, Kurama. After all, I think the chosen one is closer than you think. How do you figure that? Kurama asked. Think about it, do you think it's pure coincidence that the new avatar is a Jinchuriki? Rava asked. The pattern may follow the bending cycle one learned, but the avatar does not just pick any one of the specific born bending ability. I think Naruto was chosen for a more important reason. You believe that? Kurama asked. I do. Maybe one day you'll realize it too, Kurama. I know we are polar opposites, but I implore you to help Naruto through the trials he will face just as I will be helping him. Kurama eyed both Rava and Naruto before answering, we'll see. He then decided to catch a few winks. Naruto didn't know if Kurama was mad or what. He suddenly felt a tendril on his shoulder, and looked up at Rava. The light spirit spoke, do not worry. Eventually Kurama will come around. He's just a stubborn fox spirit. If you say so, Naruto answered, but Rava, how is it I can see you, but how come I haven't contacted Korra? She's my only past life. Contacting Korra will not be so easy. I was able to manifest here to halt the conflict between you and Kurama. But I know Korra will come to you when you need her the most. I hope so, Naruto replied. In time, Naruto, Rava declared, as the area was illuminated by her light. Naruto woke up and saw he was in the same meditating position, while surrounded by many spirits. He looked at them feeling disturbed and asked, what are all of you staring at? You looked so peaceful, a jellyfish-looking spirit said. Well, stop, it's really freaking me out. He pleaded, and the spirits left. Naruto, Jinora asked, as she and Iroh approached. Is everything all right? Iroh asked. Fine, why do you ask? Naruto wondered. The spirit world was suffering some shifts in its balance. Was something going on with you? Jinora inquired. Naruto answered, actually, yes. I met Rava. You spoke to Rava? Iroh asked in wonder. Yeah, and not just her. Kurama as well. Kurama, Jinora asked. He's the one that was sealed inside me. The nine-tailed fox. So he also has a name. Jinora said. Yeah, and that name really means a lot to him. Naruto added. Iroh nodded. Names is one thing that gives us an identity. The concept applies even to spirits and demons. I know that now, and I know he and I will have to work together from this point on. Because I think the role of Avatar isn't my only role in the world. Naruto said, as he stood up and looked out into the horizon of the spirit world, and Jinora and Iroh stood at his side. As the months passed, Naruto continued to train under the guidance of his bending instructors, while also honing his ninja skills as well. He'd visit Republic City, the spirit world, the Earth Kingdom, the Fire Nation, and even the northern and southern water tribes to broaden his horizons. About 6 years had passed, and Naruto stood outside the Northern Air Temple at 13 years of age. Naruto now wore blue boots given to him by the Southern Water Tribe, green pants imported from Ba Sing Se, and a red no-sleeved shirt he bought from when he visited the Fire Nation. In his right hand was an old airbending glider. He looked out into the distance deep in thought, until he felt a nudge from behind. Naruto turned around and came face to face with a green dragon about the size of a full-grown stallion, if not a bit bigger. The dragon snorted, and Naruto smiled and rubbed the dragon's head. We're going to Konoha, Sarith. Where it all began for me. The villagers who may remember me will be in for a surprise when they see I'm not that little kid they can push around anymore. He laughed. Naruto. Jinora's voice came, as Naruto saw Jinora riding on Pepper above him. Are you all ready to go? Of course, Naruto answered as he motioned to the sack he was carrying on his back. Then let's hurry, Jinora ordered. Coming, Naruto got on Sarith's back. All right, Sarith. Let's ride. Sarith spread his wings and flapped them a bit before flying up to Pepper. Let's get going, and this time don't turn it into a race. Jinora pleaded. Okay, Naruto sighed. And so the two flew off on the Sky Bison and the Dragon, with their destination being Konoha, where Naruto was actually looking forward to returning to. Chapter 8. Return to the village. As Naruto and Jinora were flying on Sarith and Pepper, they were right above Konoha. As Jinora spoke, follow me. She had Pepper fly downward, as Naruto had Sarith follow the Sky Bison. They touched down in the forest of Konoha. After Jinora and Naruto dismounted off their familiars, they saw Hiruzen approach. "Jinora, it's good to see you again." "And wonderful to see you too, Hiruzen." The old ones greeted each other. "Hey, Gigi, how's it going?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen looked and felt lost for words at seeing Naruto. "Naruto, it really is you." "Who did you expect?" he asked rhetorically. "Sorry, I'm just amazed at how much you've grown these last few years," the old man said, as the two hugged. "I know, I used to only be up to your knees." Naruto chuckled. Hiruzen looked past Naruto seeing Jinora's sky bison and next to it was a dragon. "Oh, my goodness. Is that a dragon?" he gasped. "Why yes it is," Jinora confirmed. "And he's mine," Naruto added. "Yours?" the Hokage asked. "Yeah, come on, I'll introduce you." Naruto brought him over. "Gigi, this is Sarith." "Sarith, this is old man Hokage." Sarith looked up at the Hokage and let out a playful growl. The Hokage was still concerned, having never met an actual dragon before, until Naruto took his hand. "Don't worry, he's very docile." Naruto made the old man lay his hand on Sarith's head, and the Hokage started petting the dragon who enjoyed it. Hiruzen smiled seeing the dragon really was docile. "Naruto, however did you come across a dragon?" "Well, when I was traveling to the Fire Nation a few years back I found this dragon lost in the woods abandoned and injured," Naruto explained. "I brought him back and tended to his injuries with the help from Master Jinora. At first Sarith was a fussy baby dragon, but I showed him I was his friend and wanted to help him. Eventually he grew attached to me, and we grew up together." He rubbed Sarith's head. "And how have things in the village been since we left?" Jinora inquired. "Well, we've had some setbacks, but things have been as normal as they can get," Hiruzen explained, "although my teammates and Danzo have constantly questioned the whereabouts of Naruto, but I told them nothing." "Then they're sure to be in for a surprise." Jinora chuckled. "There's going to be one problem, though," Naruto spoke up. "I don't think my old apartment will welcome a dragon in it." "Don't worry, Naruto, you won't be returning to that place," Hiruzen said. "So then where will I live?" Naruto asked. "Not to worry, I have better living arrangements for both you and Sarith, unless he gets any bigger." "Don't worry, this is about as big as Sarith gets, not too big and not too small. Just the right size to fit into most homes," Naruto explained. "Well, then follow me and I'll show you to your new home," Hiruzen instructed. "Better cover Sarith just in case." He put some camo tarp over his dragon. So the four headed off into the village, while Pepper stayed behind and under some tree branches. As they walked, the three surrounded Sarith to make sure nobody truly noticed him. Soon enough Hiruzen led them to a normal-looking home. "Well, this is it," Hiruzen said. Naruto looked up at the place in wonder. "This is where I'm living now." "That's right, this was actually meant to be your home since your parents owned it," Hiruzen explained. "Cool," Naruto said, as he went up the stairs and to the front door. Hiruzen gave him the key to the place. He unlocked it and went inside seeing the living room was wide and spacious. "Oh, yes. This is more like it," he cheered, as Sarith, Hiruzen, and Jinora entered. The dragon sniffed around the places before curling up and getting comfy on the floor. "Looks like Sarith's already made himself at home." Jinora chuckled. The Hokage looked to Naruto. "Jinora's told me you've come quite a long way from starting out with your bending elements." "You have no idea," Naruto replied. "She's also told me how much you've learned from the jutsu scroll I gave you." "Yeah, I'm especially good with using the shadow clone jutsu. I can make well over 100, Naruto explained. "Such a technique is rather difficult to learn since it halves one chakra," Hiruzen explained, "but thanks to the fox spirit inside you, the chakra from it makes you more than capable of using the shadow clone jutsu better than most shinobi older than you." "Thanks, but for the record don't refer to the fox as it. Because the fox is a he, and his name's Kurama," Naruto explained. "Have you met with the fox spirit?" Hiruzen asked curiously. "I have, and he's not so bad once you get to know him. Trust me, I had these last few years to get to know him." "So since you had Naruto learn those jutsu, will he be enrolled in the ninja academy despite missing the first few years?" Jinora inquired. "Of course," Hiruzen answered, "with all he's learned, he should be more than up to date to be skipped ahead to the final year even with academy graduation underway." Plus once Naruto is recognized as a ninja, he will be able to leave the village more freely, especially when on a team. I understand. Jinora nodded. Why don't you get settled in, Naruto? I need to go and make the forms to enroll you into the ninja academy. The Hokage suggested. Sure thing, Naruto replied, as the old man left. Jinora made herself comfy on the sofa as Naruto looked around the house. Jinora knew it wasn't going to be easy to tell him, but she knew it had to be done. Naruto, come sit by me. Naruto, hearing her, answered, okay. He sat beside her. What is it? Naruto, you know I am needed at the air temple to help my husband train the airbenders, you know. Of course I do. Then you understand I can't be with you this often anymore, she answered. Naruto looked up at her. You mean I won't be seeing you again? He asked in worry. Not as much as before, she admitted in regret, but don't worry. If you even need my wisdom, meditate into the spirit world and find me. I'll know if you're there. Master Jinora, I've been with you for so long, you've been like a mother to me. Naruto said, feeling sad. I know, and you've been a wonderful airbending student. I'd like to also think of you as a son. She hugged him. I'll miss you, master. He sniffled. There, Naruto. It's not really goodbye, after all. She comforted him. When dusk hit the village, Jinora was mounting Pepper, as Naruto watched. The old woman spoke. Well, Naruto, time for me to go. You'll still write to me, won't you? Naruto asked. You know I will, and I'll be sure to have the rest of your masters write you letters as well. Thank you, Master Jinora. Naruto bowed his head in respect to her. And good luck to you, Avatar Naruto, she smiled. Pepper, yip. And with that, Pepper took off into the sky, as Naruto watched from below. When they were out of sight, Naruto headed back to his new home. Later on, as he laid in bed, inside his new room, he glanced out his window thinking, tomorrow I'm enrolled into the Ninja Academy. Master Jinora told me not to use my bending just yet, and I won't disobey her. Eventually he fell asleep. The very next morning, Naruto had woken up to shower and eat. After he changed into his clothes, he went to Sarith, who was lying in his spot in the corner of the living room. He ruffled the dragon's head and spoke, I'll be back soon, Sarith. Just stay inside and out of trouble, okay? The dragon yawned. Good boy, he said, before heading out the door. He stopped into the Hokage's office first to pick up his enrollment form. Morning, Gigi. Good morning, Naruto. I have your enrollment form right here. He handed Naruto a scroll. Thanks. I'll see you later, sir. He said his goodbye, as Hiruzen watched him leave. As Naruto walked through the village, he noticed many of them gave him the stink eye, having recognized him even after his time away from the village. He heard some gossip to themselves. I thought he was dead. I guess it's true that a demon doesn't die so easily. He should have stayed gone. This village was much better without him. Naruto frowned to himself and thought, how the hell could it have been any better when I fucking did nothing to any of them? He started to calm down, and thought calmly, easy, Naruto. Remember what you've learned, just let it go. He made it to the Ninja Academy, where he went inside and into the office. Excuse me. The Chunin at the desk noticed Naruto and asked, can I help you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm here about my enrollment into the Ninja Academy. Enrollment? The shinobi asked. I'm afraid you're late for that. You should have started years ago. Perhaps this will change your mind. Naruto gave the shinobi the scroll. The Chunin looked at the contents, seeing the Hokage's approval to allow Naruto into the academy. Seeing the Hokage's approval in it, had no objection. Very well. The class you will be stationed in will be taught under Iruka Yumino. This is his classroom. You better hurry, thought. Classes will be starting soon. Thank you. You've been most helpful, Naruto said, before taking his leave. He walked down the hall before coming to the room. He knocked on the door, and heard a voice from inside, come in. Naruto opened the door and walked in, seeing class was in session. The students looked at Naruto oddly for various reasons, some being curious because they've never seen him before, and why he was even there. Standing before the class of students was a man with a scar across the bridge of his nose. Can I help you? The Chunin asked. Iruka Yumino, Naruto inquired. That's me. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and the Sandame requests that I start the academy at the final year, like with your current class. There was a pause for a moment, until a majority of the students started laughing. A boy spoke, "Oh, that's a good one. Like the Hokage would let someone just join the academy now when we had to be here for 3 years." A girl asked, laughing. Naruto scowled at their ridicule, before looking at Iruka. "I assure you the Hokage's seal is legit." He showed the Chunin his papers. Iruka looked at Naruto's papers carefully, before speaking. "Well, it seems according to the Hokage you have been training by yourself for years now and know all of the basic ninja skills." "Then I can enroll?" Naruto asked. "Not quite yet. I'd like to see your skills up close. We have a training exercise round today, so we'll see what you go there." "Very well," Naruto answered. "In the meantime, take a seat and we'll see how well you do on written assignments," Iruka instructed. "Okay," Naruto said, as he walked to the desks looking for an empty seat. He noticed a majority of them were taken before sitting in the back by himself. Iruka handed out a pop quiz for the students, and they began writing. Naruto, despite spending a majority of his avatar training doing physical work, had learned how to solve equations and other stuff from professors and such hired by Akiza. When they handed in their tests, they waited as Iruka started grading them. When he returned them, Naruto saw he got a perfect score. He looked at the sensei, who smiled up at him. "Now then class, let's go outside and we'll test your physical skills," Iruka instructed as they all went outside. They stood before the training field where a dummy with a target imprint on its torso was set up. Iruka spoke, "For those joining us, you are to see how many times you can hit the target." Naruto nodded, as he watched many students go before him. Some managed to hit the center target a few times with kunai or shuriken, and some not so well. "Next up, Sasuke Uchiha," Iruka announced. Approaching the standing point was a boy with black hair, and was wearing white shorts, and a blue shirt with the symbol of the Uchiha clan on back. Naruto watched, having heard about the Uchiha clan known for their ocular power, the Sharingan, and heard of the genocide upon the clan by one of their own. He watched as Sasuke nailed the target with all of his kunai. This got a majority of the girls to cheer him on. Naruto could tell this boy was the best in the class, and wondered how well he would be in terms of hand-to-hand. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called. Naruto approached the point and pulled out his kunai. He threw his kunai with all of them hitting certain points on the dummy, being in the arms or the legs. Some of the students laughed, as one boy with a puppy on his head mocked, "What a joke. You didn't hit the target at all." Naruto looked back. "Open your eyes, pal, and you'll see I actually scored better." "That can't be right, you didn't hit the target," a pink-haired girl said. "Who said that the target on the torso is the only target?" Naruto challenged. "If you look closely, the spots where I hit would actually be more of an effective hit. If hit in the arm in a certain spot, you'd be disabled and unable to move it. Same with the legs, lose both legs you can't stand, and if you lose both arms you can't attack." Iruka smiled. "Very impressive, Naruto. You're about the first one here to ever look for another means." "Thank you." Next up were basic hand-to-hand spars. Naruto watched as various of the students were selected amongst each other to spar against one another, and when they finished they'd show respect to their opponents. Iruka looked on the list. The only ones left are Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The students were already concerned, as a blonde-haired girl spoke. "Iruka-sensei, it wouldn't be fair to put Sasuke against the new boy." "Yeah, he could clobber him like that," another girl said. Naruto spoke. "Hey, I'm right here, you know. Don't assume I go down that easily." Iruka spoke. "Correct, but just for a fair warning, Naruto, Sasuke is the top student here." "That makes it all the more better," Naruto admitted, as he looked at Sasuke with determination, as the Uchiha boy returned the look. The two took their spots in the sparring ring, as the students watched in anticipation. Iruka announced, "Begin." With that, Sasuke went to attack Naruto by throwing a punch. Naruto did a 180-degree turn avoiding that attack. The students saw this were surprised, while Sasuke was shocked. As Sasuke continued to attack, Naruto remembered his airbending training, "Be the leaf," he thought, as he let his body move as if it was a leaf in the wind. "Look at him move," the pink-haired girl gasped. "It's like he's dancing," a pale-eyed girl added. "Whoa," the boy with the dog said. "I'm glad I'm not fighting him," said a boy with a pineapple-styled ponytail. Sasuke thought to himself, while watching Naruto evade his attacks. What's with this guy? How can he move like this? Actually, this is challenging, he admitted, but didn't want to give up. Sasuke tried a spin kick, only for Naruto to lean back and avoid the swing. Naruto's hands touched the ground as he flipped back and delivered a sweep kick to Sasuke's leg, knocking him onto his back. The students gasped, as Iruka spoke, "That's game." Naruto looked down and offered a hand to Sasuke. "Good moves." The boy students half expected Sasuke to brush him off like he would to them, but to their surprise Sasuke took Naruto's hand and got back to his feet. Sasuke spoke, "Not so bad yourself. You're more of a challenge than the rest of these guys." "Thanks," Naruto smiled. "But next time, I won't lose," Sasuke replied. Naruto smirked, as the two shook hands, as Iruka smiled. "Well, Naruto, I say you've proven your worth. We'll let you join class even if we're just a few weeks away from the finals," Iruka said. "Thank you, sensei," Naruto smiled. When the day was out, Naruto walked out of the building, but was stopped when he heard two voices. "Hey, there. Hold on." Naruto turned around and saw the pink-haired girl and blonde-haired girl from class. "Oh, it's you two. What are you names again?" "I'm Sakura Haruno," the pink-haired girl introduced herself. "And I'm Ino Yamanaka," the blonde girl added. "A pleasure," Naruto greeted them. Sakura spoke, "First off, I wanna say I'm surprised you were able to beat Sasuke like that." "Well, truthfully he was challenging. Wouldn't hold back, that's for sure," Naruto admitted. "And the way you fought. How are you able to move like that?" Sakura wondered. Naruto smiled. "Well, I pretended I was a leaf in the wind." "Leaf in the wind?" they asked. Naruto nodded. "I let the wind guide me as I fought." "I've never heard of that style before," Sakura admitted. Ino spoke up, "By the way, I like your clothes. Especially those boots. Where'd you get them?" "Well, I had them imported from a place far south," Naruto explained. "Well, it was nice talking to you girls." "Bye." They waved bye. Naruto started walking home and said to himself, "Better pick up some fish for Sarith, otherwise he'll be mad." He stopped as he heard the sound of fighting going on. He followed the sound and saw the pale-eyed girl from class practicing against some training posts. He thought to himself, "She's Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga clan. This should be interesting." He watched with interest. Hinata finished her strikes against the post before stopping for a breather. Suddenly she heard clapping from behind. She spun around and saw Naruto. "Impressive. Very impressive. I heard the Hyuga clan was good with their fists. But their reputation doesn't do you justice." Hinata was taken aback by the unexpected audience. "Oh, you're the new student at the academy, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto nodded. "That's my name. And you're Hinata Hyuga, correct?" Hinata nodded. "Well, nice to meet you." He approached. "Nice to meet you too," she replied respectively. "So you practice by yourself?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I mean I used to practice with my little sister and my cousin, but..." She looked down. "But," Naruto asked where she was going. "I was labeled a failure by my father and my cousin," she answered in sorrow. Naruto was in outrage. "What? Who the hell tells someone they're a failure?" "My family," she sighed. "I've tried so hard to push myself past my limits, but it's never enough." "Well, we can't have that now, can we?" Naruto asked. Much to Hinata's confusion, everyone is capable of getting stronger. You just need to be more confident in your abilities, and not let anyone tell you otherwise. "You think I can get stronger?" Hinata asked hopefully. "Not think. I know, and I'd like to help you," he offered. "Help me?" "That's right, I'd like to be your sparring partner after classes. We could learn plenty from sparring with each other." "Really?" Naruto nodded. "Well, that would be nice of you." Hinata smiled. "Great. Shall we meet here after class tomorrow?" Naruto suggested. "Of course," she confirmed. "Well, see you then." Naruto walked off. Hinata smiled, and thought, there really are good people out there. Naruto walked through the village before spotting an old favorite place of his, Ichiraku Ramen. "It's been such a long time. May as well get it reacquainted with my taste buds." He stepped in. "Welcome," the chef Tsuki greeted him. "Hey, sir, you might not remember me, but I used to come here all the time when I was just a little boy," Naruto explained. Tsuki wondered, as he studied the teen's appearance, until the face finally came back to him. Wait a minute. I remember you, Naruto. Naruto smiled, so you do remember me. How could I forget a face like that? Tsuki laughed, until his daughter Ayame came from the back. What's going on, Dad? Ayame, look who's come back to us, Tsuki said, as the girl got a look at the young man. She gasped, Naruto, is that really you? In the flesh, he answered. Look at you, you've grown, Ayame noticed. Physically and mentally, might I add, he put in. Well, it's good to see you. Our shop just hasn't been the same without you here, Tsuki said. Well, I'm back now, and am I hungry for ramen? Say no more, we're already on it, Tsuki said, as he and his daughter got to work. Naruto smiled as he awaited for his meal to be made, while enjoying the alluring smell of the food being cooked. Soon enough, Ayame sat a bowl of ramen down for him. Here you go. Enjoy. Oh, this looks so delicious, Naruto smiled, as he took a whiff. Hello, old friend, he said before grabbing some chopsticks and chowed down. Tastes better than I remember it. He continued to enjoy his meal, as Tsuki and Ayame smiled at having their fave customer back after so many years. That night at the administration building, Hiruzen was at meeting with his teammates and Danzo. Danzo spoke up. Hiruzen, is it true Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the village? Yes, he has, Danzo. Hiruzen confirmed. And you just allowed him to enter the ninja academy at the same year as the final class without having to go through the bottom? Homura inquired. Baruka sent me the results, and Naruto has proven he's too advanced for those of first-year academy students, Hiruzen began. Why, he even managed to hold his own against Sasuke Uchiha, the top student. What? Koharu gasped. You don't expect us to believe the runner-up for Rookie of the Year to be taken down by an amateur who's had no ninja training whatsoever? Danzo asked in skepticism. Naruto has had plenty of training these last 6 years. When the time comes, you best be prepared for what is in store. The Hokage warned them. Is that a threat, Hiruzen? Danzo squinted his eyeball. I'm not the one who makes threats, Danzo, Hiruzen squinted back, I'm the one who makes promises. Danzo, with nothing more to say, got up and took his leave, followed by Homura and Koharu, who gave their old teammate a respectful bow before leaving. Hiruzen looked at his crystal ball and saw Naruto at his home feeding Sarith some fish. Naruto, I wish you the best of luck for whatever you face from this point on, he thought. Chapter 9. The Avatar Genin. 3 weeks had passed since Naruto joined the Ninja Academy. During those weeks he made quite a few friends, such as Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino from the Nara, Akamichi, and Aburame clans by showing Shikamaru the game of Pai Sho, enjoying snacks with Choji, and understanding how important insects are by Shino. Sasuke had become both his rival and close friend. Kiba of the Inuzuka clan was mostly envious of Naruto and his skill. He had also gained a fan club following just as Sasuke had before he enrolled in. And like he promised Hinata, began training with her every day after classes to improve her skills and confidence. One morning, it was the day of the academy graduation. Naruto was up and ready to head out before he patted Sarith's head. This is the day, Sarith. Wish me luck, Sarith gargled in response, before Naruto headed off. As Naruto walked through the village, he felt as if he was being watched. He glanced back, seeing a poorly done rock disguise. He rolled his eyes. Konohamaru, rocks aren't even squared. Popping up from the fake rock was a boy wearing a long blue scarf. It was Konohamaru Sarutobi, the Sandame's grandson. Oh, man. Nothing gets past you, Aniki. I know, but, hey, just keep it and you may fool me one day. Naruto chuckled. And I promise you I will, Konohamaru declared, as he walked off feeling determined. Naruto smiled as he continued on, until he made it to the academy building. When he entered the classroom, he saw the rest of the class already in their seats. He found an empty seat next to Hinata and Sakura. Hey, girls, mind if I join you? Oh, good morning, Naruto. Hinata greeted him. Not at all, have a seat, Sakura answered, as Naruto sat in between them. So, you two nervous at all about the exam? Naruto inquired. Not a bit, Sakura answered. I think we'll all do fine, Hinata put in. So do I, Naruto agreed. Soon Iruka came into the room. Morning, class. Morning, Iruka-sensei, they greeted him. I hope you've all prepared for this day, because this is where we test if you have the basic requirements needed to become shinobi of the village. Should you pass, you will be given a Konoha headband just like mine. He motioned to the leaf symbol headband around his forehead. And so the students one by one were being called to follow Iruka into another room to take the academy exam. When each student came out, they were now wearing a Konoha headband to prove they passed. Iruka called out, "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto stood up. "That's my cue." "Good luck, Naruto." Hinata smiled. "Thanks." Naruto followed Iruka. In the next room, Naruto stood before both Iruka and another chunin named Mizuki. Naruto secretly frowned at Mizuki. Despite the man always being a happy persona, there was something about him Naruto was uncomfortable with. "Now then, Naruto, to pass the exam you will require to demonstrate the henge technique and the clone jutsu," Mizuki instructed. "Is that all?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "All right then." So Naruto started off with the henge jutsu, and from where he stood now stood what looked like Korra as a teenager. After looking at old pictures of Korra, he was able to get the looks of her perfectly. Both chunin were taken aback by what Naruto turned into. When Naruto changed back, Iruka spoke, "Good job, Naruto. Though who was that you changed into?" "A secret girlfriend of yours," Mizuki teased. Naruto scowled at Mizuki's teasing. "Nothing like that. Let's just say it was someone very special and leave it at that." Iruka and Mizuki dropped it. As Iruka instructed, "Next you're required to make at least 2 clones." "As you wish," Naruto said, as he got in position and formed a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly 2 more Narutos appeared at Naruto's side. "Naruto, that's Shadow Clone Jutsu." Iruka gasped, as he and Mizuki were surprised. "Yeah, and that's better than the average clone jutsu," Naruto added. "So do I pass?" Iruka smiled. "You pass." He got up and presented Naruto with a Konoha headband. "Wear this with honor and loyalty, Naruto." "Will do, sensei," Naruto answered, as he held the headband in his hands before tying it around his forehead. He left the room and returned to the classroom. Naruto went back to his seat, as Sakura spoke up, "Congratulations for passing, Naruto." "Thanks, Sakura. I'm so happy for you." Hinata smiled. "Thanks, Hinata, and I'll be happy for you as well when you pass," Naruto replied. "Hey, what about me?" Sakura asked suspiciously. "Don't worry, I'll be happy for you too, Sakura," Naruto said, and Sakura felt at ease. And eventually all the other students had taken the exam and passed. Outside the academy after class, the students were being congratulated by their parents and families. Naruto looked around feeling left out, that there was no one there specifically to congratulate him. Naruto shrugged it off and decided to just head home. When nighttime fell, Naruto and Sarith were on the roof of his house, with Naruto holding onto his air-gliding staff. He looked to his dragon partner. "You ready, boy?" Sarith growled in excitement. "Let's go." He unfolded his staff as it became a glider. Naruto took off into the air using his staff to fly, as Sarith flapped his wings and flew after his partner. Every night since Naruto's return to the village, he and Sarith would fly through the night sky so Sarith could get his exercise, since he couldn't do it during the daytime or be spotted. As they flew above the forest area, Naruto and Sarith were doing some tricks in perfect sync. After they flew around enough, Naruto spoke, "How about we head back, boy?" Sarith looked as if he agreed. Before they could head back, Naruto looked down and saw someone making off with a very large scroll. "Scratch that. Something's up." He took it down as Sarith followed him. They got down closer, as Naruto hushed Sarith to wait back, while he flew ahead to head the figure off. "Hold it right there," he ordered as he landed on the ground. The figure stopped, as Naruto continued, "Pretty big scroll you got there. And with the Hokage's seal on it as well." The figure brought his head up, revealing to be Mizuki. "You." "Naruto, there isn't time. I just stole this scroll back from some thieves, and they're after me now," Mizuki explained frantically. "Thieves?" Naruto inquired. "Yes, I want you to go to the Hokage and inform him of this matter," Mizuki ordered. Naruto squinted his eyes at the Chunin before answering, "You're lying." "What?" Mizuki asked. "What are you talking about?" "Don't play innocent with me, Mizuki," Naruto called his bluff. "You're not being pursued by thieves. You are the thief," he declared. "Naruto, that's a bold accusation." Mizuki frowned. I know I'm right, and you know it. I know there weren't any thieves coming from the direction you were running from because I was also coming from there, Naruto explained, while not wanting to tell him he was flying above previously. Confess, Mizuki. Mizuki's innocent demeanor changed to that of a psychopathic look. Yes. I stole this scroll from the vault. But why? Naruto demanded. Let's just say I know some people who would pay a fortune for this scroll. Mizuki explained deviously. Naruto frowned. You're a traitor to our village. And you're worse than a traitor. Mizuki retorted. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, but knew what he was prepared to say. You mean you don't know? Mizuki asked rhetorically. No, of course you don't, since it's forbidden to be said. Well, I say screw that rule. The truth is, Naruto, the nine-tailed fox that attacked our village years ago and killed so many of our beloved shinobi and our fourth Hokage was actually you. Naruto didn't respond, and Mizuki continued, that's right. You're the fox spirit that killed so many lives just for the sheer delight of killing. That's just the way demons like you are born. Selfish, greedy, abominations to the world. He was cut off as Naruto had shot a blast of fire at him. Mizuki looked and saw Naruto standing tough with his fist smoking. Selfish, greedy, interesting choice of words coming from you. Who's actually stealing? Naruto shouted. I don't have to listen to demons' words. I got places to be. Mizuki said, preparing to take off. Oh, you're not going anywhere, Naruto replied, we're not going to let you. We? Who's we? Mizuki inquired. Me and this guy. Naruto let out a whistle call. Suddenly a roar echoed in the forest, as Mizuki was confused and worried. What was that? Suddenly swooping down was Sarith, who shot a fireball at Mizuki. The ninja jumped away before the fireball could impact with him, creating a crater-sized hole in the ground. What the hell is this? He cried. Naruto answered, as Sarith hovered at his side, this is the last night for you as a free man. He approached and stomped into the ground and caused a boulder to come up, and was hurled right at Mizuki, who barely dodged it. The traitor frowned, as he dropped the scroll, and whipped out a large shuriken and hurled it towards Naruto. The blonde used airbending to redirect the weapon so it was heading for Mizuki. The traitor jumped before the weapon could impale him. Mizuki landed back on the ground looking at Naruto in confusion. This can't be. You're not this strong. Shows how little you know about me, Naruto replied, and I'm not a demon. I'm something much more. I'm the Avatar, and I think it's time for you to pay for your crime. Never. Mizuki tired to run, only to find his feet were contained in the earth, keeping him from escaping. Oh, I think you will. And I've got a class to teach you before I take you in. He summoned multiple shadow clones. As they all spoke, my class is Pain 101. Your instructor is me. Mizuki watched in terror as the Narutos approached him and the sounds of painful hits echoed through the forest. Mizuki soon laid on the ground beaten to a bloody pulp, as Naruto and Sarith stood above the traitor proudly. That takes care of that, Naruto declared, as Sarith let out a growl of agreement. Suddenly Sarith heard the sounds of others approaching and quickly flew into the trees above to hide. Naruto looked behind and saw Iruka arrive on the scene with fellow Chunin Izumo and Kotetsu. Naruto. Iruka asked. Hey, sensei, what kept ya? Naruto asked. Izumo asked, seeing Mizuki unconscious, what happened here? I caught him stealing the scroll from the vault and took him down. Naruto answered. You took him down single-handed? Kotetsu asked in disbelief. Mizuki may talk a big game, but as it turns out talk is all he is. Naruto explained. Iruka approached, and smiled, well done, Naruto. Not even a shinobi for a full day and already you've done the village proud by catching a traitor. The Hokage will be pleased when he hears of this. Naruto nodded, well, you guys can take this guy to lock up and the scroll back to the vault. As for me, it's late and I need my sleep. He hurried off, as Sarith followed him from above. When Naruto and Sarith returned home, they went inside with Naruto laughing and cheering. Oh, was this an awesome night or what? He asked Sarith, who roared happily, Sarith, tonight we'll be sleeping like heroes. Sarith curled up into his sleep space and fell asleep. Naruto spoke to himself, time to tell Master Jinora the good news. He got into the lotus position and started meditating. When he opened his eyes he was in the spirit world and right outside Iroh's tea shop. He walked inside seeing the shop was closed for the nighttime even in the spirit world. However, he did see two familiar people sitting down at a table having some tea. It was Iroh and Jinora. "Room for one more?" Naruto asked. The two looked over and saw the unexpected night visitor. "Naruto, welcome." Jinora greeted him. "Always a place for you here no matter what the time," Iroh answered. Naruto smiled, as he walked over and pulled up a seat to join them. "Have some tea." Iroh poured him a cup. "Thank you, Iroh. What brings you here this late, Naruto?" Jinora inquired. "Well, first off I wanted to show you I earned this today." He motioned to the headband on his head. "The Konoha headband," Iroh began. "You graduated from the Ninja Academy today." "Precisely," Naruto confirmed. "Congratulations, Naruto," Jinora smiled with joy. "I'm so happy for you." "Thank you, Master. And that's not the only thing that happened tonight." "Oh, what is it?" Iroh asked. "I stopped a traitorous shinobi in our village form making off with one of our village's jutsu scrolls." "Really?" Jinora asked in interest. "That's right, me and Sarith took him down like that." "Was Sarith seen?" Jinora inquired. "Not at all." "That's good, after all not everyone in the world especially the ninja nations could take to seeing a living dragon as easy as others might." The airbending master explained. "I know," Naruto nodded, "and tomorrow is where we have orientation at the Ninja Academy as genin." "Before you go, Naruto, how about a quick game of Pai Sho?" Iroh offered. "I'd be delighted," Naruto answered, as Iroh set up the Pai Sho board for them to play. As Jinora watched them, while still feeling overjoyed to hear of Naruto making the genin level of shinobi and believed he would continue to go further while being a shinobi in the Avatar. Chapter 10. Sharing a Secret. Naruto awoke the morning after the night he stopped Mizuki from stealing a scroll of jutsu. After washing up, changing, and having a bite, he grabbed his new headband and tied it around his forehead. He walked into his living room seeing Sarith stretching. Naruto placed a bowl of food by him. "Eat up, Sarith," he said, as his dragon chowed down. "Good boy. I'll be back soon." He left the place. Naruto, rather than walk all the way to the academy, decided to run across the rooftops and jump from one to another. When he saw he had to make a far jump to the next roof, he jumped as far as he could normally before spinning and created a gust of wind at the soles of his boots to propel himself further. With that he managed to reach the other building's roof. "Yes," he cheered, before continuing on. When he arrived, he went inside and into the classroom to join his fellow classmates. Before Naruto could decide a seat, Ino called him over. "Naruto, over here," she said, as Naruto saw Ino sitting next to Hinata. Naruto, taking the invite, sat next to Ino and Hinata. "Morning, girls. What's up?" "What isn't up?" Ino asked rhetorically. "This is our final day as a class." "She's right," Hinata nodded. "Who knows what will happen to us after today?" "Always best to be prepared for anything," Naruto answered, as he kicked back and relaxed until Iruka entered. "Good morning, class," he greeted them. "Good morning, sensei," they responded. "I'm glad to see all of you could make it. I'm proud to have been your academy instructor these past few years." Iruka started getting sentimental. "But now it's time for you to move on from the academy and go out there to serve your village's Konoha shinobi." The students cheered in excitement, as Naruto thought, "Yeah, can't wait to see what surprises await for me out there." Iruka continued, "Now then, you will all be paired off in a team of 3 genin under the guidance of a Konoha jonin. I'll start by reading them off now." Iruka started reading off names of classmates. As he read them off, Naruto thought, "Team of 3, huh? Well, a majority of these guys in class 1 get along well with. Though I'd want to be on a team who can support me fully and ones I can do the same for. Squad 7 shall consist of Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka listed off, catching Naruto's attention. "Sakura Haruno." Sakura looked up as both she and Naruto felt interested, and Sasuke Uchiha. The 3 genin looked at each other curiously, until each of them gave a smile showing they could work with that. Hinata looked at Naruto, thought dismally, "Oh, I wanted to be with Naruto." Ino had similar envious thoughts herself. Why does Sakura get to be with both Naruto and Sasuke? Next is Squad 8, composed of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Iruka continued. Hinata looked at both Kiba and Shino, and knew that while there was nothing wrong with them, Kiba did have a sense of cockiness, and Shino, despite socializing with Naruto, wasn't sure how well he'd do with everyone else, especially with Kiba. Iruka eventually reached the final squad. Finally, Squad 10 shall consist of Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akamichi. Ino sighed to herself, well, guess it's only natural for the three of us to be paired so we can carry on our family's team legacy, she thought. So troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. Choji just ate his chips, not having any problem with the arrangement. Your Jonins will be by to pick you up momentarily, Iruka continued, good luck to all of you. Hi, sensei, the graduates answered. As they waited, one after another Jonin shinobi were picking up the genin teams they were assigned. The only team remaining was Squad 7, who looked bored out of their minds waiting for their sensei. Naruto was growing impatient. If our sensei doesn't get here soon, I'm going home and take a rain check on the meetup. Come on, Naruto, it can't be much longer. Sakura tried calming him. It better not, Sasuke hoped. Suddenly they heard the door slide open, and stepping in was none other than Kakashi, the former Anbu Inu. The three looked at him awkwardly, until he asked. Squad 7, I presume? Yes, and if you're our sensei then you're late, Sakura said dryly. Sorry about that, I kinda got lost on the road to life. He explained sheepishly. Naruto eyed Kakashi, recognizing him. Inu. Well, then, let's meet up top and get things underway, Kakashi suggested, as the three got up and followed him. Soon enough they were on the roof of the academy, where the three genin sat before their new sensei. Kakashi began, now let's start things off with introductions, who you are, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and even goals in mind. Why don't you go first so we get an idea? Naruto suggested. Alright, my name's Kakashi Hatake, and as you know I'm a jonin, he began. I prefer to keep my likes and hobbies to myself, my dislikes are random actually, and truth be told I've never really set any goals in life. That's helpful. The three thought simultaneously in dry tones. Alright, let's start with you. Kakashi motioned to Naruto. Okay, my name's Naruto Uzumaki, I like training, eating ramen, the people I look up to and admire. My hobbies include training, relaxing, and just having a good time. My dislikes are corruption and imbalance, oppressors, dictators, and just plain bullies. My goal in life was at one time just to become Hokage and achieve acknowledgement, but now I wish to bring balance and peace in the world. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were stunned by Naruto's introduction, especially the parts about his dislikes and goal in life. Sakura thought to herself, I didn't know Naruto was so affected by such things as corruption and dictators. I wonder why. Sasuke thought to himself, bring balance and peace to the world. Sounds impossible. Kakashi had his own thoughts on the matter. Seems your avatar training has done wonders on your outlook on life, Naruto. He then turned to Sakura. Alright, let's hear what you have to say. My name's Sakura Haruno, I like hanging out with friends and studying. My hobbies include cooking, improving my own ninja skills, and being with my friends. She secretly eyed her new teammates, but most of her focus was on Naruto. My dislikes include jerks who underestimate me, and when people talk about my... She glanced upward at her forehead, never mind that. My goal is currently to be the best kunoichi I can possibly be. Kakashi nodded, and we'll make sure of that. He looked at Sasuke, and now for you. My name's Sasuke Uchiha, I hate plenty of things, and my likes include training and pushing myself past my own limits. My hobbies are sparring with Naruto since he's the only one strong enough to keep up with me. Naruto smiled at the compliment. As Sasuke finished, my goal is to avenge my clan and bring the one who took it from me to face punishment. After a brief moment of silence, Kakashi spoke up, all right. Tomorrow morning we will meet at the training ground for your final test. Final test? Sasuke asked curiously. But we already graduated, Sakura reminded him. That was to test if you had the essential requirements to be a shinobi. My test will test your worth as one. The three genin, having no way of objecting, nodded, as Kakashi had one last thing to tell them, and don't bother eating breakfast. You'll only throw it up. Sakura cringed at that while Naruto and Sasuke were concerned. Until then. Kakashi vanished. Naruto spoke to his team, I say we eat breakfast. What? Sakura asked, but you heard what sensei said. I heard him, but a ninja can't fight if he's hungry. Hunger is something that can throw a ninja off their game, Naruto explained. He has a point, so I'll eat tomorrow, Sasuke said. Well, if you guys are sure. Then I will too. Sakura nodded. Guess we should rest for tomorrow, Sasuke suggested, as he and Sakura were prepared to leave, until Naruto spoke up. Wait, guys. They stopped and looked back. Yes, Naruto. Sakura asked. Could you two walk with me? There's something important I have to talk to you about, he requested. The two were curious, as Sasuke answered, okay. Where to? Follow me, Naruto said, as he led them to the spot in the forest area where he fought Mizuki. No one will bother us here, I'm sure. So what did you want to talk to us about, Naruto? Sakura inquired. The true reason why I hadn't attended the ninja academy when just about all of you started. I was out of the village for 3 years. 3 years out of the village? Sasuke asked, as Naruto nodded in response. But why? Sakura wondered. Iruka-sensei said on the day I first came to class one had been privately training for 3 years. The reason my training was private because the stuff I was learning was something not anyone in the village could teach me. And what's that? Sasuke inquired. This, Naruto answered as he performed some fire-bending tricks, taking the two by surprise. Whoa, Sakura gasped. That's nothing, check this out. Naruto continued as he performed some earthbending on some boulders, airbended the wind around them creating a refreshing breeze, and finally waterbended a pillar of water from a nearby lake before turning the pillar to ice. Naruto, what kind of jutsu is that? Sasuke asked, feeling lost for words. Naruto answered, this isn't jutsu, Sasuke. This is bending. Bending? Sasuke asked in confusion. Bending what? Sakura asked. Bending of the elements, Sakura. You're not making any sense, Sasuke said. That's okay, I didn't understand it myself at first, but I eventually caught on. But how can you do bending, Naruto? Sakura wondered. Because I'm the Avatar, he answered. Avatar? The two asked with raised brows. Naruto nodded. Sit down. I'll tell you the story. So Sakura and Sasuke sat down on the grass, as Naruto began to tell them the story he was told years ago about Avatar 1, the spirits, Aang, and Korra. He finished, and now the responsibilities of the Avatar are on me. Both Sakura and Sasuke sat there with shocked expressions on their faces, until Sasuke answered, no way. Naruto nodded, way. Naruto, no wonder you said how much you hated dictators and corruption. Sakura said flabbergasted. Yeah, every avatar throughout history faced some kind of corruption from someone, Naruto answered. Wan dealt with Vadu, Kyoshi had Chin the Conqueror, Roku and Aang had Fire Lords Sozin and Ozai, and Korra dealt with people like Aemon, Unalaq, Zaire, and Kuvira. And do you think someone like any of them exists out there? Sakura asked in worry. No doubt about it, Naruto confirmed, there will always be conflict in many ways and forms, and someone will always try to throw the world out of balance. But the Avatar must maintain balance in the world no matter what. That is the never-ending mission. So much responsibility, Sakura said in surprise. Naruto nodded, and it's my mission like all the avatars that came before me. Sounds like you got a lot on your plate, Sasuke noted. Yes, but I've been taught by the best benders out there in the other nations. I have no intention of letting them or anyone else down. I wanted to tell you guys this because this is my way of trusting you with a secret of mine that not many in the world know about yet. Yet, Sakura questioned. Eventually it'll become known to everyone who the next Avatar is. At least to those who know of the legend of the Avatar. But for now, until something that is a threat to all of the world or to our village itself emerges, I am Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Konoha. Sakura and Sasuke got up. As the Uchiha spoke, Naruto, thank you for telling us this. Yeah, sharing something like that with us takes a lot of guts, Sakura added. And you got a lot of Sasuke smirked. Naruto smiled, thanks guys. Tomorrow let's pass Sensei's test together. Both nodded, as they did a three-way fist bump, before going their separate ways. Unbeknownst to them, Hiruzen was watching them through his crystal ball. He smiled as he watched the scene play out. Nice to see you can trust your friends with this secret and burden, Naruto. Perhaps one day you'll have the guts to tell them your other secret. But that depends solely on you. Chapter 11. A Test and Fly. As the sun rose over Konoha, Naruto had heard his alarm clock go off. After turning it off, he got up and started getting ready. After he got himself ready, He fed Sarith his breakfast. Okay, Sarith, I'll be back later. Stay out of trouble, he teased the dragon who snorted. So Naruto left his place, and headed for the training ground. Kakashi instructed him, Sakura, and Sasuke to meet it for their final test. When he arrived he saw both Sakura and Sasuke were there waiting. Hey, guys, Naruto greeted them. Good morning, Naruto, Sakura greeted him. Hey, Sasuke greeted. Naruto looked around seeing no sign of Kakashi. Shouldn't sensei be here before us? That's what we thought, Sasuke answered. Well, he can't be much longer, Sakura said, hoping to lighten things up. Naruto sat down against a training post, as they waited for Kakashi. About 2 hours later, Kakashi finally arrived. Hey, he greeted the three. You're late, Sakura called him out. Sorry about that, but I kinda misplaced my favorite mask, so I had to buy a spare, but they were nearly sold out, plus the lines were killer. Kakashi explained sheepishly. Naruto gave him a deadpan look and thought, I don't even need Toph's ability to sense things through the ground to know that's a lie. Kakashi cleared his throat. All right, now that you're all here we can begin our final test. And just what is our final test? Sasuke inquired. Kakashi reached into his brooch and pulled out 2 bells each tied to a thread. You will be required to take these from me. Take? Naruto asked. Yes, if you get a bell from me you will be pass. Sakura spoke up, pointing out a flaw. But, sensei, you only have 2 bells. That's right, whoever doesn't get a bell not only fails but will be sent back to the academy. Kakashi warned them. Sakura looked worried, while Sasuke looked curious, and Naruto squinted suspiciously. Kakashi pulled out a timer, and another thing, you will be timed. If no one succeeds in obtaining a bell then no one passes and you'll all get sent back. He set the timer. Your test starts now. The 3 genin quickly made themselves scarce, while Kakashi stood out in the open before pulling out his favorite book to read. While Sakura and Sasuke were wondering what to do to get a bell, Naruto already knew what to do. He quickly snuck his way over and brought both of his supposed teammates to him. Naruto, we're being timed, remember? Sakura reminded him. It doesn't matter if we're being timed, Naruto answered. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. This whole final exam he's got us doing is just a farce. How so? Sakura asked in confusion. He wants us to turn on each other just to get a bell for ourselves. Naruto explained. Divide and conquer. Sasuke realized it. Exactly, Naruto nodded. Okay, so why purposely do this? Does he want us to lose on purpose? Sakura asked. No, the real test isn't about seeing who can get a bell, it's about getting them together. Naruto enlightened her. Teamwork. Sasuke got it, and Naruto nodded. So what can we go to get those bells? Sakura asked. I have a plan, but I'll need you 2 to stall him, Naruto began. Can you 2 do that? Sasuke nodded with a confident smile. You know it. Right, Sakura agreed. Back on the training ground, Kakashi still read his book while keeping a single eye out for any of the 3 to attack. He thought to himself, I may look like I'm taking it easy, but I am cautious. After all, one of my opponents is the Avatar. Sandaime said he's still learning, but still isn't to be taken lightly. Suddenly he was brought out of thought as Sasuke appeared out of nowhere forming hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. He spat fire from his mouth right at Kakashi. The Jonin held onto his book and backflipped away to avoid the jutsu. Sakura was hiding out, before launching some paper bomb-wrapped kunai at the ground where Kakashi landed. The explosions threw him off balance, and Naruto dropped in and used airbending to blow the bells off Kakashi's person. Sakura saw the bells fly through the wind before she caught them. I got them. Yes, Naruto pumped a fist, as Sasuke crossed his arms feeling impressed. Kakashi saw Sakura got the bells, and was prepared to give her an ultimatum. All right, Sakura. Now that you have both bells, what will you do? Keep one and give another to your teammate. Sakura looked at Kakashi, Naruto and Sasuke, and then the bells. She looked back up and answered, I don't want them. She tossed both of them to Sasuke, who caught them. Sasuke, Kakashi asked, wondering if he'll make the choice. Pass. He tossed the bells to Naruto. Naruto looked at the bells before dropping them before Kakashi, and answered, keep them. You 3 are just giving up the bells like that? Kakashi inquired. We were put together on this team of 3 for a reason. We can't just desert each other now. Sakura explained. I'd rather stay at the academy than abandon anyone. Sasuke added. If I abandoned anyone I couldn't call myself a ninja, or more importantly call myself the Avatar. Naruto explained, while both Sakura and Sasuke were wondering why Naruto would say what he is in front of Kakashi. Kakashi eyed the 3 before speaking, well, if that's your final answers. Then you passed. I smiled. The 3 genin returned the smile. As Naruto spoke, it was all about teamwork. Correct, Kakashi nodded. If there's one thing I value most when being on a team or guiding a team, it's teamwork. A wise friend once taught me those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. He saw how the 3 looked moved by the words and had already committed it to memory. All right, starting tomorrow we begin our first day as Squad 7. Until then you are dismissed. He took his leave. Sakura looked to Naruto. Naruto, does sensei already know you're the Avatar? Naruto looked at both Sakura and Sasuke who were curious, and answered, actually, yes. How long has he known? Sasuke asked. He's known ever since that night I found out what I was. How? Sakura asked. Because he came to my defense when others tried to take me down. Naruto answered, while the 2 were confused at that last part. Well, whatever the case we passed and tomorrow we begin our new lives as ninja. Sasuke said. Yeah, so let's work well. Sakura suggested. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Hey, how about you 3 come join me for lunch? My treat. I'm sold, Sakura answered. Well, I suppose, Sasuke answered apathetically, before smirking smugly at Naruto who playfully punched his shoulder. Later on the 3 were at Ichiraku Ramen, enjoying some bowls of the delicious stuff. As Sakura finished hers, she spoke, so what do you think we'll be doing for our first mission? I hope it's something cool, Naruto said, until they heard cat hissing. They looked behind them seeing a cat wearing a ribbon running away with a group of 3 shinobi running after it. After it. Don't lose it. All headed off. The 3 genin looked at each other. As Sasuke spoke, I wouldn't want to have that for a mission. True that, Naruto agreed, as the 3 laughed. After the 3 finished their meal, Sasuke spoke, thanks for lunch, Naruto. You're welcome. So I guess we'll see you tomorrow, Sakura said. Hold on you guys, Naruto began, I'd like you 2 to come to my place tonight. There's something else I'd like to share with you. What's that? Sasuke asked. It's a surprise. We don't even know where you live, Sakura noted. Don't worry, I'll send some clones to show you the way. Well, okay, Sasuke answered. See you tonight, Sakura said, as she and Sasuke headed home. Later that night, Naruto was on the roof of his home waiting for his squad. He looked down and saw his clones coming over with Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto's clones dispelled, as Sakura and Sasuke jumped up to the roof. Well, we're here, Sakura said. So what's the surprise? Sasuke inquired. Well, it's someone special I'd like you to meet. He's been with me for a few years now. Who? Sakura asked curiously. Before I introduce you to him, I must request that the both of you not scream. Why would we scream? Sasuke wondered. My friend isn't exactly someone you come across every day. What is he? Sakura asked. See for yourself. Naruto whistled. They looked and saw Sarith crawl out one of the open windows and onto the roof stop beside Naruto. Guys, meet Sarith. Sarith, that's Sasuke and Sakura. Sarith let out a roar. Feel Sakura's eyes were widened in shock. Is that ADDDD? A dragon? Sasuke gasped in shock. That's right, Naruto nodded. Sakura shook off her stupor and asked, a real live dragon? Oh yeah, Naruto answered. How did you come across a dragon? Sasuke asked in surprise. I found him as a young dragon. I took him in, nurtured him, and raised him myself. Amazing, Sakura said, as she and Sasuke slowly approached, but stepped back as Sarith looked at them. It's okay, he's very gentle. Around gentle people at least, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura got closer, before lowering down to Sarith's level. Sasuke held out a hand above the dragon's forehead before placing it down upon him. He pet him a few times before seeing he really was docile. Sakura seeing this pet the dragon as well. You know, he's actually kinda cute, Sakura admitted, while smiling. Sarith roared happily from the petting, as Naruto spoke up, he's been living here with me at my place since I came back to Konoha. Aside from Gigi, nobody else really knows about him. Do you keep him cooped up inside your house because of what some might do if they saw him? Sasuke asked. Only during the day, but at this time of night is when he gets his exercise. Naruto explained. Exercise? Sakura wondered. Yeah, Naruto said, as he held out his airbending glider staff, climb on his back and we'll show you. Climb on his back? Sasuke asked, until Sakura found out what was going on. Hold on, I'm not so sure I want to. Don't worry, Sarith is always careful when someone's riding him, Naruto promised. Sasuke climbed up onto Sarith's back, as the dragon beckoned Sakura to climb on as well. Sakura looked hesitant at first, but seeing the honest look in Sarith's eyes could tell he wouldn't let her fall. Smiling, she climbed on behind Sasuke. Hold on you two, Naruto instructed them, as they held on. He looked at Sarith and ordered, let's fly. The two started running across the roof, while Sasuke and Sakura were bouncing up and down. When they reached the edge of the roof, Naruto's staff folded out into his glider, and took it to the air with Sarith flying after him. As the dragon flew up, Sasuke and Sakura held on as they were instructed. Sasuke looked over seeing Naruto gliding. Naruto, you're flying, he called. Technically, this is gliding, but you get the picture, Naruto replied. Sakura was holding onto Sasuke's back, until she opened her eyes and saw how far up they were. Whoa! She gasped. Beautiful isn't it? Naruto asked. This is amazing, Sakura answered, you can see the whole village from way up here. She started smiling. That's the beauty of it, Naruto said, as he started gliding around performing aerial maneuvers. Naruto, you're a show-off, Sasuke said, as Sarith was flying at Naruto's pace. Jealous much? Naruto teased. Sakura giggled, before looking ahead seeing a flock of birds. Look out. Naruto looked ahead seeing the birds and glided above their flying formation, as Sarith flew at their side. One bird noticing the dragon squawked in shock, until Sarith flew further up after Naruto. The two flew above the clouds, as Sakura put her hand through one just to feel it. Naruto spoke, take a look you guys, we're on top of the world. This is about the greatest moment in my life, Sasuke began, so far at least. You betcha, Sarith, dive, he ordered, as the two dove down. As Sarith dove, Sasuke and Sakura screamed and laughed from the thrill and excitement. How did it take for Sarith to let you ride on his back? Sakura asked Naruto. Quite a while. At first he felt uncomfortable with me on his back, but after a few lessons and show of trust we were flying all over the night sky. Why only at night? Sakura asked. Because dragons are very rare and hard to come across, he answered. Sure, it's much safer to fly in the skies of Republic City in the daytime, but in Konoha you can imagine many may start a panic. He's right, Sasuke agreed. While many fire jutsus are based off dragon abilities, not many have actually seen one. And civilians would be more likely to panic than shinobi would. Naruto confirmed. Many fairy tales and bedtime stories have always depicted dragons as evil, ruthless monsters, but deep down are noble creatures that represent wisdom and strength. I never knew, Sakura said in awe. Now ya do, Naruto replied with a laugh, and soon both his teammates laughed with him as they flew. Eventually, Naruto and Sarith pulled around and flew back to the house. After landing back on the roof, Sasuke and Sakura dismounted Sarith. Naruto folded up his staff, as Sakura spoke, thanks for the fun, Naruto. Yeah, we really appreciated this, Sasuke added. Hey, that's what friends are for, right? He asked. Yeah, Sasuke nodded, along with Sakura. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, Sakura began, before giving Sarith one last pet. Good night, Sarith. The dragon playfully roared. Sasuke gave the dragon one last pet as well, before he and Sakura jumped off the roof and headed back to their places. Naruto smiled as he watched them leave, and lowered himself down to Sarith's level to pet him. See, boy. That goes to show not everyone is judgmental and stereotypical of your kind. I could get used to having them as a team, he said to himself. Chapter 12. First Avatar Duty. About a week and a half passed since Squad 7 was formed, and since then they had taken up D-rank missions to start off. One morning, Naruto was up and relaxing with Sarith resting on his bed. These D-rank missions are child's play. I'm the Avatar, I shouldn't have to do such small charity work, he sighed, though what can I do about it, argue with Gigi. If I tried that I'd be up for an earful. He heard a knock at the door, and looked nervous if Sarith was seen by others who didn't know of him. Coming, Naruto said, as he went to his door and creaked it open to see Kakashi, sensei. Come to the administration building right away. The Hokage has a mission for us, he explained. Naruto was surprised, but answered, okay, I'll be there. Suddenly Kakashi poofed into smoke. Shadow clone. Well, better see what this is about. Naruto slipped into his boots and headed for the building. Once all of Squad 7 was presented before the Hokage, the old man spoke, now that you're all here, we can get down to business. I've gone over your mission reports and your teamwork countless times. I think just maybe perhaps you're ready for AC rank mission. AC rank mission, Sakura gasped, as Sasuke and Naruto smirked. Before I make this official, what do you think, Kakashi? Hiruzen inquired. Kakashi answered, well, a mission out of the village will do them some good. As long as you approve. Hiruzen spoke, then it's decided. Squad 7, I am assigning you AC rank mission to the Wave Country. Wave Country? Naruto asked. Correct, your mission is a simple escort. Who are we escorting? Sakura inquired. That would be me. They turned around and saw an old man holding a sake bottle. Everyone, meet Tazuna. Tazuna, these will be your bodyguards. Hiruzen introduced them. Tazuna eyed the squad looking disappointed. I asked for strong shinobi, not children. The squad frowned, as Kakashi spoke, rest assured, Tazuna, you're in capable hands. Tazuna still looked skeptical of the squad, but sighed, very well. All right you lot, the thing is I'm a bridge builder from my home country and am currently working on a new bridge. I came here to Konoha for supplies and now I have to get back home, but I worry about being targeted. If he could get here without an escort, then why should he have a problem getting back without one? Naruto whispered to Sasuke, who found his joke amusing. Sakura was suddenly curious, hang on. Why would you feel threatened about being targeted? Naruto was also curious, yeah. Who would want to waste their time going after a bridge builder? Tazuna muttered to himself, you have no idea. Kakashi spoke, all right then. Team, go on home and pack. Let's meet at the gates in 10. Hi, the genin answered, as they left the building. At Naruto's place, the young avatar finished packing the essentials, before looking at Sarith, don't worry boy, I'll be back soon. But just in case, I left you enough food for a few days. Just don't overeat it, Sarith growled. Naruto grabbed his air glider staff, well, I'm off. Behave yourself. He slipped into his boots and left. Soon Squad 7 and Tazuna were at the gates. Kakashi spoke, all right, let's get going. And so they started walking. As they walked, Tazuna was looking at Naruto and the staff on his back. What's with that staff ya got there, kid? Naruto looked back. This, let's just say, is a valuable weapon, and a gift from someone very special. He answered, thinking about Jinora. As they walked down the road, Kakashi and Naruto eyed a puddle of water. They said nothing, and passed it up. When all of them passed the puddle, a figure in a ragged cloak and breathe mask emerged from the puddle and launched a spiked chain from one of his giant gauntlets. Look out, Naruto shouted, as he jumped in and used airbending to redirect the chain back to the attacker. He dodged the chain and landed on the ground. How did you know? He demanded. That puddle trick may fool an academy student, but not us. Naruto answered. Sakura, Sasuke, guard Tazuna. Kakashi ordered, as the two surrounded Tazuna. Brother, now, the shinobi ordered. Popping from behind Kakashi and Naruto was another breather mask wearing shinobi. Both Naruto and Kakashi jumped to avoid the attack. Naruto and Kakashi saw the two stand together, and the Jonin spoke, Maizu and Guzu, the demon brothers of the mist. Why would two shinobi like you be out here? Naruto questioned. We're here for the bridge builder. Guzu answered. Now step aside before we make you. Maizu warned him. You're not laying a hand on Tazuna. Kakashi answered firmly. Brother, let's go, Maizu said. Let's, Guzu replied, as the two charged for them. Naruto smirked, chumps, He used earthbending to encase their feet and their arms in stone, neutralizing them. What gives? Maizu demanded. I can't break free. Guzu struggled. You two won't be moving anytime soon. So why don't you tell us why you're here? Naruto suggested. We ain't telling you anything. Guzu spat. Naruto frowned, wanting to do it the hard way, huh? Well, I can make you talk. He conjured a fireball into his hand, only for Kakashi to stop him. That won't be necessary, Naruto. What do you mean? There's someone else here who knows why they're after him. Kakashi looked over and saw Tazuna, who looked nervous. Tazuna, you knew shinobi like these two would be after you, didn't you? Tazuna, seeing no way around it, confessed, yes, I did. But I have my reasons. What reasons? Naruto asked. The wave is a poverty-stricken place. It has been ever since Gato of Gato Shippings took over. Gato Shippings? Sakura asked. What's that? Sasuke inquired. A shipping company owned by a criminal named Gato, Tazuna began. He moved into our country and forced people to rely on his services, where he charges them for an unfair price. Anyone who's tried to stand up to him ended up murdered. But the bridge I'm building can put a stop to it. How? Naruto wondered. Gato controls the waters in our country. But with my bridge we can bypass it and never be forced to rely on him again. Naruto smiled. Good plan. Suddenly he turned serious, but I'm sure someone like that would always find a way around your loophole. I'm sorry I lied to all of you, Tazuna apologized. I wouldn't blame you for leaving me. Now I wouldn't go saying that. Kakashi spoke up. Sensei, Sakura asked. We'll continue with the mission. The Jonin answered. Thank you. Tazuna thanked them. Naruto looked at the demon brothers. How many more men does Gato have like you ready to strike? Guzu answered smugly. Wouldn't you like to know? Naruto frowned, until Kakashi spoke up. Forget it, Naruto. They won't talk to us. But I'll send a clone back to the village and inform the Hokage to have these two picked up. He summoned a clone that ran back to the village. All right. Let's go. They got back on the road and left. Hey, get back here. Maizu called. We demand you release us. Guzu demanded. But they didn't stop to turn back, but kept on going. Tanza spoke up. By the way, Naruto, how did ya control earth, wind, and fire like that? Is that how you normally use jutsu? Nope, that's bending. Bending. Long story, Naruto answered, as they carried on. As they walked, Naruto thought, maybe this could be my first real job as Avatar, to restore order to wave. If this is the case, I better be ready for anything. Meanwhile, somewhere in a forest inside an HQ, sat a short man looking at a very tall man sitting on a couch with a giant sword at his side. Zabuza, those brothers you sent on my behalf have failed. The man known as Zabuza answered, if they couldn't kill a simple merchant, then they weren't cut out for the job. The man who was Gato frowned. I'm warning you, unless that old man is dead you won't receive any payment from me. Zabuza grabbed his sword and got up. Don't worry, Gato. I'll deal with them myself now. He walked away and left the room only to be greeted by a boy who had the appearance of a girl. How did the meeting go? He asked. Like it always did, Haku. Now come on, we're going after the bridge builder ourselves. Zabuza said, as Haku followed him. They exited the building, only to come face to face with a man with dark skin, black hair in 3 ponytails, and his attire included blue boots, black pants, and a blue muscle shirt that left his biceps to be seen. Off to someplace, Zabuza? He inquired smugly. Out of my way, Carrick. I have a job to do. Zabuza warned him. Oh, right, you have to clean up the mess your 2 flunkies left. Carrick laughed. Zabuza gripped his sword tight before rushing. I'm tired of you running that mouth. He swung his sword, separating Carrick's top half from his legs. Zabuza and Haku watched as both halves fell to the ground. Suddenly Carrick's legs dissolved into water, and from his bottom half water extended out and took the form of a fresh pair of legs. Really, Zabuza, even you know a waterbender of my talent doesn't die so easily. Carrick said, as he got up. Zabuza frowned beneath his wrapped-up face. Just watch yourself. Let's go, Haku, we're wasting time. The two walked past the waterbender who watched them leave and smirked. Zabuza Momochi, soon the demon of the mist will be a thing of the past, he thought. Chapter 13, Swordsman and a Bender. After their unexpected run-in with the Demon Brothers of the Mist, Squad 7 and Tazuna continued on to Wave. So you're this special chosen one meant to serve as this bridge between spirit and reality? Tazuna asked. That's right, this has happened for over 1,000 years. And I'm the unexpected chosen avatar. Naruto confirmed. All of a sudden I'm glad you guys were assigned to protect me. Tazuna said gratefully. Kakashi spoke up, we should be reaching our destination soon. Suddenly they heard a ruffle in the bushes, and they stopped. Naruto squinted his eyes and used airbending on the bush, exposing a white rabbit, a rabbit. Naruto asked, until Kakashi squinted at the rabbit's coat. White at this time of year? He realized, a distraction. Everybody, get down. Hearing that, everyone hit the dirt as a giant sword swung in and nailed a tree. They looked up seeing the weapon and Sakura gasped, where did that come from? From me, came a voice as Zabuza suddenly appeared and pulled his sword out of the tree. That guy's huge, Sasuke gasped. Kakashi squinted at the man, that sword and your mist headband. You must be the infamous Zabuza Momochi, the demon of Kiri. Right you are, and based off your appearance you are Konoha's Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza replied. Sharingan? Sasuke asked in confusion. So you're targeting Tazuna as well? Kakashi said. Yes, since those idiotic brothers were unsuccessful, it's up to me to clean up their mess. Zabuza gripped his blade. We're not going to let you near Tazuna. Kakashi called. That's a promise, Naruto added. You four are no match for me. Zabuza warned them. We can try, Kakashi answered. Guys, protect Tazuna. The three genin surrounded Tazuna, as Kakashi jumped into battle against Zabuza. The three protected Tazuna while watching Zabuza and Kakashi go at it in terms of strength and jutsu. Look at them go, Sakura gasped. So this is what a match between two jonin is like, Sasuke said in amaze. Yeah, Naruto agreed, and thought, I got this feeling we're not alone. Hidden in the trees was Haku, who was now wearing a mask over his face. He waited patiently until he felt it was the moment for him to jump in. He thought to himself, this jonin Kakashi Hatake, he's incredibly strong, but Zabuza is more than a match for him. Suddenly he felt a presence behind him, and was almost hit by water shots. Haku dodged and saw in another tree was Carrick smirking. Carrick, what are you doing here? I'm on a mission of my own. I'm gonna take you and Zabuza down. Are you insane? We're all hired under Gato. Yes, but if you and Zabuza deal with the bridge builder then I won't be getting the bigger pay. And, well, I just can't have that. Haku tightened his fists. You dare betray us? I dare and I do. He waterbended water from his own body at Haku. Back on the ground, Kakashi and Zabuza's fight was interrupted when they all heard the commotion from above. What's that? Naruto asked. Haku, Zabuza thought. Landing on the ground was Haku and Carrick, which surprised Squad 7. Now what's up? Sasuke asked. Carrick, what do you think you're doing here? Zabuza demanded. Haku answered, he wants to eliminate us and take credit for eliminating the bridge builder. What? Zabuza demanded, as Carrick smirked. Who is that guy? Sakura asked in confusion. Naruto squinted his eyes and flashed back, recalling a wanted poster hanging around Republic City. I've seen that face before. You have? Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke inquired. Naruto nodded. He's Carrick, a fugitive born at the North Pole in the Northern Water Tribe. He relocated to Republic City and became the new head of the Triple Threat Triad organization. But after a warrant was put out on him he skipped town. Carrick chuckled amusingly. You know your history, kid. Anything else you can tell us about him? Kakashi inquired Naruto. He's a unique type of waterbender. He can break down his very body into water itself. He can even bend his own body and can regenerate his limbs and such because he's made of water already. That's right, he's such a pain, Zabuza grunted. Carrick smirked. You're going to be the one in pain. He started bending and water shot from his own body in the form of water bullets. Look out, Naruto shouted as he slammed his palms on the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise up and protect them. Though the wall was strong, Carrick's water-bending bullets left holes in it. Carrick noticed what happened. So the blonde's an earthbender. How interesting. Behind the earth wall, Naruto spoke to Zabuza and Haku. Looks like we're all in the same boat now, huh? Don't be so sure, kid. This has nothing to do with you. Zabuza retorted. Somehow I don't think he's going to let us live after he's done with you. Kakashi replied dryly. He's not killing me or Haku. Zabuza promised Kakashi. Zabuza, Haku began, whether you see it or not, this is both our fights. So we need to work together. Silence, Haku, Zabuza ordered him. Hey, you can't talk to him like that, Naruto argued. Guys, I hate to break up this argument, but got an insane waterbender attacking us. Sakura reminded them. Carrick jumped above the earth wall, and waterbended a jet of water at them. Naruto seeing this quickly whipped out his folded-up air glider and twirled it like a baton. Combining that move with his airbending was able to blow the water back, and Carrick flipped backwards looking shocked. You earthbend and airbend. Naruto nodded smugly, I also firebend and waterbend, thank you. Only one being is capable of doing all four. You're the Avatar, Carrick gasped. Naruto smirked, the one and only. Carrick's look of shock was replaced with a look of excitement, ooh. Imagine the bounty I'll receive and the fame I will gain if I succeed in killing the Avatar. Naruto frowned at his cockiness, you're not killing me or anyone here, got it? Enough talk, Carrick called, as he bended water bullets from his body again. Naruto was prepared to defend only for Zabuza to deflect them with his sword. Zabuza? He asked. Zabuza looked back at him, you're the Avatar. Well, then things just got interesting. He stood ready, as Kakashi and Haku joined him. Looks like I may have to use this after all. Kakashi lifted up his headband to reveal his hidden eye, which was red with 3 black tomo marks inside it. Sasuke gasped, my family's eye. Naruto, back us up. Sasuke, Sakura, if he gets past us defend Tazuna. Kakashi ordered. Hi, they agreed, and surrounded Tazuna. The 4 took off and fought Carrick. Zabuza swung his sword at Carrick, only for the bended to jump away. You're slow, Zabuza. Perhaps it's best you retire and leave the bounty work to fresh blood. You blabbering pest, Zabuza growled. Kakashi, kid, stay close to me. He formed a hand sign, and suddenly the mist around them was getting thicker. What's going on? Naruto asked. Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu, Haku explained. Clever, Zabuza, but I'm too smart to fall victim to your little silent kill. Carrick said, as he stood in the mist, and suddenly spun around and caught Zabuza's arm, as the swordsman was planning to stab him in the neck with a kunai. What? Zabuza gasped. Now you're mine, Carrick called, as he waterbended a bubble of water around Zabuza's head, cutting off his air supply. Zabuza held his breath and thought, damn this bending asshole. He dropped his sword, unable to concentrate on holding it. Now die, Carrick ordered. Leave Zabuza alone. Haku jumped in with Naruto, as the masked shinobi formed a hand sign, making ice spears pop up from the ground, close to where Zabuza and Carrick were. Carrick quickly released Zabuza and jumped away before the ice pillars could pierce him. Whoa, are you a waterbender? Naruto asked Haku. No, this is a bloodline ability. Haku answered. Cool, Naruto admitted. Zabuza caught his breath and formed hand signs, water style, water dragon jutsu. From a nearby body of water rose up a dragon made of water that was aimed right for Carrick, who dodged it. Nice try, he said smugly, before getting attacked from behind by another water dragon. Zabuza was confused until he saw the second came from Kakashi, so that's the power of the Sharingan. Carrick landed on the ground, but got back to his feet seeing Naruto run at him and started firebending. Carrick was dodging the shots of fire, and spoke, not bad for a half-baked avatar. Half-baked? Well, let me show ya full-baked. Naruto summoned 5 shadow clones, and they all started using firebending. Carrick continued to avoid, but Sasuke noticed Carrick was beginning to sweat. He thought, of course. He may be made of water, but even water has a limit to intense heat. He spoke to his teammate, Sakura, protect Tazuna. What are you doing? Sakura asked. I'm gonna help. Sasuke ran to help, while forming hand sign, fire style, fireball jutsu. He launched a jet of fire at Carrick from behind, making him cry. Whoa, Naruto gasped, as the group saw Carrick stand in the middle looking like he was melting. So much for your great skill, Carrick. Zabuza mocked. Carrick growled, you haven't seen the last of me. He dissolved into water and the drops fled into the soil. No, Naruto called, but knew he was gone. Zabuza ended the mist, and spoke, now then. Where we were, he turned back at Squad 7. Even after all that, you will want to continue? Kakashi asked in disbelief. You don't know me, Kakashi Hatake, Zabuza said, as he prepared his word. Suddenly he was blocked by Haku, but I do. He answered. Haku, get out of the way. No. You dare defy me, Zabuza gasped. I may be your tool, Zabuza. But this has gone far enough. Besides, I know you didn't care about killing the bridge builder. You only wanted to fight stronger opponents to test yourself. Haku, Zazbua warned him. It's true. That's the real purpose you took up this job with Gato, was in hopes of fighting stronger opponents. I watched you fight with Kakashi from the trees, and you looked like you were having fun. Don't be ridiculous. Zabuza looked away in denial. You can't fool me, Zazbuza. I know you better than anyone. So just drop this charade. Haku pleaded. Zabuza frowned beneath his face wrappings, before he lowered his sword. Damn it, why do you have a way with words? Haku giggled. That's how I am. Zabuza sighed. Fine, you win, little brother. Brother? Squad 7 asked. Haku looked back, not biologically, but he's as close to family as I've had in so many years. He removed his mask. My name is Haku. It's very nice to meet you all. Naruto was taken aback by Haku's feminine appearance, while Sakura thought, he looks prettier than me. Okay, since Zabuza and Haku won't be attacking us now. What do we do? Naruto asked. All I know is I wanna chop that Carrick's head off. Zabuza growled. There will be time for that, but right now I think we should press on. Kakashi suggested. My home's not too far from here now, Tazuna said, we can go rest there. You two are welcome to come with us. My daughter's an excellent cook. That would be very gracious of you, Haku said, and elbowed Zabuza. Thank you, he grumbled. All right, let's get going, Kakashi said, as Squad 7 continued on with the addition of Zabuza and Haku. Meanwhile, back at Gato's lair, Carrick had returned and the little man spoke. Carrick, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for Zabuza. I'm afraid Zabuza and Haku have gone and betrayed you. Carrick lied. What? Gato shot up from his seat. They were conspiring against you with the team protecting the bridge builder. I tried to stop them, but I was unprepared for what I had to face. What could have made you unprepared? I was fighting the Avatar. The Avatar? Yes, the legendary bender above all benders in the nations. I see. Well, then we'll have to rethink our strategy. I will inform you once I've come up with a plan. Yes sir. Carrick left, and smirked to himself. Sucker-botted like sail, he thought. Chapter 14. The Tale of a Swordsman and Bloodliner. Squad 7, Zabuza, and Haku followed Tazuna from the forest all the way to a small house by the docks. Well, this is my place. Tazuna led them to it. Nice, and right by the sea, Sakura said with a smile. Well, come on, let's head in. Tazuna led them inside. I'm home. Then a young blue-haired woman walked into the room to see them. Dad, what took you so long? You said you'd be back by at least a day or two. She crossed her arms. I'm sorry, Tsunami, but I had a bit of a setback. Luckily these ninja were here to help me home. Tazuna introduced his daughter to them. Tsunami looked a bit frightened at the appearance of Zabuza holding his large sword. Haku, noticing her fright, nudged Zabuza, who put his sword aside. Everyone, this is my daughter, Tsunami. Tazuna introduced them. Tsunami, I'd like you to meet Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Zabuza, and Haku. Nice to meet you all. Tsunami greeted them. It's nice to meet you too, Kakashi answered, as the rest bowed their heads in respect, while Zabuza was late with the head bow. Grandpa, a voice called as a little boy rushed from another room and embraced the old man. Hey, Inari, good to see you, Tazuna said, while hugging his grandson. Who are these people? Inari asked, looking at the extra company. These ninja are gonna help your grandpa finish his bridge quicker, Tazuna answered. You're really going to help? Tsunami asked with joy. Well, our original plan was to just escort Tazuna back, but we've had a change of heart, Kakashi explained. And don't you worry, we'll make sure nothing happens to interfere with the construction of his bridge, Naruto promised. But what about Gato and his men? Inari asked, ready to cry. Kid, I've seen his men, Zabuza began. They're all nothing but worms compared to someone of my status. he said, not wanting to bring up Carrick. That's right, should any of Gato's thugs get in the way of your grandfather's work, we'll make sure they regret it. Haku assured. You mean it? Inari asked hopefully. I do, Haku promised him. Thank you all, Tsunami thanked him, please make yourselves at home. Thank you very much, Haku said, as the group made themselves comfortable. Later that day out by the forest area, Naruto and Sasuke were running up some trees before marking a spot they reached before falling back to the ground. Sakura and Haku were watching, while Kakashi and Zabuza had come back carrying some firewood. And how are those two doing with the tree walking exercise I put them on? Kakashi asked Sakura. They're getting the hang of it, she answered. It's amazing to see you manage to make it up to the top on your first try, Sakura. Haku noticed. Well, my chakra control was better than both of theirs, she answered. Having excellent chakra control alone won't make a single shinobi strong, Zabuza spoke up, grabbing her attention. I suggest you find a field shinobi abilities and harness your time to that field. Sakura, seeing he was giving her some real helpful advice, answered, yes. I'll do that, thanks. Haku watched Naruto. You would have thought that being the Avatar, Naruto would have had this down by now. Guess being the Avatar doesn't make everything so easy to him, Zabuza said. When Naruto and Sasuke landed, the blonde looked back. Nothing is easy, especially to the Avatar. You have any idea the kind of training I had to go through to master the 4 elements? I can assume some very hard training, Haku guessed. Yeah, for 6 years, and so far the only thing I've yet to succeed at doing is tapping into the Avatar state, he sighed, but Mistress Janora says these things happen when they need to happen the most. Wise wisdom, Zabuza admitted. Why don't you two take 5 for now? Kakashi suggested, as Sasuke and Naruto halted their training to catch their breath. So they enjoyed some lunch that Tsunami packed for them before they headed out. As they ate, Naruto looked over at Zabuza curiously, before speaking. Tell us, Zabuza, how'd a guy like you end up becoming known as the Demon of the Mist? Zabuza looked at Naruto questionably, and noticed the others looked curious as well. He sighed, in many ways, you might say I was born a demon. Born? Sasuke and Sakura asked. Zabuza nodded, and explained, I was born in the village of Kiri in the Land of Water. Back then the ninja system was much different from it is there now. Much different. How? Naruto asked. Well, for starters at the Ninja Academy we were put into pairs and for our final exam had to fight literally to the death. Whoa, Sakura said in shock. Oh, yes, and me, well I wasn't even in the exam, and I murdered the entire class. Zabuza explained. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the man with surprise, as Sasuke spoke, you murdered an entire class of academy students. Yes, and I held no remorse for that. I worked my way up through the ninja ranks becoming infamous for silent killing. Eventually I joined the 7 swordsmen of Kiri and gained my signature blade as you've seen it. However, my loyalty with Kiri didn't last forever, for as things descended into the years of the Bloody Mist, most of my fellow comrades were killed or went rogue. I was one of them. Since then I wandered the ninja land in search for work or just killed out of sport. Bloody Mist, what's that mean? Sakura asked. Haku spoke up, I'll feel that. You see, from what I learned growing up is that bloodline families were marked as the cause for most of the land's civil wars. Because of this, bloodline families in Kiri were either murdered or driven away. Were you driven away because of your bloodline? Naruto inquired. In some way, yes, but my story is much more than that, Haku answered, and began to elucidate. I was born to a happy couple in the land of Kiri. We were happy living together, until one day I discovered my bloodline. My mother, however, told me I must never use or show anybody what I could do. However, my father had secretly caught me doing it and overheard my mother tell me to keep it a secret. He gathered a bunch of villagers and killed my mother. The 3 genin looked horrified. As he continued, he was about to kill me only for me to unleash the power of my ice style and ended up killing him and the mob he put together. Since then I had been on my own, wandering the streets, feeding only on scraps for sustenance. Then one day I met Zabuza, who took me in as his weapon and gave me a reason to go on living. But in a way he's become my big brother. Unbelievable, Sasuke said in surprise. You two really went through a lot, Sakura added. So your father just killed you without a second thought? Naruto asked Haku. Yes, Although I noticed he was crying when he killed my mother and when he was going to kill me. He did in fact love the both of us, but his fear of bloodline families was too overwhelming. Haku said with a sigh. We're sorry to hear you endured such a hardship. Sakura apologized. It's not so bad. Thanks to that I did find Zabuza. Haku admitted with a smile. Zabuza sighed, and I suppose finding Haku was a good thing to me too. With him at my side I didn't feel so lonely. So the demon of the mist gets lonely? Kakashi teased. Shut it, Kakashi, Zabuza growled. Eventually, Naruto and Sasuke finished lunch and went right back to training until it hit nightfall and they were requested to return back to Tezuna's place. That night at the old man's place, after dinner Naruto was outside with Inari at the edge of the dock. The boy watched as Naruto was using his waterbending on the water making the waves come forward and get pushed back. Wow, Naruto you're amazing, Inari said in amaze. Well, thanks. This ability to bend water and 3 other elements was something I had to practice to 6 years. 6 years? That's right, but I was lucky enough to have others to help me through my training. He smiled, as he remembered Jinora, her siblings, Kai, Mako, Bolin, Asami, and Akiza. Inari looked up at Naruto feeling he could trust him with anything and spoke, Naruto Yeah. Can I tell you something very personal that I don't really like bringing up? Sure, what is it? Naruto asked. It's about my father, Inari began. Your dad? Naruto asked, as the two sat down at the edge of the dock. Yes, you remind me so much of him, Inari said as he held back some tears. Naruto was curious, as Inari told Naruto of how his father tried to stand up to Gato when no one else would and ended up getting killed because of it. Naruto, seeing how the boy was affected by it, spoke, You're not alone in that, Inari. I'm not, he asked. Naruto shook his head. Truth is I lost my dad too, when I was just an infant. What? Inari gasped. Naruto nodded. I grew up without him or my mother. And I led a very hard and painful life until Mistress Jinora came to me. But you're lucky enough to have you mom and your grandpa, Inari nodded, knowing how logic that was, and you should honor your father by not showing fear to Gato or any of his associates. By not doing so you will have made his sacrifice be for nothing. So promise me you'll be strong when my friends and I put an end to Gato. Can you do that? Inari nodded. Yes, I will do that. I'll be strong for my mom and grandpa. And for everyone in our home. Naruto smiled and ruffled the kid's head through his hat. Watching from around the corner was Kakashi and Zabuza, who both eyes smiled seeing how Naruto handled things. That's one fine student ya got there, Kakashi. I know, and I know another would be proud of him too, Kakashi answered, as he thought about his sensei Minato. Chapter 15. Bridge Fight. The night after Naruto and Inari's heart-to-heart talk over by Gato's hideout, the little man was in his office, until Carrick entered the room. You called, Gato? Yeah, I've decided tomorrow we're gonna show this poverty-stricken country that I make the rules here. And anyone who tries to go against my law will be made to suffer. You did that before, didn't you? Carrick inquired. Yes, but this time we're going to have that bridge destroyed. I hope you should have no problem with it. Carrick snickered. No problem at all. Then go and inform my boys. We move out at dawn. Gato ordered. As you wish, Carrick answered, as he took his leave. When Carrick was outside the hideout, he chuckled to himself, a chance to not only destroy this country's last remaining hope but the opportunity to fight Zabuza and the Avatar again. This will be a day to remember. As he left the hideout, he was unaware of a spirit that was watching him from the trees. The spirit looked like it was the size of a small lizard and looked like a dragonfly. Literally, it looked like a little dragon with the wings of a fly, and glowed with a blue spiritual aura. The spirit looked worried before flying off through the forest. Meanwhile, back in the forest close to Tezuna's place, Naruto and Sasuke had finally reached the top of the trees they were practicing the chakra exercise with. We did it, Sasuke. Naruto called. Sasuke smiled and nodded. Yeah, let's head back. Naruto nodded in agreement, and Sasuke jumped down from branch to branch, while Naruto used his airbending to descend to the ground safely. I can't wait to see what Tsunami's got cooking up tonight, Naruto said, with the thought of food on his mind, until the two heard a growling sound, which put them on defense. What was that? Sasuke asked. I don't know, Naruto answered, until they saw the dragon fly spirit flying in their direction. What's that thing? Sasuke asked in confusion. A spirit, Naruto gasped. The spirit looked worn out from so much flying and started losing altitude. Naruto acting quickly used airbending to propel himself up and caught it. Gotcha, little guy. Naruto landed on the ground as Sasuke came over. Is it all right? He asked. We'll see, Naruto answered, as the spirit came too. Hey, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, the spirit answered with a male voice, before seeing Naruto. Oh, dear. Avatar Naruto. It knows you, Sasuke asked Naruto curiously. Yeah, being the Avatar I'm kind of a celebrity in the spirit world. Oh, Avatar, there's trouble afoot. The spirit began. What kind of trouble? I had just come from the hideout of the one called Gato, and he has plans for tomorrow. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked, as the Uchiha asked, what plans? Him and his thugs are going to the site of the bridge tomorrow and destroy it. The boys were shocked upon hearing this. As Naruto spoke, I'll bet Carrick is going to be there too. Yes, he is, the spirit confirmed. What now? Sasuke asked. We need to inform Sensei and Tazuna about this, Naruto began, before looking at the spirit. Thank you for giving me this information. You've been a great help. My pleasure, Avatar. Good luck, the spirit said before vanishing. Sasuke, come on. The two hurried back to Tazuna's. At the bridge builder's home, the group was sitting down at the table as Tsunami, Sakura, and Haku brought out the food. Sakura looked at the time. Naruto and Sasuke should be back by now. They'll be fine, Sakura, Kakashi calmed her. Why by now they're probably on their way here. Suddenly the door burst open, as Naruto and Sasuke entered looking tired from running. Boys, is something wrong? Tsunami asked. You're both out of breath. What happened? Haku inquired. Guys, we got a problem. Naruto began. Problem? What is it? Tazuna asked. Gato and his men are going to the bridge tomorrow and destroy it. Sasuke answered. What? Zabuza gasped, as Tazuna looked worried. That's not good, Tazuna answered. Oh, no, Inari trembled. How did you come across this information? Kakashi asked. Naruto and Sasuke eyed each other wondering how to tell him, but the Avatar chanced it. A little spirit told me. Spirit? Tazuna asked with a raised brow. Never mind, point is Gato's gonna attack the bridge and Carrick will be there. Naruto explained. Gato and his thugs are hardly the worry, but if Carrick's there then there will be trouble. Zabuza answered. Not so long as we all stand together. Naruto spoke up. If we all stand together against Gato, Carrick, and the rest of them, then they won't stand a chance. Inari smiled and stood up. You're right. I've been letting fear hold me down for too long. Now I wanna take a stand. Come on, Mom, don't you want to? He smiled. Tsunami gasped at her son's bravery. Inari, she suddenly saw a bit of her husband in him and smiled. Yes. We'll protect our home for the memory of your father and everyone here. And Zabuza and I will be there as well. Haku promised, as Zabuza nodded. Tazuna smiled seeing everyone willing to pitch in. Thanks again, all of you. Well, we won't be able to save a country on an empty stomach. So let's eat, Naruto said, as they went back to the table to enjoy dinner. The very next day, at the bridge, Tazuna and his workers were busy in completing the bridge almost as if nothing was going to go wrong, until they looked on the other side of the bridge and saw approaching was Gato, Carrick, and a whole mob of thugs. Tazuna, Gato called. Tazuna frowned, as he and his workers stood their ground. Gato. What are you doing here? He demanded. I've come to put an end to your little fantasy experiment, Gato answered with a smirk. This bridge of yours is nothing but an illusion to freedom. Tazuna shouted, this bridge is a symbol of hope to the people you've played on with your rules and cheating methods. Have you forgotten what happened last time to the one who defied my order? Gato challenged him. Tazuna frowned. I have not, but things are different now. Really? He asked amusingly. Yes, because this time not only one is standing up to you. We all are, one of the workers added. You think a few people makes any difference? Gato called him out. A few people can always make a difference, came Naruto's voice, as Squad 7 approached and stood at Tazuna's side. Well, Konoha Shinobi, good to see you again. Carrick smirked. Squad 7's eyes fell on Carrick, as Kakashi spoke, "You won't be getting away this time, Carrick. We'll make sure of it," came Zabuza's voice, as he and Haku appeared with everyone in waves standing behind them holding blunt instruments and other stuff to use as weapons. "Zabuza, you dare betray me?" Gato growled. "I didn't betray you, Gato. It was Carrick." "What? He followed me and tried to take me out so he would take all the credit. Sadly he underestimated the strengths of all of us," Zabuza explained. "Carrick a traitor?" Gato turned to him looking angry. "Is this true?" Carrick looked at Gato with no hint of remorse. "Yes it is." Gato growled, "You double-crosser. I'll have your head for." Gato was cut off, and coughed up blood. Everyone was shocked to see Carrick hand waterbended an ice spear into Gato's chest. "Sorry, Gato, I don't take being threatened well," Carrick said, before his ice spear broke into water, and the corpse fell on the bridge. The thugs looked outraged, as one spoke, "Hey, he just killed our meal ticket." "You bastard," another called Carrick out. They were about to attack, until Carrick waterbended ice spikes from the water to intimidate them. "I'm taking over this operation now. So either you all serve me, or I gut you like I did him." He motioned to Gato's lifeless corpse. The thugs intimidated enough automatically pledged their loyalty to Carrick. Zabuza frowned, "You nauseate me, Carrick." "I try," the waterbending crook snarked. Naruto spoke, as he stepped forward, "You took care of Gato for us, Carrick. Now we'll deal with you." "We shall see." Carrick pointed forward, "Attack." The thugs took charge and ran for the others. Kakashi, Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, and Sasuke got ready. "Let's go," Kakashi ordered, as they charged. When the two sides clashed, Zabuza and Haku were cutting thugs sewn right from left, while Kakashi was disarming them and knocking them out, while Sasuke himself used his own taijutsu. Naruto had used firebending on some thugs before he and Zabuza saw Carrick. "You're all ours," Zabuza said. "On the contrary, you're mine," Carrick said, as he went at it with the two. Carrick's arms turned into ice spears and started striking at Zabuza, who used his sword to block and strike back. Zabuza managed to push him back, as Naruto came at Carrick from behind launching a shot of fire. Carrick made a hole appear in his torso allowing the shot to go through him. Zabuza quickly jumped back to avoid the shot. "You can't fight one capable of reforming himself," Carrick mocked. "Then I'll keep you from reforming." He waterbended the water from below into a wave that washed onto Carrick. Naruto quickly turned the water to ice freezing Carrick. Over by the defeated thugs, the others saw the block of ice. "Did they get him?" Sakura asked hopefully. "I wouldn't be so sure," Haku answered. Suddenly the ice block started cracking much to their surprise, and Carrick shattered out of it. "You can't beat me with my own element, boy." He attacked Naruto who defended himself. "Naruto," Kakashi called, as he and Zabuza went to help, only for Carrick to waterbend a wall of ice to block them. "No," Zabuza called. On the other side Carrick and Naruto were going at it in a bending duel, while Naruto summoned 5 shadow clones to aid him. Carrick bended the water blow and turned it into ice that struck Naruto's clones dispelling them. "You're running out of options, Avatar. What will you do?" Naruto frowned. "I won't let you destroy this bridge and harm anyone in the process," he roared, as his body started glowing with red chakra. Carrick saw this and started looking worried. "What the hell is this chakra?" Deep in Naruto's subconscious, Kurama and Rava watched through Naruto's eyes while feeling the chakra increase. Kurama laughed. "Take that, Rava. Naruto awakened my chakra before tapping into the avatar state. I win this bet." "Don't get all full of yourself, Kurama. Naruto will tap into the avatar state when the time is right. For your sake it better be soon." Kurama chuckled. Naruto frowned at Carrick as red chakra surrounded him. The waterbender was taken by surprise as Naruto zipped at him full force and they crashed through the wall of ice shattering it. Everyone was startled by the shatter and saw Naruto was throwing punches and kicks continuously at Carrick without even stopping. "What's going on with Naruto?" Tazuna gasped. "Kakashi," Zabuza asked, hoping he'd have the answer. "Naruto's unlocked one of his most powerful forces," the Cyclops answered. Carrick was unable to keep up with the attacks or break down his body into water fast enough. Naruto utilizing airbending into his fist delivered a powerful uppercut to Carrick that was able to launch him upward into the air. The avatar used airbending again to propel himself up as well, reaching Carrick. He grabbed the waterbending thug and threw him down into the water, resulting in a geyser splash. Everyone gasped at the finishing move. Naruto touched back down as his chakra died down. He looked back down into the water, seeing Carrick surface with his back facing up. "You got him," Haku gasped. "Don't worry, he's knocked out." And this time, Naruto bended the water surrounding Carrick once again, encasing him in ice. "He won't break out." "How do you know?" Sakura asked. "With him unconscious, he won't be able to break himself out of the ice," Naruto explained. "Did we win?" Inari asked Naruto. Naruto smiled and ruffled his head. "Yes, Inari. We won. We won," a villager called, as everyone started cheering in victory. "So what do we do about Carrick?" Sasuke asked Naruto. "I'll meditate into the spirit world, and hopefully Master Genora's there. I'll tell her to send word to Republic City and have someone pick this crook up. I think they'll be excited to finally have him in prison." Naruto smiled. And for the rest of the day, all the dead thugs' bodies were removed from the bridge, while those who were still alive were taken to jail. And just as Naruto said, he meditated into the spirit world to pass a message off to Genora to inform the police force in Republic City. Later that day, one of the police force's airships arrived, as some of the cops bended the frozen Carrick into the ship before heading back to Republic City. That night, Squad 7, Zabuza, and Haku were back at Tazuna's getting a good night's sleep. As Naruto slept, he found himself in his subconscious where he was meeting with Kurama and Rava. "Kurama, Rava, did you two catch what I did today on the bridge?" "Of course we did, we're in you, remember?" Kurama reminded him. "Right, but I wonder, how is it I tapped into Kurama's chakra and not the avatar state?" "Were you hoping to tap into the avatar state instead of using Kurama's chakra?" Rava inquired, as Kurama waited to hear his answer. "Well, no, but how is it I ended up using Kurama's chakra instead of the avatar state?" Kurama answered, "You activated my chakra because you were angry at Carrick for what he intended to do to Wave. For a Jinchuriki to use the chakra of a tailed beast requires intense emotions like anger, but that is mostly for a Jinchuriki who has yet to truly master a tailed beast's chakra. So with proper training and all, I will be able to call upon your chakra at will without needing to get pissed off." "Correct." Naruto smiled, and turned to Rava, "And what about the avatar state?" "That will be for another time, Naruto. For now enjoy your victory, for you've earned it," she answered. Naruto nodded, and decided to sleep it off for the rest of the night. The very next morning, Squad 7, Zabuza, and Haku stood on one side of the completed bridge, while Tazuna, his family and everyone in the village was seeing them off. "Do you really have to go?" Inari asked, feeling sad. "Afraid so, but don't worry, we'll come back and visit one day," Naruto promised. "Thank you all for what you've done." Tazuna thanked them. "It was our pleasure," Kakashi answered. Haku nudged Zabuza, who spoke, "I would like to apologize for trying to take your life before, Tazuna." "Ah, forget about it." Tazuna brushed it off. "Well, we better go," Kakashi said, as the group took their leave, as everyone waved goodbye. Tazuna looked at his bridge and smiled. "Beautiful bridge, isn't it, Inari?" "I think it's wonderful," Inari admitted. "All that's left is a name. And I got just the one. We'll call it the Great Naruto Bridge." Inari smiled. "It's perfect." As Squad 7, Zabuza, and Haku came to a fork in the road, Zabuza spoke, "Haku and I will be going left." "So what will you two do now?" Sakura asked. "Zabuza and I are going to find a better life for us without taking shady jobs from people like Gato," Haku answered. "Well, wherever you guys go, I hope one day we'll meet up again," Naruto hoped. Zabuza chuckled. "You know, I hope so too. Avatar." Squad 7 smiled, as Zabuza and Haku went down the other path, hoping towards a bright and better future, while Squad 7 headed down the path for Konoha. Chapter 16. A New Day and Newer Surprises. After returning from Wave, Kakashi and Squad 7 informed Hiruzen about what happened. After receiving their pay, he dismissed them, and they returned back to their homes. When Naruto got back, he opened the door and saw his dragon partner Sarith on his little bed. "Hey, boy, I'm home." Sarith, hearing his partner's voice, shot up from his bed and saw Naruto. He scampered over and dogpiled Naruto, licking his face like an excited dog. "Sarith, please, you're getting my face soaked." Naruto laughed, as dragon drool covered him. Naruto finally got Sarith off him. "Blech, you really need to watch that slobber of yours. I'm gonna take a shower, and when I'm done, we're gonna have us a meal." Sarith gargled happily. So Naruto took a shower to get cleaned up. Afterward he made himself and Sarith some lunch and chowed down. Naruto sighed in joy. "I missed this place. And I missed you too, buddy." He looked down at his dragon licking his plate dry. That night, Naruto was sitting up in bed on a meditating position, while his spirit was in the spirit world. He wandered to Iroh's tea shop, and was soon having tea with the old man. And that's what happened. Naruto finished telling his story about his mission. Iroh smiled, as he sipped his tea. "What a fascinating story, Naruto. Befriending one such as Demon Zabuza is such an accomplishment. But the biggest accomplishment is giving back hope to the good people of Wave. I know Korra and even Aang would be proud of what you've accomplished." "Thanks, Iroh," Naruto said, as he sipped his tea. "So tell me, what is next for you?" Iroh inquired. "Honestly, I'm not so sure," Naruto answered. "After that mission anything's possible." Iroh nodded. "Quite so. Well, Naruto, you must always be ready to expect the unexpected." "I know." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Now then, why don't we have a quick game of Pai Sho before you go off to bed?" the old man suggested. "I'm game," Naruto answered, as Iroh set the board up. The next day around noontime, Naruto had just finished completing some simple D-rank missions with his squad before they took off. Naruto started walking and spoke to himself. "Hinata's gonna be surprised when she finds out I'm back from my mission to spar with her." "Hey, let me go," came a familiar voice. "Konohamaru," he gasped, and followed the sound. Upon coming around a corner he spotted Konohamaru being gripped by the front of his shirt by a boy wearing a black catsuit and had face paint on his face, and something on his back wrapped up in bandages. Accompanying him was a blonde-haired girl with 4 pigtails in her hair, and on her back looked like a giant folded-up fan. Naruto squinted and saw their headbands signified they were from the village of Suna. Konohamaru's 2 closest friends Udon and Moegi watched helplessly, wishing someone would come along and help. Naruto, hating to see violence dished out upon a friend and a kid no less, had to step in. Before the older boy could deck Konohamaru, Naruto jumped in and called. "Hey!" All eyes fell on him. "What's going on over here?" "Beat it, pal, this isn't your business," the older boy answered rudely. Naruto frowned. "Actually, that's my friend you have in your fist, so this is my business." The boy spoke. "Well, your friend ran into me." Naruto looked in disbelief. "Is that all? A little kid accidentally runs into you and you think that calls for you to try and beat him up? How petty are you?" "Very petty," the girl remarked. The boy turned to her. "Oh, don't even go there, Tamari." Naruto continued. "Look, put the kid down and let's forget this happened." "Fat chance," the boy in black replied, feeling ready to continue what he was about to do until another voice spoke up. "Kankuro." Everyone looked up and saw hanging by a tree was a red-haired boy with black rings around his eyes, the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead, but what stuck out was the gourd on his back. Naruto was taken by shock. "Whoa, how long was he up there? I didn't even feel his presence." The boy identified as Kankuro suddenly lost his tough guy persona and looked nervous. "Gaara, how long were you there?" Gaara scowled at him. "Long enough to witness you get into a pointless squabble with a mere child. Is this really how a shinobi such as yourself reacts to such minimal problems?" "But, Gaara, Gaara frowned. "Shut up. Unless you want to die." Kankuro shrunk back in fright, as the girl Tamari recoiled from his cold tone. Gaara dropped from the tree and landed before Naruto. "I apologize for my brother's idiocy." "I'll overlook it," Naruto replied. "Now then, based off your headbands, you're Sand Shinobi from the village of Sunagakur." "You are correct," Gaara confirmed. "But why would you be here in Konoha? Not on vacation, I assume?" "Actually, we're here to partake in the Chunin exams being held here," Tamari answered, as they showed Naruto their passports. "Right, forgot Konoha was hosting it this year." Naruto saw they were about to leave. "Hey, before you go I'd like to know your names." They turned back around as the redhead answered. I am Sabaku no Gaara. I'm Tamari, and you've already gotten to know Kankuro here. The girl motioned to the boy who scoffed. And who might you be? Gaara inquired. Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meetcha. The blonde and redhead looked at each other almost as if they're trying to read into each other's soul. Naruto thought to himself, this sensation around this guy's making my skin crawl. Gaara thought as well, this boy, I feel it off him. He's just like me, but I sense another feeling coming from him, it rivals that of my own, but no sense of hatred. Who or what is he? He spoke up, we'll be going now. I hope to see you again soon, Naruto Uzumaki. I hope so too, Naruto admitted, as he watched the three take off. Aniki, Konohamaru cheered, as he and his friends gathered around the blonde. Hey, guys, are you all okay? We're fine thanks to you, Moegi said. Well, good to hear. You always know when to arrive where you're needed, Udon said in admiration. Naruto laughed modestly, thanks, Udon, but really I saw what was going down, and I wanted to spare Konohamaru the trouble of explaining to Gigi where he got a bruise on his face. Konohamaru spoke up, I'd just tell him I beat up a rogue shinobi and came out of it with just a bruise. He said proudly. Naruto rolled his eyes, and answered in sarcasm, oh, yeah. He'd definitely fall for that one. Well, listen, it was nice to help you guys, but I better get going. Okay, we'll catch you later, Konohamaru said, as they went their separate ways. At the training ground, he saw Hinata was practicing her moves on a training dummy, but waited until she hit it enough. Eventually she ceased her spar with it, and took some breaths. Naruto stepped out into the open, I see you've gotten better than last time, Hinata. The Hyuga realizing his presence gasped in startle, Naruto. When did you get back from your mission? Just yesterday, he answered, and boy do I have a story to tell you. Well, I was just about to take a break, so I'm open to listen, she answered. Great. And so Naruto and Hinata sat down, as Naruto began telling the girl about his mission in Wave, while making sure to leave out the detail of Naruto using bending, while passing off Karak as a shinobi with an unusual ability with water jutsu. When Naruto finished, Hinata was amazed at Naruto's story, I can't believe you faced such danger for your first C-rank mission. I can hardly believe it myself. And look, I came back in one piece. He presented himself dramatically, and she giggled, so how've you been these last few days? Well, as you can see I've still been training just as you suggested I do, and just been going on normal mission with my squad. And how are Kiba and Shino doing? Well, Kiba's been really serious about missions and training, and Shino, well, is just being Shino, she answered. Naruto laughed, just what I'd expect from him and Kiba too. Naruto, I'd like to continue sparring with you if that's okay. Hinata spoke. Naruto got up, so would I. He offered her his hand, and she took it and was brought to her feet. So the two continued their traditional sparring to get each other into better fighting shape. Later on, Naruto was heading back home, until he walked past the Yamanaka florists and looked at the shop, my place could use some fresh flowers. He said to himself, before going inside. He looked around seeing all the many different normal and exotic plants and flowers, until he heard a familiar voice, Naruto. He looked and saw by the counter was his old classmate Ino wearing a work apron. Oh, Ino. Didn't expect to see you here now. Working a shift for your parents? Yeah, they're out taking care of some things, so I'm minding the shop. She answered. And how's that looking? Ino sighed, it's been dull with not so many customers. Well, let me make it more exciting. I'd like to purchase some flowers. Ino looked up, really? The window by my kitchen could use some to occupy the spot. Ino smiled, then let me help you. And so Ino was showing Naruto around the shop, helping him pick out what flowers to buy. As they did so, Naruto asked, so what's been going on with you, ever since the academy graduation? Well, been doing some minor missions, and working on our attack combos and formations. She answered. Sounds nice. Yeah, when Shikamaru's taking it seriously and when Choji's not thinking about his stomach. She replied. Typical of those two, Naruto chuckled. I know, right, Ino asked with a bit of laughter as well. But how have you been yourself? He asked. Me, Ino asked, taken aback by his questions and felt flustered. I've been good, actually. Good to know, Naruto replied as he saw a bunch of yellow flowers. I'll take these. Ino smiled, and answered, sold. That night Naruto was at home having dinner with Sarith, while admiring the flowers in his window. He sighed, well, Sarith. Tomorrow is another day. Sarith growled in agreement. Meanwhile at the village administration building, in one room, piling out of the room were multiple Jonin and Chunin shinobi, with Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma exiting last. Well, that was quite a meeting. Kurenai began. I know, I almost thought Iruka was going to convince Dad to not go through with our suggestions. Asuma added. Well, Iruka just needed to realize things are different now and that he should show more support to the rookies just like we do. Kakashi answered. Even so, the Chunin exams are dangerous, especially when our genin are still fresh out of the academy. Kurenai noted. Regardless, if we want them to succeed sometimes we must let them find themselves through competition with other shinobi not from their own village, Kakashi noted, and thought to himself, and Naruto would sure be able to get a lot of practice with his avatar power against newer opponents. Chapter 17, Opportunity Comes Knocking. The next morning, Naruto had left his home and headed to the squad meeting point by the bridge. Upon arriving he saw his teammates already there. Morning, guys. Morning, they replied. Well, looks like sensei won't be here for a while. Better do something to preoccupy myself. Naruto started bending the river water around creating all sorts of abstract forms. Well, at least it's some kind of entertainment, Sakura admitted, as she and Sasuke watched Naruto continue to bend the water into different forms. An hour later, Kakashi arrived. Hey, guys. So what's your excuse for being late this time? Sasuke inquired, while crossing his arms. Actually, I swung by the administration building to pick these up for you. Kakashi held out 3 application forms, that he distributed to each of his genin. Sakura looked at it, and was surprised. Wait a minute, these are applications for the Chunin exams? Naruto asked in shock. Whoa, Sasuke was equally surprised. Kakashi smiled. I've decided to nominate you 3 for this year's Chunin exams. You're welcome. Sensei, this is so generous of you, Sakura said, feeling lost for words. Well, I'm confident enough you 3 will do fine. Now then you're to sign those forms and bring them to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Hi, Sensei, they answered. Well, I'll leave it all up to you, Kakashi said, as he took off. The 3 looked at their application forms again, as Sakura spoke. Wow. The Chunin exams, an event that happens every 3 years. It gathers the best crop of shinobi from just about every village from the 5 great nations to even the lesser nations. Sasuke added. To partake in a series of tests to determine one's strength and how they rank above other nations' selected shinobi. Naruto finished. It's the perfect opportunity to learn about other nations' shinobi and pit your skills against ones with abilities you've never seen or heard about. I'm definitely joining. So am I, Sasuke added. And I will too, Sakura finished. Then it's decided, Naruto said, but since it's not till tomorrow, what do we do for the rest of the day? Sasuke answered, why don't we go and see our competition? What do you mean? Sakura asked. If the first part is tomorrow, I can assume other shinobi will be arriving today. Naruto remembered, of course. Yesterday I met up with 3 sand shinobi from Suna who said they were here to partake in the Chunin exams. What were they like? Sakura inquired. One of them was a jerk, another was quite reasonable, and the third. He made me feel uneasy. How so? Sasuke wondered. He felt similar to me in a sense. Similar to you? Sakura asked in confusion. Yeah, Naruto said, and after a brief paused moment, he spoke. Anyway, let's go see if anyone else has arrived yet. So the 3 hurried off. Soon they were sitting on top of a roof each with binoculars and looked through them, seeing the entrance to the village. Walking past the gate entrance were multiple shinobi in groups of 3. Squad 7 took notes of the participants entering, as Naruto spoke. Looks like we got some teams from Rain, Grass, and Waterfall. Sasuke inspected, and we got teams from Mist, Cloud, and Earth. And some more from Suna, Sakura pointed out. And with who knows how many shinobi from our village are participating, this is sure to be one big competition. Naruto finished. Probably won't be too much trouble for you, Mr. Avatar, Sasuke joked.